powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question your presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Nana Akufo-Addo has been Ghana's president since 2017. During this time, he has raised the profile of Ghana in the global marketplace as one reliant on its own resources and strengths. He has redefined economic development, and it's resonating across Africa. President Akufo-Addo is focused on moving away from the traditional view of a Ghana dependent on aid to growing the economy and focusing on its core competitive advantages. The West African nation is today one of the continent's most stable democracies and fastest growing economies.
CNBC Africa and Forbes Africa to actually present to you the African of the Year trophy that we have here with us. Basically, I mean, we took that decision based on your visionary leadership, especially based on economic policies. I mean, just to mention a few in a nutshell: Ghana Beyond 8, how to develop Ghana with its own raw material, adding value to the industries, etc., etc. I was here when COVID started and I got locked down here. I mean, I'm usually based in Lagos, but I got locked down here for 6 months. Every week we were watching your, I call them the fellow Ghanaians speech, that was actually extremely precise and gave a lot of clarity about the different decisions making that needed to be done during the pandemic. So many other policies like the year of the return that now is becoming beyond the return, which is long-term policies to develop the tourism sector. The AFCFTA is now here and makes Ghana the trade capital for Africa. Twitter came here as well for a reason and based their headquarters in Ghana. The healthcare sector, you want to make Ghana a hub with the Agenda 111, etc. The same for education, and then just to mention one more of your policies. Everything you're doing to stimulate the young entrepreneurship, that already makes Ghana up in terms of technology, etc. So, like Mr. Dangote was saying recently, Africa needs visionary leaders like yourself. And again, congratulations to be the African of the Year for 2021 for Forbes Africa and also CNBC Africa. And thank you very much.
Well, what can I say? I'm extremely honored, very flattered by this award. And the way you've presented it shows that you've been looking at what we've been doing here in Ghana. Perhaps for me, that's the most comforting aspect, because a lot of the time when you're in the midst of doing things, you don't know to what extent other people are taking note of what you're doing. But it appears that you have a very good grasp of all the various things we're trying to do to develop our country and move it forward. I have a maximum of 8 years to try and make an impact on this country. So it's been something that has been a very important inspiration for me to get things, as many things on the ground as possible. But I'm happy that it's produced this result. Basically, it is a result about the work of my government, not just myself, but all the various people who have been assisting me, and also about the population, the Ghanaian people, who have made these choices and have been very supportive of the work that I do. So I'm looking upon this prize or this commendation as one for Ghana, one for my government, and lastly for myself. But I have to confess that it's something very overwhelming for me, and I appreciate it very much. But on behalf of all these people, on behalf of the people of Ghana, on behalf of my government, myself, I want to say a very big thank you to you and the members of your board for making this selection. And hopefully the rest of the work that we have to do before my time is up will not disappoint you, and will only go to enhance the accuracy of your choice that you have done. But it's highly appreciated, and thank you very much indeed.
Sunshine bright. Why don't you come right in and have a good time too? Everybody's dancing.
happy day for Tamale Senior High School. And I'm grateful to the headmaster, staff, and the planning committee for the invitation to share in your joy, and also for the opportunity to deliver this brief address. 70 years in the life of any institution are worthy of celebration. The spectacular display put up by the school's cadet corps, which I'm told is the first cadet corps established in any secondary school in sub-Saharan Africa outside South Africa, by the school's dance troupe, and the presence of our traditional rulers and residents of Tamale, have contributed to making this day colorful and memorable. Tamasco has succeeded in producing thousands of students who are now occupying various positions of importance in different sectors of society. This list, I'm reliably informed, includes academics, engineers, medical doctors, bankers, lawyers, and politicians from all sides of the divide. Some of these notable alumni include the late President of the Third Republic, His Excellency Dr. Hela Liman, two Vice Presidents of the Republic, my good friend, the late Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Aliu Mahama, my brilliant Vice President, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, who has proved to be a solid, reliable partner in government. The Speaker of Parliament, the famous number 3, the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Babin, ECOWAS Special Envoy to Ghana and Chairperson of the occasion, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, the Minority Leader in Parliament, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Member of Parliament for Tamale South, the youthful Deputy Chief of Staff at the Office of the President, Alhaji Fawaz Aliu, the Deputy Minister for Energy and Member of Parliament for Karaga, the Honorable Mohammed Amin Adam, the Deputy Minister for Transport and Member of Parliament for Gushegu, the Honorable Hassan Tampuli, the former Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Nashiru Ishaku, the celebrated former Director General of the Ghana Education Service, Alhaji Rahim Badamosi, Ghana's former Ambassador to Burkina Faso, Naasaka Bolina, the respected former President of the National House of Chiefs and former Minister for National Security in President Hela Liman's government of the Third Republic, now Professor John Nabila, the former Chief of Defense Staff of the Ghana Armed Forces, Air Marshal Samson Uje, the former President of the Ghana Football Association, Leopold Wura MND Jaula, and the first lawyer of the Northern Region, my learned senior, A.L. Lugutera. This is a very impressive array of alumni, comparable to any from any school in Ghana, and you have every right to be proud of this record. If we are to realize in our time the words of the theme of this anniversary celebration, Tamasco at 70, leading secondary education in Ghana, then we have a collective responsibility to help guarantee access to quality education for the youth of our country. When we do this, we can be confident of achieving the vision of the progressive and prosperous Ghana, which animated the struggles of our forebears, and for which some paid the ultimate price. We must have the belief that our nation can make its own unique contribution to the growth of world civilization and be able to generate dignified standards of living for the masses of its people and build a Ghana beyond aid. History and the experiences of developed nations have shown us that the most efficient way to create a society of opportunities and thereby guarantee the future of our nation is by investing in education and skills training of our youth. This is because it is the people of Ghana, Ghanaians like you and I, and especially the youth of today, who are going to build Ghana. Without an educated populace, we cannot transition from the status of a developing to a developed nation. 5 years on, following the implementation of the free senior high school policy, which has guaranteed a minimum of senior high school education for 1.6 million Ghanaian children, I want to state without any equivocation that I am very proud of the policy and of its results thus far. Yes, there have been challenges associated with this policy, for which government has addressed us substantially, many of them. A look at the waxy results of the first batch of free SHS graduates, whom I choose to call the Akufo-Addo graduates, and that of those whose results have just been released, give further evidence of why the free HS policy has been a success so far. There were some who described free SHS as a waste. Some said it would destroy our Ivy League schools. And some indicated that the policy was going to compromise the quality of senior high school education. None of these have happened, and I'm sure they have eggs on their faces now, or should have. Surely, Chairperson, there can no longer be any controversy about the validity of the free SHS policy and its consequential measures. It is working. Let us forego partisan parochial considerations which confer little benefit and all agree the free SHS has to be a part of our national educational architecture for at least a generation, if not forever. Our nation will clearly be empowered and enriched. The completion of 9 model senior high schools across the country is imminent. And in 2022, government will expand the free senior high school program to cover all first-year students in public TVET institutes. Government will continue with the program of implementing the various reforms and projects in the TVET sector, including the rehabilitation and upgrading of technical universities, upgrading and modernization of the 34 NVTI centers, retooling of TVET institutes, and the establishment of 10 state-of-the-art TVET institutes. 2 new training centers of excellence for the Commission for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, CTVET, are currently ongoing. To you, the current students of Tamasco, I urge you to seize the opportunities that school offers. The impressive lineup of alumni and the performance of your contestants who represented you so admirably at the just ended National Science and Maths Quiz program should energize and encourage you even further to study hard and refrain from doing anything that can hinder your prospects of a bright future. But at the same time, enjoy and make the best use of your recreation and leisure time in order to become the well-rounded individuals society needs. All work and no play, as they say, makes Jack or Jill a dull boy or girl. To the headmaster and staff of the school, I say a big thank you for keeping up the spirit of Tamasco. Continue to imbibe in the students the virtues of discipline, hard work, dedication, and honesty, which have served many and our nation well. I wish Tamale Senior High School a memorable 70th anniversary celebration, and may this school, in the words of its motto, continue to be bold, faithful, and successful. May God bless Tamale Senior High School and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. As part of my Vlogmas videos, I'm heading towards Aburi Botanical Gardens. I've been there several times, you've seen me there several times, but then I'm leaving Mansankofa to Aburi Gardens with other new friends I made here, and this is going to be fun. This is also a way to also see Aburi through my lens. Woo! I just fell down. So I'm heading towards Aburi Botanical Garden. By this time around, I'm going cycling with Sweetheart. Say hi. Hi. Yeah, so we are going. You get to see Aburi. This is your first time going to Aburi Botanical Garden. So
yes, I'm excited. Yeah.
Are you very excited? So yeah, you guys are coming along with me, and this is Vlogmas Day 13. If you missed my 12, go check it out. It's the tour of this place and then my experience. So this is going to be my last day here, and so I'm going cycling, and of course you guys are coming along. So let's go, let's explore Aburi, and let's explore the beautiful Aburi. You know how I always say that Aburi is somewhere I want to build my dream home, and so this is a reason why, and you need to see the reason why I love Aburi, and this is why I want to own a house here. So let's go and let's explore Aburi. Catch you guys. Part. Yeah, going down the hill is always fun.
So it's like
Patriotism Lodge Junction. We are about to start the journey. 1/4 of the journey and I'm already tired. I'm so tired that I don't even know if I should give up. I'm so tired. So this is Patriotism Valley Resort. If you haven't been here, I have been here before. It's up on my channel and waiting for the rest now. So this is how it looks like from here. The good part is we have a beautiful weather today, so yeah. Okay, here they are. Yeah. Hi Celia. So Celia is Dutch and she says it's very common to ride bikes in Amsterdam. So it's nothing difficult for her at all, unlike us that very few of us ride bicycles. So yeah, so far so good. Yeah. So let's see how the journey goes. I just hope that I don't give up. Yeah. Guys, I'm being honest. The truth is, I couldn't continue with them. I'm tired. And I got to like almost halfway through the trip and I'm like, nah, I can't do it. So when you're going towards the place, it's very, very hilly. Pacha, die. It's very, very hilly. And you have to keep climbing the hill. So it looks like coming back will be the most easier one. But Charlie, I know you all know that I always like try and make it happen for a YouTube video, but this one, yeah, nah. Sometimes these are the feels of the job. It's not easy. And the weather is, I've even lost stamina. The weather is super hot. It's currently like 12. So they had to leave me, and I don't even know if I'm going to post this video. But if I do post, just know that I couldn't make it. And besides, I've been to Aburi Botanical Garden several times, and so Charlie, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. It's not easy. I'm tired. So I'm currently here, almost to the Mansankofa hotel. So that's where I've been spending the night, and I'm going there just to take a shower and sleep, because see, I even took my drone and everything, like, so that I could take enough content. But nah, this is not, there's a car coming. This is not what I signed for. I mean, this is what I signed for earlier, but not anymore. My breath too much. So tired. So let me just take the final lap with you and call it a day. I mean, guys, you should also know that in life, one way or the other, you are going to fail. And so this, I could say, it's one of my failures, because I didn't make it to Aburi. It's hard. If you all have been to Aburi, you can testify that the road going to Aburi, even driving, is very hilly. So imagine being on a bike, my dear. Let me not be nice to you. It's hard. But then my breath. So I'm going back to rest. And so let's take the final lap together, and let's see how it goes. Currently, I'm even climbing up the hill, so that's why I'm like, nah, I'm not sitting on this bike. So let's take the final lap together. Let's go. The view from here up the mountain, it's so beautiful. This is one of the reasons why I love Aburi, because all the landscape is beautiful. So this is my final lap. So let's go. 1 minute to the place, and I'm even like out of breath. I'm super tired. I don't know if it is because of the cocktails I had yesterday. I don't know if it's because I'm generally tired of like daily posting, editing and all that, and work. I sincerely don't know, but man, I haven't been this tired in a very long time. I'm super tired, my brain kasa. So guys, I think this is going to be the end of today's vlog. I want to say, all right, I'm just here. Look, yay! Finally packed the bike. Finally made it back here. Hi, Leo. I'm back. Come again.
Did you make it to the garden?
No, I didn't make it. I gave up.
Oh wow.
It was so difficult.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I believe you.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You can see they are chilling here. So the reason why you didn't make it is the reason why I'm back. The reason why you didn't make it is the reason why I'm back.
You, huh?
Yeah, you told me. It's so difficult. So guys, this is going to be the end of this particular video. If you haven't watched my previous video on this place, kindly do so. It's Vlogmas Day 13, and this is a total fail. It has ended in tears. It has really ended in tears. And I must say, if you are not fit for some things, you better not try. I mean, I'm fit. I do a lot of things that shows that I'm fit, but no. Hey, I cannot kill myself. I'm going to just take a shower. At this point, I just want to just take a shower and rest and sleep. Like I'm so tired. I'm so like my basa. See you tomorrow on my next video. I'm super excited. I mean, even though this didn't end out the way I expected, tomorrow's video is going to be a blast. I'll see you guys. Let me know in the comment section if you're also enjoying my Vlogmas episode so far. It's the Vlogmas and I'm posting daily until Christmas, and it's the 13th day. I'm going strong, but this was a fail, but yeah, I'm going strong. So let's see how it goes in the next video. I love you. Hi guys, I'm so excited. It's Vlogmas Day. What? Oh, I have forgotten the Vlogmas Day. Okay guys, I'm sure you guys are already you're already keeping up. I've forgotten the Vlogmas. There's too much excitement on my face, and I'm super excited. I'm going to Nigeria and I'm going for a wedding. Okay, so I'm going for a wedding with my family, and my cousin is getting married, and so yeah. Show it to Auntie Dinah. The face that Auntie Dinah is giving me. And this is a group trip, and so includes my family, and so we are going to have a good time. We have a sponsor for today's video, and the sponsor for today's video is Lambel Laboratory, and that's where I took my COVID test. And as part of the travel requirements, you need to do a COVID-19 PCR test, and I did mine at Lambel Laboratory at East Legon. It's a very good prime area, and he's our sponsor for today. And so today my video is sponsored by Lambel. It's the cheapest and fastest on the market that I can trust. So let's rewind to see how it all started before today's trip. Lambel Laboratory and Diagnostic Center is located in East Legon. They offer the fastest and cheapest COVID-19 test. They are open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. on weekdays and 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on weekends. For the 12 to 24 hours, it costs 250 cedis, which is about $40. And for 6 hours to 12 hours, it costs 350 cedis, which is about $57. And for 3 hours, it costs 400 cedis, which is about $65. The good part is there are a lot of healthcare personnel to take care of you. So I spent about 15 minutes the entire time for the COVID test. You can check out their website on www.lambelgh.com, and I'm going to share all details in my description box. So since I'm here very early, we are going to now say hi. Hello. Peace out. So it's a family affair, and you're going to meet all of them soon. So we came very early. The flight is at 7:40 a.m. but we're here early. It's currently 5:40, and so it's better you always check in early, so that because we're in a group of 15, you have to make sure that everything is okay for the trip. I'm super excited about it, and this is the groom. Hello, darling. Say hi.
Hey, hi.
How do you feel?
Let me also say hi, guys.
He's getting married this weekend. How do you feel?
Normal. I think until I get there.
Yeah.
Then it will be. But we'll see.
So yeah, I am taking the groom to the bride. You see? So yeah, that's what is happening now. I'm going to quickly check in. Auntie is also checking in. Sister is also checking in. The rest are also in the queue. So yeah, I'm going to keep you posted. See ya. So one thing about traveling with elderly people is they are like, oh yeah, let's hurry up, because they don't want to miss their flight. But some of us are as stubborn as we are the two stubborn musketeers. Auntie Rosalie, say hi. So you're going to see a lot of faces today because we are a lot. We are currently about 8, 9 now, but we are a total of 14. So we are waiting for others, and we are the first. So we are going to quickly check in, pass through immigration, and yeah. So I'm going to immigration. Smile. Content, I tell you. We dey go marry. We are going to bring a fine babe. We are going to bring a fine babe to Ghana. Say hello, Auntie. So I'm super excited. Do you all remember Stella? Hi, Stella. So this is going to be fun. I'm so tired already, but yeah, I'm super excited. I get very excited when it comes to airports. So yeah, let's see how it goes. So it's very early. It's about 7:30 now, and yeah. About an hour. So yeah, I guess my family would have to deal with the fact that I'm going to be vlogging the entire time, because as soon as I pick the camera, then everyone is like looking. Say hello to Paula. Paula, you were late. Hi. So you're going to be meeting a lot of people. So I'm currently here at Lagos, and this is my 3rd time in Nigeria. The first time was in 2013 when I was in school, and I went to Port Harcourt. The second time I came to Lagos. The third time I came for a visa to Romania. I came to Abuja. So it's been 3 occasions here in Nigeria, and Nigeria always feels like home. So I'm super excited about this. So let's see how Nigeria treats me. Let's see the experiences here, and so I'm going to keep you guys updated. So peace out. I'm going to be here for like 4 hours until the next flight to Port Harcourt. So yeah, you guys are coming along. Okay, so this is after 1 hour 30 minutes. We are finally out of the immigration. We are here hanging around till our next flight. So yeah, we're waiting for the others then we continue. So I changed $100 and this is what I get. That's lots of money. How much is it? So this is $520 and this is all I'm hoping to spend. I am hoping not to spend more than that. So yeah, let's go. Everyone is just chilling out and changing some currencies. So I had to come to a different vendor because I needed the 1,000 notes. So I get 55,000 naira and I'm rich. I am $100 rich. So I'm currently editing whilst waiting for our next flight. If stress had another name, I guess I'll be called stress because we are all tired, very hungry, and we can't wait to just get to our final destination. So we are currently heading to Port Harcourt. Hi Stella. So this is the next flight to Port Harcourt, and so catch you when I get to Port Harcourt. So we have finally arrived at our final destination, which is the Port Harcourt, and it has been such a stressful journey waiting. I'm super hungry and this is how it looks like from here. So it's time to go home. Super excited because I'm so hungry, and yeah, super excited. We're in Port Harcourt and this is my second time in Port Harcourt. I know some of you are in Nigeria but haven't visited other cities. I get to visit River State, so cheers to me. Finally, the bride. Hi. We are finally in Port Harcourt. You're getting content. Like, have a good one. I'm hungry. I'm hungry, Papa. Let's go. Say, she has food for me. Oh yeah, plenty food. Okay, we are going to eat the bride. Yeah. I'm not eating. The trip. It was really good. Yeah. So we are finally here. Yeah. And I want to end the video here. Yeah. This brings us to the end of today's video. The whole journey was exciting. It was an amazing trip from Ghana to Lagos, precisely Port Harcourt.
Food time.
So this brings us to the end of today's video. I'll catch you up tomorrow. I'm going to be giving you my first impression. No. Wait. Okay.
So you see the Eba and Ogbono soup.
Okay. So this is going to end today's video. I'll come right tomorrow with another video. From now till 6-7 days, I'm going to be sharing my experience here. And yeah, so far so good. Yeah. So we are so tired and hungry.
Very tired.
Yeah.
And hungry.
We got a very good welcome. So yeah, we're here. Let's go. See you tomorrow. I love you all.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that they've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
While he acknowledges the support he receives from Ghanaians, Sarkodie wishes his countrymen would hold on to moments and cherish them. This wish, together with his posture in that interview with the Nigerian presenter, have been described problematic by some Ghanaians. We table these for a riveting discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has what you want, from juicy smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get small size of pizza, fries, and chicken, 1 cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And I've been joined by Nene B. Nene B is a columnist. Nene, Kwaba.
Yes, and also
everything cool.
Everything crispy and ivory.
All right. Nana Aredu is with oneplayafrica.com. Nana, Akwaba.
Oh, me just abante.
You be fine.
Oh, nyamiadom say ye cherish amount for there. So much cherish me our platform.
Oh, so the cherish when I see your mouth fans, it seems you are not interested in the fans, but your fun is okay, so Amabroni is on standby with tidbits. We call it Nkomo.
Now what we must answer us so Mama Bruni come across entertainment industry na and I'm the bedroom. Now already a chenda e betie bi afisa akode Empress Gift patapa na enwa akanyina. Ntemi de ador so ankasa. Nti bu de mama yen twa ehu sesi a na yen kombra na mfa na ekonyina embeson. na say yehye nkomo ya si amafu se eye Sarkodie an obede pombede nsem bi ode atodwa na ye na watwi ma wo se anko yi ankasa Sarkodie te say de o African to okọ Nigeria say de ode nani a kire Kenya na okọ Nigeria na interview mu na presenter ne ka so Sarkodie asa Ghana fo se mehwe be a wo a se na Nigeria ha ye support yen artist asa wo krom ho de won hye dan support se nyema bebrebe a wo ye BET ni se na wo promote Ghana ni the whole of Africa echo outside country ni asa won hye dan Cherishing na Sarkodie se minua asema aka me ba be Kenya aka me na me kọ kan aka obeka se manka ni asem no kwaya na waka krom ha se eye Ghana fo omo Cherishing Moments obetumi akwa wini award bi obesen na ase de atwem na won ka ho asem na fe de wo ye ho te say yi Sarkodie mbebo bra bia ye no se asem ne de ye sa Ghana fo mo nche dan Cherishing Moments Sarkodie ni se mbetu de na mo se Sarkodie we sha ye hu se we ungrateful Waka krom ha se ye ba Ghana ha se artist ankofo support je se wudi ahita wo bebia wo gbo wunwum se wudi abon yi betu dwa mu no pressure DJs bo krom ha se Twitter nyina wo jije bo wujije wuso na video be ka se Ghana fo won hye dan Cherishing Moments wo se wan ka ne ye Ola Michael entertainment presenter ono so de na anu atmoche ma Sarkodie na wo kan de wan ka ne ko bebre atutu bia ma no wo se Sarkodie wo na wo ka sa asem se ye Cherishing Moments dey bio na Sarkodie wo pe se ye wo sesi na Sarkodie inso asanso koye interview bi wo One Play Africa no den sembi tutu dwa ochema Ghana fo bi wo hono ma still wa mo accept mo appreciate eye modern bob wo krom ha sei e na odi tu mi chema ono se krom ha sei so bi am bone trumpet ono Sarkodie be bone trumpet cause onim nia oye quality of music odi tu dwa nti odi don take any endorsement from onipa bi a onim ni oye no na nkofo nso awodo no tu hu nti mo be ka sei bia mo support na mo ka sei na wa ye sei o se ote but on fanye adwuma na say to also I gospel musician I Empress Gifting odin sembia to George Chema Ghana for mema mu ha mu nya romantic o say aden mu so mu binom mu so bia no fum na say mu pese mu play romance akra o say mu twi no funu te sa ahwere mu twi ni gregre o say ye den asem enya sugar cane unya obia na say bia ba no funu sem na wato obo ase na wa yaman nti o say sa suba ni de mu nja into na odin sembi be to dwa ye video no ankasa ni Instagram live no odin sembi to dwa na man say Empress Gifting na gospel musician de anka nkofo nufu hu nsem de anka fa ho bemba fa no ho pa ono so oyobia mian boy ntumi nka enti gift ala be come de na waka nsem no eye gift e de atudant o chema Ghana fo merima munye romantic aka o so we no de nkai boy sanso koma me o chema se okunu hu ka fo bana sa se wa bre fi adwuma obia na hu bo ho modern na support na romance ne kakra kasa ye de chen na ono aka so obe sorry man na opebia wonsa beka Empress Gift esi
what said ya to me fair nufuo ni ya de nufuo to eyi ensem ni ya bone bede ase de di kokoko eti ya bone say pakam adenti na ne Christopher a ya kwade a yete awade ho ye de atete kwa asam ehye ye ho saa ene Christopher a yete awade ho eniche bia nim because ya ye ho holy go tama wo kunu kura be se wo se wo pew e wo se wo orgasm wenufu wo nipo no tumi solid na so ne da bio e ho na akọba tons tara baba hey ho nye prayer camp empa no so wo no enye prayer camp enye ho na wo koje wo mpa ye wo ho sister forget it e ho no na orgasm to orgasm eye etuma. When was the last time I wore ba utumi ka se enne de me initiate sex amene sex na wura? When was the last time?
Mafasa mo beka ya eye patapa okwachi stray bullets be o mekwa ya amrado eno bibi no mu bifia na na ekosi na amrado na kacho bibi ni se ni nyuma nche aka we se patapa hit songs o betuma boza na etwem na patapa kan no se wo amrado hwe hu ye pa wo na nsen ya wo bai o se corona artist lockdown artist ya bai wo beka no hwase mo no hit songs scopa to mana just one corner wo sa level na we do international level na we do wo amrado kan wo kan nti asem de hu se ye patapa ya ankasa o yawo na ankasa na yi na ya amrado akọ interview no dia atoje so patapa we dey senior man break brother fachem e wo mu se na ye beef na fast ye release nyum no one trans and dream hu se asem no kan na etia unti se se de amrado si patapa opa chofa ne boni chen Man for child pay be na ye Elekim Komoji Ghanaian actor Elekim the Tailor Ain or the commanding former wife Pokelu Ubeka ya man for Okoshia or a Big Brother Africa or do I say worry and our worry 2015 Elekim the two just say buy price or tia answer no worry Pokelu $25,000 nebi woman kasa in 2015 or this semi betuja na ye lady odini birthday na watching ya na messenger ye Elekim the command no chema osi never be wo hono ma ye ne ya pan say obi osumbo say Pokelu went to me holding it down. Ochema sama tama wawari kwa no so 26 27 no so na ordinary hwese na eyi awari mu kwa wonya baba akọ hwese na ye lady aboa ne bai wa hwe ne nyina oda na se woni awaya ama ne but Ose Pokelu fani bone chene say went to me hold you down nti Elekim nsem odi abetudwa na ena me de abrem no ma so mbeka say last year ye Goalkeeping polo ne ho ko ba asem na ye ne bad birthday oko post ye on ni naked pictures bi wo drag ne court 90-day jail term later o man ye 100,000 bill ni nyina achi Goalkeeping polo beka say they were repenting nudity o say na yo post videos ni sa pictures no yi no ni na wejai nti o sanse say oye campaign bi tell catch celebrities say they won't dress ye na ma fo say na ka enim say sa nyema no ye nyina echi ni say dey yant ne nka biom so Goalkeeping polo na wa ba na wa beto kaka we dey wo say wan hye dey yi ne ho kakra we dey no hye na atare na wa to eke amanti woni hu video ni a na wa koni page na wa kwahwe bi so e bo ransom fufu mu a ye gospel musician Joyce Blessing odin sem bia to o say ni followers amu follow na de bia mu say ada na Joyce na say yet mu hu sembo ne sa no o chema say de mu ko online na say mu tine hu sembo ni bia mu bo mode na mu hwehwe mu cause e to de bo ne ma na wo kafa no ho na enyampa o so no mu ankasa o tumi ko reading sem bia wo so ono no Joyce aye no drum say tambe na me yes adu o so ni na enyampa ko fu na wa hye da hye sumas na o pese wo brand career senti opamo chopa se mu tine hu sembo ni bia haya mu hwehwe mu ansa na makasa say de Joyce de we jinsem Once a fufu muzo na watwe atwemu ya na eye Commonwood actor Adjournment wokosie no na eyi nsem hu na epie ne se eye adaka wodidan wo mu more design na ase camera Canon camera bi na ni picture tarenchen na fantasy coffin dem wo ba chrome ha se wonim se bebre chrome ha bi mo hono ma se wo ba na se wo ye fisherman wo ti ase na se wo ye doctor wo ti ase na se wo bonwuma emibu ase wo wa wo abomoden afuna adaka no wo shape no eyi terrible nchaka mo be kai ne de ase microphone bi kufu bebre aya sa na wo ye wonde na ene na nkofu se we de ma chire man kasa wa camera bia wo designer wo de Adjournment nutum na eyi na se nkofu bebre ba eye Commonwood actors baby brele when nom atrebu akofo bebre by na wose we de mabo modern say mwasie mu nwa yi kama amapokom haya wo hide unim say 1-2 bia na air prophet one dey aba say when your prophecy afa we hu we akoye say yakopon ba be say ama we na Shatawale na eagle prophet audience me abetu ndwa so Shatawale say na ne brand netin enes huhum bia e back no e be ye dem pass mo bebre na so o say Shatawale wa o hwe say na hit songs influence o krom ha say is one mo ka say Shatawale ba betwe mane ne o china cause o hwe mu a prophecy bia we nya afa ne ho ne say Shatawale na owo ahunhum bia bo ne ho ba no ande wan kire say yakopon huhumu say ye kire huhum ni bia but eagle prophet say Shatawale de enye nani o kine bi oba be brasin ti ma mu di achi na mu support SM boss am hwe say oba brasin o say enye nsi to aso de eye backing vocalist atiati na daddy number bebre ono ana wa backing pony ride mama me feel it me baby ride ma wa mu ni mu di nyama ono ana e backing eye bubura ahemfo chine nyom bebre lady ya backing no say amafo keka say on daddy number chempna o say na ekwedi impna twibe mu atiasi enye sa na eye dwuma no ne koye ono kwa mbodo say satam kwa no so young girl ne sa ade ni di enim nti opamo chopa ono ko ya bawarefo nti on daddy lumba antwempna bia nti osere ma munyi sa asem na mfi menu amafo de ngoma ya du si de me nje da hu se na Mr. ba o de me chire mu eye Queen Fakadi Ghana ha se wo ba hook up queen wo ma bia wo ton one body ni skadia unim se Fakadi de we jet mo no anka se jatum se all your prostitution yi bi on merima da o charge won ono so linking ma bebre ene de se ni san common de anka ntinkogu eye Fakadi na wakakoye interview bi with DWTV recent one ene o de achem so ono mu kai Fakadi de da den times tun se de hu na sister ya ye kokwa ankasa o chema ne nti opon ho se merima wo krom ha se wo de attention bebre e ma ye ma kokko mo se mo munim ene abakokko de o da won chan a hu se obeso light sansem yi am keka kenya ena ge yi kaso merima wo krom ha se wo ye ba na so wo ye light kokko a my attention about so penalty and a coupon who no coupon so adding on your clients baby in the Fakadi Akochema no de Nentia or Ras had the German a scantia the Queen Fakadi near the to George Chema a Marco or more price pan essing to me. I mean in Yadum, Cover Benson and Yadri. Martin to me once since AJ Yadi and Casanti. Moon see Fakadi Namokas Marco who saddened the Indians Munja saddened. A Nigerian is in the training gym Ike on no sooner wabo a stone boy abaso or chema stone boy or tieno I or follow no sembia kaka or se na dream mudrankas or say nipa no one answer say oh nenigen hododo a interview beyond KSM ye no chema oh sa a artist a gan any artist a dance or musician stone boy I bim native boss or chema or kasa say very mad benny or kasanyan sa womu and gym Ike say or can nipa or on kasa wakasa say to Sawoma or the stone boy ebekau. And I say sorry, so the only mayor you say COVID-19 bay their best sayama artists who complain say now want to be in Bosho, one way you seen na affecting people. Now I say they don't say restrictions so mu easy kaka and say artists who Bosho kaka. Now recently na Kumasi and Jackie or Koye ni show be man for chema for buy performance in this was Jackie who born home there. So answer na ya Makasio and Tamale on so costly out aya Aliu Muhammad Sports Stadium. You show your Koye man say na ya kama na ya kan artists our born home there. Eye biala I onu say o Germany onu so ye Toby o say ye ni show no ye no so ekoso ankasa nti say dey kan say mu nyina mu bo shows ye bo mabaso ye bo mabaso say mu say nyema mu ye de ba mu bo mu homodin nti na wo hwe ma bro no say come ekoso entertainment industry nyina e na ma bo no amede besom da say ne ye course bi a mesanso e de bebrem abrantipa unu abadwa fo mu nsom na monto asoman.
Thanks, Aburi, for the segment. For more of these stories, visit our website www.GhanaWeb.com. I want to start with Nenebi on this, but knowing who he is, I am tempted to believe he would want to touch on the breast issue. He should prove me wrong. Nene.
You see, the point is, you know what? I want to prove you wrong. I want to read.
Are you sure you want to prove me wrong? Yo, oh dear.
You see, the point is, there is an association in Ghana called Breast Love Association of Ghana.
And you are the president.
And so I can't run away from my responsibilities as the president of BRELA.
I told you.
You understand?
Continue. You see that Nigerian woman video that has gone viral. There is a certain video using this comedy short films and all that. You see the woman, you say, okay, continue. Continue.
I thought it's a video that would be of interest.
Oh, no.
Before you said it, I thought it's a video that would be of interest to me.
You thought the woman had
something else of because there are two things I care about in this world. This what I care about freedom of speech and press. Those are the two most important things to me as human beings.
I told you.
Yeah. So what the woman of God, Empress Gifty, is talking about is something that in October I have a book coming out. The title of the book is Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It. It's about the top 10 most influential entertainment brands in Ghana in the past decade. And in the introduction, I shared a story. I want to read a portion of that story to buttress a point. So it starts. My body has other parts, she said as I ogled her boobs intensively while starry-eyed. It was my first time seeing her in her full nude glory since we started dating. It was also my second time with a girl. But she must not know that. In order to conceal my innocence, I thought I should act with confidence. By confidence, I mean macho. I tried to trace my fingertips from under her collarbone down to her breast, then circle her areola a few rounds, and then I kneaded them aggressively. You don't press it like you are kneading dough. Relax. What you are doing is intense music. Has she figured that this is my second time? Am I such a novice and so obvious? What you are doing is rushing through foreplay so I can penetrate. Most men do that. Thank God I made a manly mistake. They forget. Okay, it's okay. The point that I read that portion of the story is that story illustrates something which is a common problem men face.
Which is?
Men treat the woman's breast like is not a delicate part of the human body. They treat it like it is brodo. What fitting they said, you're fitting more. You're not supposed to treat it like that. And this actually something that happened like 10 years ago when I was, not 10 years ago, but some years ago. When
you were a novice?
When I was a novice,
okay.
I didn't know how to. But fortunately for me, this lady I was with was an older woman who was confident and so told me that my little brother, they are doing this wrong. They are supposed to be delicate with it. And now, to the glory of God, I see the wisdom in what the woman of God, Empress Gifty, is talking about. You understand? Men need to treat women's breast like it's a delicate organ. You understand? Mamo Reno, the sacred here. I'm fitting to say brodo money. You understand? You understand? That's what I want to say.
For some reason, I wanted you to demonstrate how you handled it, but it's okay. Let's leave that for Moons and Cuddles. Nana, I know Nana will definitely go the music way. Let me hear you. And I also can't breast no answer. Oh no, Nana go on. Nana, meet you.
Two things.
Okay.
I think Amrado shouldn't have apologized to Patapa.
I agree.
He shouldn't. In music, it happens. Out of the pain, Patapa has dropped what people are tagging the song to be one of his best records yet. And you know, apologizing to him is like you intentionally said what you said to dilute or cause a stain or ridicule his brand. And I don't think that was your idea. I think that it was wordplay, and that particular thing, you're not the first person to have said it, and it feels like it fits what you were trying to say too.
But it's a battle. Wordplay, but the person that the thing is about is not happy about it.
Yeah, but who says Eminem says things and people are happy? Eminem says things and he's always in trouble.
Maybe because he wanted to maintain a cordial relationship with Patapa, he needed to do that.
Patapa himself was tapping into a hype, a conversation that he knows will probably help him. Listen, at the time where Patapa dropped a song with Stoneboy, Ghanaians didn't talk about the song. At the time where he even had a song, Article 1, and this is like an opportunity for him to let people know that, listen, I also do good music. So why are you coming to apologize to destroy Patapa's hype that he's building for the song with Wenishe?
Okay, so I get your argument. Okay, I get it.
Patapa, I'm sorry for saying that. And you haters now.
Yeah, I get it.
I think he shouldn't have apologized. He should come back and apologize to Patapa
for apologizing.
For apologizing to destroy his hype. Second thing is Jackie.
Yeah, definitely.
This event or this thing is not the first to happen in Ghana. Efia has done it. Nanaya has done it. Raquel has done it. A lot of Becca has done it with Becca Girl Talk for almost 10 years. And yet the first. But the lack of memory, the lack of appreciating moments and keeping it as it's supposed to be and not referencing it to any other thing is what I am praying for. Okay, I say make a platform used to say, if Jackie drops a song after this big breakthrough, not say Anya as big as forever, she shouldn't be disturbed. So okay, they can play the tape.
Yeah.
Because I know how our people think. And I know the kind of words people say. Ghanaians want always to be exonerated. That see a kind. See, I'm not say obi tweet a free a yaba. Maybe I
say Kenya. Yeah, I've seen that.
Ghanaians feel like they have been like Ghanaians feel like yes, can say Sarkodie is supporting. That's what I don't want to happen to the small girl. Kumasi show now why actually be another artist being in 3 different countries and show. And Ghana has said obi anya show say that. You get it? At the point that Ghanaians were even bold to compare Jackie to Efia and Becca. So tell you how our thinking is. But I want to say big up to the team on my idea to pulling it off in Kumasi. They've done well. Congrats to them. Ghanaians should hold it as Kumasi Forum. Say, Omo Baba Ketwa, once upon a time, pulled up a show in Kumasi at Ejinaho. What am I saying? It's almost some sana. Obi can almost one pan say, hey, what am I saying? I dear Mu can say, Ebia, I see my say, or free Kenya, or free Tanzania, or free a Cameroon, I know. Let's see a better can Ebida. What am I saying? That's how it's supposed to be.
On that note, we'll take a break. When we return, we'll delve into the conversation. We have two things that we want to place emphasis on as far as the discussion is concerned. The Sarkodie store of Africa. He's been to Nigeria, he's been to Kenya. Before that, he did a media tour in Ghana. In fact, we've discussed his album. So that's one. He has passed a comment there that he wishes that Ghanaians will cherish moments, hold on to moments. He acknowledges the support though, but he wants us to cherish the moments. So this is something that has been, has elicited reactions. Some say it's good, others say it's a sign of ingratitude. Well, it's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. So we are discussing Sarkodie's statement that Ghanaians do not cherish moments. He did an interview when he went to Nigeria. He was on Beat FM, and that conversation came up.
Of your music and everything. So a whole lot has been happening as regards your sound, you, and a whole lot of people. I think you still do not get enough credit, you know, as you're supposed to. I don't know if it's the way the Ghanaian music industry is structured or set up, or maybe generally people just you know how maybe when you sing too much of somebody, just be like, okay, yeah, he's him, we know him, he will always put out fire music, and it just tend to just move on. You know, from the BETs to the things you've done, especially putting the Ghanaian music industry on the map, I don't think you get credit enough. Because when you look at the way Nigerians actually celebrate their own, and, you know, when there is a David or there's a Wiz, but, you know, I look at Ghana, and most times it's, oh, Sarkodie, and it's just, yeah. So why do you think that is?
You said I'm looking at you just crazy. I think for like the past week or something, I was on the media tour and I had a conversation like that. Sometimes it's a sensitive conversation when I'm involved speaking about myself. So when I hear it from you, you saying it. Now I need this clip to trend. What you just said right now, I just need it right now. Because when I say it,
I'll not be banned from Ghana. Yeah. Problem.
It's kind of like dicey when it's me coming from me, right? Because you have people, you have friends, and then they don't want to feel a certain kind of way. But what you said, I think I could say I do get my support from Ghanaians. Yeah. Just that I know what you're trying to say. Like they should really hold on to moments and cherish it.
Yeah, because I'm like, you know, the songs with Ace Hood, and when you talk about, you know, the music industry in Ghana, you are one of the very few artists
who's pushing it outside Ghana.
Yeah, so I just want to play a clip, you know, from an interview that I you know, found the other day. Can you just help me hit that?
Stonebwoy is doing a lot that you guys should be like 24/7 highlighting. Like I was saying to say in TV that. That's what these guys are all doing. And I'm also what they are doing. You know, I remember when BET was posting Burna Boy selling out the Apollo. He said the first half will be the artist. You see, because we don't hold on to it. I did it before him.
So that's huge. That's like crazy. You know, for you, a Ghanaian artist, to sell out the Apollo, and it took me, you know, radio presenter doing my research, and okay, I have Sarkodie on my show. Let me just before talk about, and I'm like, okay, he did it, and it's almost like we don't hear these.
We don't hear. We don't just.
It's almost like
through,
you know, it's not happening or anything. So I feel like, you know, we recognize how talented you are. You know what you're doing, especially not just for Ghanaian music, what you're doing for African music as well. And I think that, you know, our Ghanaian brothers and sisters, man, it's almost like they don't know what they have, and they should actually just show you so much love, man.
This minute,
yeah,
you're trying to get me speechless.
Why?
Basically. Because everything I want to say is what you're saying.
Okay.
So I have literally nothing to say.
Okay. So interview over.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Yeah. So yes, I think I genuinely think as an African, so when Bernard wins, it affects Africa.
Yes.
If you're African, that's when you can say, oh, you're from Angola, you're from here. But people from outside, they see all of us as Afrobeat and what we represent.
Right, so that's Sarkodie there. That's his assessment of our industry. Let me begin with Nenebi. What does it mean when we say hold on to a moment or cherish a moment?
As somebody who hardly hold on to moments, I don't know what that means. Because when the moment is over, it's over for me. But on a more serious note, I think I understand where Sarkodie is coming from. Even though I don't completely buy into his wording per se. You understand? I understand where he's coming from. You see, moments becomes memories, right? And the people who cherish memories are people to whom that moment meant something. You understand? So obviously, let me give this football example. When Asamoah Gyan in 2015 set a record as the first footballer in the world to score in 8 consecutive international competitions, cricket, nobody talked about it anywhere in the world. And the entertainment journalists in Ghana didn't talk about it. In 2008...
No, you mean they did not talk about it the way you expected?
They didn't talk about it. They didn't talk about it.
Really?
Yes. In 2018, when Cristiano Ronaldo equaled Asamoah Gyan's record and became the second footballer in the world to score in 8 consecutive international competitions, Ronaldo fans started talking about it and calling Ronaldo the first footballer in the world to do that. That is when Ghanaians started complaining that no, he's not the first person to do that, and a Ghanaian had done that before. You understand? And it became a conversation. So now in 2009, Asamoah Gyan went on to become the first footballer to do it 9 times. And then, what was the name? Ronaldo equaled it. Ronaldo equaled it, that became the conversation. The fact that Ronaldo has equaled it the 9 times, blah, 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 blah. Because people who support Ronaldo are more vested in records. Ronaldo fans, they wake up in the morning and look for records for Ronaldo to set. Ronaldo can wake up in the morning to be the first people to brush his hair on the right. You understand? So moments mean something to them. That's why they cherish it. You understand? I don't know whether it's a Ghanaian thing or I don't know whether it's a Ghanaian thing or it's an individual thing, because moments don't seem to be cherished in Ghana, apart from weddings and funerals. The only thing people cherish in Ghana are weddings and funerals. Outside of weddings and funerals, nobody gives a damn about anything else. You understand? But the people to whom, when your friend is saying, if you want people to cherish your moments, you make them. You understand? Ronaldo's team makes sure people cherish his moments. That's why people talk about it.
Okay.
I don't think Asamoah Gyan has a team who go out and propagates his gospel the way Ronaldo has that team that does that. So I think the problem was, for example, the example Sarkodie used about being the first African Apollo thing. You know, it was talked about in Ghana. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, it was.
It was a big deal in Ghana.
It was.
Yes, it even became a debate when
Achame said,
they were the first to do it and all that. So that moment was a big moment, and Ghanaians cherished it. So Sarkodie can say Ghanaians don't cherish moments. They cherish that moment in particular, and people still hold on to that moment. People still bring up Apollo in conversations in Ghana about who's the biggest rapper of all time. So maybe Sarkodie is up to something, but the example he used and his choice of words, I don't agree with. with that particular, because I think that moment is cherished.
Okay. Nana, you've heard the arguments. In fact, he cited the Apollo, which Sarkodie even cited in his interview. There are people who have also said Sarkodie was celebrated. That moment was cherished when he won the BET. In fact, the international collaborations that he's done and all of that.
Yeah.
Would you say, based on the facts that the people have presented and what Sarkodie said, did Sarkodie in a way goof as they are making us believe?
Okay. You know, thank you. You know, Achiami.
Yes.
Played at Apollo. They had to come and say it at the time Sarkodie Apollo thing happened. Let me elevate the conversation. What Sark said, or he has been propagating, even in the one-play interview with Tileke Nipa, is the fact that when it becomes a country war, I'm elevating the conversation now. When it becomes a country war, then Ghanaians fight the Ghanaian in the country war. The Ghanaians don't defend the Ghanaian in the battle. This is what I mean. When Burna Boy's Grammy thing came up, Ghanaians descended on Ghanaian artists to the extent that even some media people bash Ghanaian artists for being lazy. That's where the conversation is. Cherishing moments means that at a time where a Grammy has been won, a BET has been won several times, and at the time where the BET was won, we as Ghanaians picked it up first. So when I say that you don't cherish moments, I am not saying that you don't, I have to make my records loud. I get that part, but I'm saying that you have, as a country, as a fan, as a Ghanaian, when we are going against another country, you have to raise your voice and say, yes, Omo, you win Grammy, congratulations. But we've beaten you guys on so many grounds. This ground, that ground, that ground, that ground. Do you get it? On so many grounds. Now, when it happens, people don't do that. Instead of them to refer to the moment that we've had, that we've been joyous. And I like the example he gave. That we've had and we have made noise about, we rather come and insult the artists as if they have never done anything in the past. That is why today, a certain Obranfo is questionable in certain conversations about his Paimuka being the best album of all time. That's why today, a certain Reggie Rockstone has to fight to establish the fact that he brought hip life. Today, I can give you several examples. TikTok literally has to fight to let Ghanaians know that, yo, we had MTV base in Ghana with Gil Green first. The guys, where were you? A certain Kangaroo. VIP has to remind Ghanaians that, yo, don't fall for this Nigerian demagogue. Before P Square, VIP was the biggest in Africa. That's what the conversation is. When you bring it to the local setting, you just reduce the heaviness of the conversation to what Sarkodie is saying. You know, I've heard people, I've followed the argument a lot, and people have said, yeah, Ghanaians, they cherish Sark. Look at what they are doing for Sarkodie. They don't do it for Shatawale. They don't do it for Stonebwoy. They don't do it for Kwesi Arthur. The same Ghanaians. Do you know why they are saying that?
Why?
Because Sarkodie said it in another country. The same thing, Sark said it on one place interview with Tilly. Said it on radio and on Hits FM. The same thing. Everywhere he's been going recently, he's been saying it. A Ghanaian is pissed because you should have been patriotic to defend us over there when a Nigerian was telling you that the people don't know what they have.
But you think we don't know what we have?
I don't think Ghanaians know what we have.
We don't?
We don't.
Really?
Let me tell you something.
Even to the extent of patronizing Sarkodie's events and all?
I was coming to that. You know, that conversation made me laugh. When I heard I was laughing, I laughed and I fell down in my office. Sark Nation are Ghanaians, I agree.
Yeah.
But it's 0.00001 of total population of Ghana. And look at what Sark Nation is able to do. It's not literal. Don't take it literal.
Okay.
Don't take it literal. So, look at what that fan base is able to do for their artists. Imagine that we have 2/3 of of that for our artists. You know, in football, Ghana has a lot of history. As a matter of fact, some of the legends that we've had in Ghana always cry that they regret playing the national team. Edu Kofi, am I right? Edu Kofi is what's his name? Osei Kofi is one, right? The Polos are all there. The problem is that at the time where you need a Ghanaian to say we have done it before and be proud and be a proud Ghanaian is when the Ghanaian will say Munyeshe, Ghana for Munyeshe, Manya lazy, Manya this, Manya that. I'm telling you. So we listen.
But you see, that's an instance. So lumping or to make a statement like
what's an instance? It's an instance like, are you saying that I can count 20 legends in Ghana, right? Who cannot match up? I don't want to use fella because it will be too much. Who cannot match up to Angelique Kidjo in Ghana? Not awards-wise. I'm talking about
performance,
African
musically,
recognition-wise,
okay.
acceptance by the people pushing for their legend to be accepted by Africa as the legend. We don't have, because individual fights among us prevents us to take a certain agenda to the world and say, this is Nenebi, he is the prolific writer. Let's go to Osibisa.
That one is true.
Osibisa was so powerful in Africa. I don't think any African group, I've seen the Nigerians trying to push, is this Sunny Day or somebody and his band? Chisanya Day and his band. They are not close to Osibisa. Don't joke. Today, Bessa Simons can talk on radio and somebody can throw an insult at Bessa Simons. What I'm trying to tell you that, listen, at the point where when we lost the battle, when culture custodians, which you said, like the media houses should do their researchers, lost the conversation when they joined the population to downplay the artistic works of our Ghanaian artists. That's when the problem began. So if you're asking about instances, I say it's not instances, it is something that is there. You and I sitting here today, we've spoken about Kwesi Appiah before, and we said that Kwesi Appiah was getting lazy. And I even made the claim that if I compare Kwesi Appiah to the Larry Kings, after so many years they've been working and they've been on their feet and they've been driving the conversation, right? Now, if I go to Nigeria, and like I have been to Nigeria, where a similar conversation came up, and I said, hey, no, I will not agree. My fellow Ghanaian stars picked phone and called me to say, why am I in Nigeria saying something that is not true? I'm telling you for a fact. I was in Nigeria, I was on Cool FM, Beats FM, I've been on so many stations, Sound City and everywhere, and I heard songs being played by not just Sarkodie, Wendy Shea songs, I was hearing so many songs, and I was tweeting.
They play Kwame Eugene a lot.
I was tweeting. I took Kwame Eugene to Sound City MVP Awards, and we were backstage, and I saw Nigerians queue to take a picture with Kwame Eugene, and I made a post. A friend of mine who's a star called me and said, why am I lying? Stoneboy was on stage. I was in the grand arena, the circle where the oval where the common floor, whatever people were, the regular people were, and they were shouting Stoneboy's name. Kwame Eugene performance, the crowd was shouting Angela. When he was leaving, they were still saying, don't leave, don't go, don't go. And I made the post, I'm coming. Do you know what the Ghanaians did? They did a rebuttal on the internet to say that what I was writing was wrong because they were watching on television. So if you're thinking about instances, I'll say no, Abrantepa, it's not instances.
It's not instances. So for you, all the time, we don't hold on to moments. I think, you see, no, wait.
You see, hold on. The question is cherish, don't use hold on. Like I'm saying, every Ghanaian, like he said.
No, but moments is something Sarkodie used in his statement.
Yes, but I'm saying that
so I'm not
the conversation of Asamoah Gyan being the first player to score the fastest goal at the World Cup, right?
Yes.
will be quickly rubbish, I'm just saying as an example, against another foreign player who probably scores a similar thing. And then they will use the Asamoah Gyan penalty miss to insult him and say, Fio say penalty. To you as a fan or Ghanaian, you might be joking. To the world, you are actually giving somebody, like he said, records to hold in high esteem. Do you know that the young boxer who went for the Olympic, right? Who has the president has given some accolades and money to support, right? In not a year, 6 months time, will not be remembered as a Ghanaian who has won an Olympic.
So for how long should we hold on to a moment for you to know that we cherish?
Forever. Today, Lumba, forever. Do you know what I'm saying? Forever. Today, Lumba conversation, the moment a Nigerian says Fela is big, and I expect Ghanaians to say, no, he's not bigger than Lumba. He's not bigger than Amachi Dede. He's not bigger than Kojo. A Ghanaian quickly runs to go and play Celebration. If Amachi is doing a show, if Kojo is doing a show, and you put a Ghanaian together to say, let's hail it like how Celebration has been hailed, you will not get it. You will get some media custodians who will say,
I'm telling you. Then again, there is a section that speak against the Mutametrim mantra.
Which section is that?
Oh, are you saying that all media people?
Listen, I have sat with DJs. I have sat with DJs who are renowned DJs who have been 50 years in the industry.
But not all of them.
I am not speaking here as.
But not all of them.
I'm not speaking here as a blogger or a panel.
No, I'm not. Nobody is saying that.
Listen, I'm speaking today as an artist manager, as a publicist, as a public relations person. I'm telling you that I have sat with DJs. Personally, I have had that experience. Do you know the magnitude of Nanaya in Africa? We went to Sierra Leone and we couldn't even get out of a car to go to a hotel. Nanaya, Patoma's daughter Nanaya, Kodentry. They were all shouting, America, America, America. We literally had to beg people in Ghana to play Nanaya's song. People came to us and said that you cannot do a song like this, sing like Davido. Do you want me to mention it? I can mention names. This topic is important to me because if we don't address it tomorrow, forget SAC. Let me use Stone as an example. I picked up Stone Boy from London in 2011 or 12. Stone Boy was the first African artist to say, I do Afro dancehall. On record, I have the video on YouTube today. Stone Boy was chastised for saying he does Afro dancehall 5 years later. Burna Boy says, I do Afro fusion and Afro dancehall. Ghanaians are hailing and Africa is hailing. When Stone Boy went on an interview in USA, one of them, I've forgotten the online radio station, and he said that I started Afro dancehall. Now he, Stone Boy, Ghanaians said, hey, since when did you come?
You see, the point is,
relax.
I'm coming.
No, relax. I get the conversation of public relations in every artist team. I do respect that. But culture custodians must be able to drive the agenda, drive the vehicle home, so that generations and generations to come will have that. Why is Kanye West still the most powerful artist in the world? How is he able to sell 2 shows at the Mercedes-Benz Center without even moving a finger? Because you see, culture custodians in America respect the Ye brand. Jay-Z does a verse and it becomes a big name because culture custodians. You have Ibro in the morning, you have Zayn Louis, you have Shortyman, all these guys sitting down to put respect on the person who is speaking. Till date, Pac and Biggie are in conversations in America. Why? Because culture custodians respect the Biggie and the Pac conversation. When you have these conversations like this, I don't want us to get, because you are talking to the public, I don't want us to get into the nitty-gritty of things, right? The reason why someone like Kanye West would always, I love Kanye West, I mean, it's probably the biggest Kanye West fans in Africa, right? But the reason why Kanye West will constantly be able to, be in conversations, right? Because there is somebody who invested his money in Kanye West 20 years ago, who hasn't finished reaping the benefit of his money. And that person will always make sure that Kanye West will be in conversations. Thank you for that example. No, thank you for that. Wait, hold on.
No. The reason why people like
thank you for that example. See, thank you. Relax. Thank you for that example. This example, the example you just made, right? Even elevates the conversation to the most painful part.
So, someone like Sarkodie, right?
Okay.
Why would somebody? Okay. I don't want to do like I'm arguing against him because that's not what I'm trying to do.
No, it's fine.
We are all learning. So why would somebody invest their time and love in Sarkodie? What benefit would they reap from that?
I'll tell you what
I'm coming. You see, when you're thinking about things, don't think about things in the abstract. The reason why somebody will invest their energy on Kanye West is because the person will reap financial benefits. You understand? The conversation we should be having is that why should people understand why they need to promote Sarkodie? How does it affect me financially?
So I'll tell you why.
So let's wrap.
I'll tell you something. You see the conversation he brought up about somebody investing, right? Your investment in Ghana is not guaranteed because I say it on authority.
I agree. Hold on.
It's not guaranteed because your culture custodians don't know their job. I almost use the fucking FF word. They don't. We don't know our job. Do you know why I'm saying that? If today, Rock Nation, right? I mean Def Jam and Epic and all these sub labels under the big labels, decide to do their own thing and not involve culture, the people who sit at the gate of culture in our conversations, right? They will soon, Kanye will pass.
Yeah, but the issue with that is,
DJ Ames, who has invested and made sure that Castro became who Castro was before whatever happened to him. Today, he ended up as a pundit. And when he passed away, we had to contribute money. I am speaking to you as a publicist, as a manager. It's this painful. When you take the conversation where he's taking it, you realize that Ghanaians, we kill. Like, it's like, this was said on the Bull Show. And I totally agree with him. I'll give you an example. Phase 1 of a Ghanaian loving a talent. Wow. Amazing talent. He will do well. He will be successful. He will be big. Phase 2, the talent gets to grow. Wow. The talent gets called by a culture custodian person. Oh, Charlie, my busy kakra. Eh, she said, "Oh, you too know. Oh, you arrogant, pa. Oh, you better fair no." As a matter of fact, I sit on a conversation that a group of culture custodians, who they call gateways, deliberately sang Sarkodie's Merry album. I say it on record because I know I've been in the and I fought those guys. It was a conscious effort to make sure that the guy they said he's being pompous, he does it. If you don't understand brand and brand values, then artists are also product. He is an artist, he knows what I'm saying. You will downplay when an artist tells you to cherish my moments, because to you, you don't see the benefit. I'll tell you the benefit. When you travel, I travel a lot. I do travel sometimes around the world. When you travel and you go to a restaurant and they say, "Oh, are you Ghanaian?" Do you know your first passionate point as a Ghanaian to them? 1 is sports. Then 2 is music.
Yeah.
Do you know the music? What they go to? Your music. This guy. I like this guy. I like this guy. Sarkodie. I like this guy. I like this guy. Shatamale. So it automatically, as a Ghanaian in another man's country, you get comfort because your star has shined in another country. Therefore, it is reflecting on you.
Okay, Nene, come in with your point and let me.
Okay, so there are so many things you said I wanted to respond to.
I
don't know if it's
summarize it.
You see, the point is about the international examples you gave, right? A lot of these examples, you cannot take them in vacuum, because Universal, who owns Def Jam and the labels Jay-Z and Kanye assigned to, they also own media houses. You understand? They also own TV stations. They also own radio stations. Charlemagne's bosses also have record labels that they own, and they'll make sure Charlemagne talks about those artists who are on the record labels that they own. You understand? So probably maybe I agree with the point about investment, right? And how your investment is not guaranteed in Ghana. That is not even a question that's limited to just entertainment. In my book, everything that happened and the people who made it, there are 2 or 3 chapters where I made reference to a lot of these things. There's a chapter where I talked about how VIP became big in Nigeria. That chapter, I interviewed a lot of people, including Goodies, right? And Goodies was telling me how when you cannot sit in your country and have influence across the continent. He was saying the fact that, he said a statement that was the title. He said, music is universal, but language is not. And what he was explaining to the sense that people need to know what your music means. And when he said what your music means, doesn't mean that they should understand the language you are speaking. They should know who the artist is. So when you want people in Nigeria to like you, you're supposed to go to Nigeria and they should see you and know you so they will like you. If you want people in South Africa to like you, you're supposed to go to South Africa, let them see you and see what VIP means, what a VIP culture is. And that's when people fall in love with you. And so the reason why VIP became big across the continent was because VIP went to these countries and they touched down with people, spent months there, had girlfriends there. Their girlfriends will go and talk to their other friends, you know. And that's how you sell an artist. You understand? Okay. So someone like Sarkodie, the chapter about Sarkodie, I talked about the fact that in 2012, Sarkodie made a decision that he wanted to be big across Africa. So he hired a team outside Ghana, and the team outside Ghana started promoting him across Africa. And that's when he put out the Psychology album. And that album had a lot of Nigerian features, because then even DSTV was moving their major operation from South Africa to Nigeria because that's what was happening. So Sarkodie had to find a way to blend with Nigeria. That ended up benefiting his career, and now he became known across Africa, right? He put in an effort to do that, and I think that's what Sarkodie was trying to. I think a lot of people took Sarkodie's words out of context, right? Was when even with your interview he did with your platform, he talked about the fact that the Ghanaians support him, but he had to end that. When he said he had to end that, he's talking about the work he put in.
Yep.
You understand? And I don't think that that was a way of insulting Ghanaians that, you know, you have not done nothing for me. No, he said it's 50-50. He put in work and they accepted the work. You understand? So I feel like even other artists aside, there's something I was thinking about that when we were talking. I just remember what I was thinking about. On the internet, it's very, very, very difficult to control everything people say about you.
True.
And every story you put up, you're going to have 30% negative comment, 30% positive comments, and 40% of comments that you can place whether they're negative or positive, right? So it's up to you, the artists, to elevate the 30% which are positive. I always tell artists that it's hurtful and painful when you are seeing negative things about you, right? But you're supposed to make it a point to elevate only the positive things about you.
Final words. Yes, how many profile? I think that it has been established. The cancer in our country, it's deeper than what we think it is. So anybody who trivializes the conversation that has been elevated or raised by SAC is going to affect the agenda we are trying to drive. Let me tell you what we are trying to drive. We want a young boy who is 10 years old, when he gets to 18 years old, to know that a certain A person did this, and that you have to put respect on the person's name.
Correct.
That is why young artists, put the camera on me, let me say it to young artists. When they are at Ghana Music Awards and it's Lifetime Achievement Awards, and they mention Bob Pinodo, they don't know who he is because culture custodians are quiet on all these legends. Today, if I ask you about Papa Yankson songs, can you remember all of them?
Oh, all of them, say. Some of them, now all of them.
In America,
Papa Yankson has one of my all-time.
No, I'm not sure he meant to say all of them.
I meant all of them.
All of them, say.
All of them.
I've seen shows where, you know,
and I recall all his songs.
I'm a person references with, but there are young boys today who sing word for word all songs from Shatawale, all songs from Kwesiata, all songs from Sarkodie, all songs from. Do you know why? Because now they are in vogue. It's being hammered to you every time.
Those guys will grow up and in the next 10 years they can sing those songs. No, they can sing those songs.
Yes, so I'm saying that
because me right now, every Samini song
final words from back in the day,
every Okonfo Kwade song from back in the day.
Because you know why? Because at the time that they were in vogue, yes, we got. So if culture custodians do their job, everybody will know the importance of the magnitude of the things that people have done. See, don't take it to just music. Take it to movies. Today, when we mention Grace Naughty, a lot of people don't know. When we say by the fireside, a lot of people don't know. It's not about bringing it back. It's about the fact that the people who sit at the gate, we hammering it because there are generations that come every single time. So if you don't do it, today you are on GhanaWeb. You're lucky for you. There's YouTube. When a boy grows up, if you go check him, he say, "Hey, my papi, there YouTube guy, do show so." But there's a certain old presenter. Old presenter there. Not today. He nobody knows him. So if the Ghana Music Awards is happening, even the younger host, when they are supposed to introduce an older person, you see how they do the introduction. There's no value. The question is, the thing is, the value is missing. So don't trivialize the Sarkodie thing. It's an agenda. TikTok or Bradford, Dogo or Kratom, Motia, all the boys from Hammer, Tiny. Today, Tiny drops a song and somebody has the nerve to say, "On no kind of time, oh, how dare you!" Cut the show.
Charlie, so in October this year, my first book will be coming out. The title is Everything That Happened and the People That Made It. And the book is profile of the top 10 most influential entertainment brands in Ghana for the past 10 years. And today we talked a lot about record keeping. The book is a record of what has happened in the past 10 years in the entertainment industry in Ghana. And I spoke to some of those influential people. I spoke to some of those brands. I mean, the people behind some of these brands. To some of the people, I spoke to people in academia. I spoke to people in academia about, you know, why Ghanaians are so passionate about someone like Shatta Wale. I spoke to business people about, you know, investing in other people. You understand? And so I feel like this book is probably the greatest book anybody who is interested in entertainment should read. And so you can follow me on my Instagram, his Nenenes, on my Twitter, at your Nenenes. It's important to follow me on those platforms so that you can you know, make reference to it. You can get access to the book when it's out.
Board show with Sarkodie, episode 3. I mean, so far, thank you guys so much for the feedback. Episode 3 is coming. Sarkodie, at a point in music, will venture into education. We will tell you the profession Sarkodie is thinking of in episode 3.
Minimum.
Also, Sarkodie once made mockery of a certain old man, Anna of Bonasum. All of that and more. Both show episode 3, Sunday 8 p.m. on YouTube at One Play Africa. You have to watch it.
Right, so that's all time will allow us on this episode of Bloggers Forum. The show has been sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juicy smoothies, jollof fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your family size pizza half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. A reminder that the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign is still ongoing. As part of our 22nd anniversary, we want to help reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. And so if you see anything that poses as a threat to lives and property, kindly film them or alert us. Let's get interactive on social media at the GhanaWeb, on all social media platforms at the GhanaWeb, or send us an email, newswires@ghanaweb.com, newswires@ghanaweb.com. The GhanaWeb Excellence Awards nominations are still open till August 31. So get on the website www.ghanaweb.com and you see the forms, nomination forms placed randomly, or send us an email, awards@ghanaweb.com, awards@ghanaweb.com. There are 17 categories up for grabs. You nominate and then you give reasons for your nomination. So if you are nominating Nani Aredu as Blogger of the Year, Nani Aredu, the name and then the reason that's for which you are nominating him. GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, that's it. I've been on the show with Nani Aredu. He's with OnePlayAfrica.com. He's an event organizer, artist manager, content creator, everything showbiz. Nenebi is a columnist. He's a poet. He's also into event artist management, and he's an author. His book is coming out this year. Finally, the book is coming out. Yeah. Thank you for being on the show. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. We'll see you some other time with yet another exciting edition of Bloggers Forum. We out.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you for me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there. I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
On this edition of Sports Check, we talk about the art of goalkeeping. And when it comes to goalkeeping, there's no better person to speak to than the former Blasters goalie, who is now a goalkeeper's coach. Abukari Damba is my guest on Sports Check, and once we come from this break, we zoom into the conversation. It's Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwakwa. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and Abukari Damba, a legendary goalkeeper, is the one I'm speaking to today. Coach, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
You just finished training a host of goalkeepers, and today we are discussing an interesting topic that pertains to your field. For someone who doesn't know a lot about football, what's goalkeeping?
Well, the goalkeeper is an integral part of the whole team, but has a specific role to play. And it is only the goalkeeper who is allowed to use every part of the body so far as their area of operation is concerned. When I say area of operation, I'm talking about the goal area. The goalkeeper is permitted to use his or her feet and the hands, especially in his or her own area of operation, that is the goal area. So it is the goalkeeper who is permitted to use his or her hands in the goal area. But apart from the hands being used in the goal area, you can use any other part of your body in any other part of the field. You can even go as far as to the opponent's goal area and play, and can even score goals. And we have seen that happen time and time again, even though it is not too rare, but it is also part of the game. So generally, he's an integral part of, the team. But in my opinion, because arguably though, I always say the goalkeeper's position is the most important.
So I think last week or so there was this discussion on Twitter. Says Fabregas, Rio Ferdinand, and the guys were talking about the most important aspect of the game. Ferdinand feels it's for its defense. Fabregas feels it's midfield. I think there was one attacker who made a case for midfielders. What makes you think that, just one man in the post and we have other men, what makes your role more important than someone who is basically running on the field and chasing the ball?
Simple. Very, very simple. All the main actors on the pitch make lots of mistakes, and they can be covered.
Sure.
And the mistakes could be covered. But the goalkeeper's mistake is final. The goalkeeper can single-handedly win and lose games. Not consciously or deliberately, but this is a metaphorical statement that I've made.
Sure.
The goalkeeper's mistake is final. So for which reason, the goalkeeper must be concentrated, must concentrate for 90 minutes plus, depending on the duration of the game, without blinking. So the goalkeeper must be alert and alive for the whole duration of the game. Because for which reason, in my opinion, and I think so, that the goalkeeper is the most important player on the pitch because of their situation, where they find themselves. Very delicate, very sensitive, and must be devoid of too many mistakes. Because your mistake is doom. It spells doom for the whole team.
Does that not add an extra layer of pressure, to goalkeepers in such that you almost at every time have to get it right? Basically, there is no room for error.
Yes.
Does that not add a bit of pressure to goalkeepers?
I don't think so. It is a role, it's a responsibility, and it's a choice. You have made a choice to be a goalkeeper, and you know the dynamics of goalkeeping. You know what comes with goalkeeping. And because it is a specialized department for specialists, so every goalkeeper specializes and must be a specialist.
Yeah.
So when they call you a specialist in a particular field, it means devoid of too many errors. Your level of error should be very, very minimal. So we goalkeepers are very much aware that we have a responsibility of keeping the whole team on our own shoulders. So mistakes, no room for mistakes. So we are prepared physically and prepared mentally. So we hardly have any space to breathe.
Yep.
So we are trained to behave like that, act like that. So that's why we call ourselves the most important people on the pitch.
Earlier on when you were explaining the role of goalkeepers, you made mention of using your bodies. But over time, we've seen the role of goalkeepers transform or evolve. Now you are no longer going to catch the ball in the air and perhaps hoop it into the air and maybe to the opponent's half. Now basically you are part of the build-up. Even from 2014, we saw Manuel Neuer introduce something new where a goalkeeper is now more of a sweeper.
Yep.
When the ball evades the defenders, you have to be the next line of defense, not just in your post. You have to come out and attack the ball.
Yeah.
How do you manage that as a goalkeeper, that you are not just going to catch the ball, but now you even have to start the attack? You also have to play defensive roles as well. How do you manage that?
I tell you, football is a functional game. And we are talking about defending, that is when you don't have the ball. Attacking, when you have the ball. These are functional plays. Then we have the transitional moments in the game, which is what are you doing when you have the ball and you lose the ball? When you lose the ball and you win the ball. These are the two transitional moments. And goalkeepers have their roles, specific roles to play during these transitional moments. Now, functionally, in as much as defensively, you are supposed to prevent the ball from getting past you into your net. That is where you become a shot stopper. But functionally, when your team has the ball, what is the goalkeeper doing to make the goal-scoring opportunities of his team as big as possible? And you can only score when you have the ball in the team. Keep the ball in the team. So you need to improve upon your technique, your technical qualities, technical abilities as to your passing, your range of passing, your skill of passing. Be it short, long, high, or whichever. Whether you are distributing with the punt, that is from the hand to the foot, doing a long ball, or whether the ball is on the turf and you have to do a medium pass, you have to dink the ball. And all the different techniques, the goalkeeper must be able to execute them as and when it is required. That is why your judgment should be at another level. So goalkeepers are now trained to be very, very good ball players.
Yep.
And apart from being good ball players, but knowing when to pass the ball, the direction to which to pass the ball, the speed of the ball, and the trajectory of the ball. So these all come with a lot of specialization. So for which reason goalkeepers have become so important.
Yes.
That they join the whole team when when his or her team is on the ball. They don't stay in the goal area. They join to make the attacking the numbers, to make up the numbers. So for which reason you can always see that in the last line of defense, the back line, one of the central defense can always push up to join in the attack because they know the goalkeeper is behind to play that role. So for which reason we call them goal players.
Yep.
Some of them are used as sweeper players. Some of them are used as libero players, depending on the situation, depending on the strategy and depending on the vision and style of play of the team.
But how do you manage that? When do you know when to kick it long, kick it short, hoop it into the... When do you make... Because I'm saying this because in one of our... I'm an Arsenal fan. And in one of our games this season, Ben Leno made a mistake where there was pressure on him, and instead of hitting it long, he chose to pass the ball. And unfortunately, it went to the wrong player, and we considered a goal. In the post-match, Arteta was like, he should know that there are times where you can pass it short. There are times when you just have to challenge.
Very well.
As it used to be.
Absolutely.
As a goalkeeper, how do you navigate that? When do you know, okay, today, for this moment, let me give it to my defender. For the next moment, let me kick it long. How do you manage that?
That is why goalkeepers should be able to read and analyze the game situationally. In as much as your system of play, your tactics, just want to build from the back. I want to use my 2 central defenders to build up. I want to use my 2 wide players to build up. I want to use my controlling midfielders to build up. Depending on the situation, because you are not playing in isolation, you always have an opponent. So you read the situation based on the positions of the opponents. If it is not too dangerous, you can start the build up from the back, which is easier.
Sure.
But if the opponents are there at close range, you need to avoid making mistakes. So in this situation, you need to go long to avoid making mistakes which should be capitalized and used against you by the opponent. So the situation should determine the goalkeeper's judgment, whether to build up from the back or to do the long ball. So, but I must also add that goalkeepers are human beings. Goalkeepers have low points and high points.
Sure.
Goalkeepers also do make mistakes.
Yep.
But you are not allowed to make fundamental or basic mistakes. These are very basic. The situation tells you what to do next with the ball. The coach from the sidelines cannot tell you what to do in a particular situation. That is why you are professional. You are trained to do that. You should be able to interpret. You should be able to analyze the situation. And of course, act accordingly. That's why we say goalkeepers must be very sharp and very smart.
Now, I'm going to put you a bit on the spot there, and that will be my last question on this whole, the new trend of goalkeeping. Having watched a lot of European and African goalkeepers, who are the top 3 or 5 goalkeepers that you think have been able to adapt to this new way of goalkeeping? Or who are your best, basically, goalkeepers currently?
Are you talking about our domestic league?
No, I'm talking about, say, European football. We'll come to the
football.
We'll come to the Ghana Premier League. But when it comes to
football in general, I tell you, Alisson has so far been a standout player, so far as I am concerned.
Sure.
I'm also looking at the Man City goalie,
Ederson.
Can you remind me?
Ederson.
Ederson is another personality who has demonstrated time and time again that they are real team players.
Yep.
When it comes to functional football,
he's great with his foot.
You can't beat them.
Yep.
You know when to release the ball, where to release the ball to, the speed of the ball, the trajectory of the pass. They are specialists. These are 2 goalkeepers who are standout. I can also see that Mendy used not to be at that level, but Mendy of Chelsea has now, of late,
he's learning,
added a lot of quality into his goalkeeping, functionally, especially when playing from the back. Now his range of passing has become very qualitative.
Sure.
And I think he's another goalkeeper that I think he's coming up quickly and adapting quickly to the situations. We have many goalkeepers who, of course, are outstanding in their field of play. But then, when it comes to functional football, we have goalkeepers who stand out. And I think readily, these are the 3 goalkeepers I can think on my feet to mention, spontaneously.
You mentioned Mendy, and that was going to be my next topic, the presence of African goalkeepers in the top tier of world football. We have a lot of good goalkeepers down here. Yeah. Over the years, we've produced a whole lot of great goalkeepers from the African continent, the Nkono and the likes. But you rarely see African players keeping post for the likes of Real Madrid, the Chelsea. Of course, Mendy is now doing that. What's the challenge? What's stopping us from, just as we are producing great players, why are we not producing players who will command first team roles in basically all the top 10 clubs in the world?
I mentioned in my earlier submission about how the goalkeeping department is a specialized department.
Yeah.
And you need specialists to be able to do that. If you look at in other jurisdictions, they have consciously and deliberately invested time and energy and funds into the goalkeeping department, making it autonomous. So you have special vision. You must train your goalkeeper according to the vision of your team. Now, you look at scouting. You scout your goalkeepers according to your vision. Identifying the talent is very important. You identify them at a particular age level, then you begin to develop them accordingly. And with time, they grow up and they become very much accustomed to that department. It's a conscious effort, and everyone or every FA or every MA must make, or every club must make that deliberate and conscious effort to invest in that particular department, that is goalkeeping department. Then you will get it right. For which reason, if you look at the likes of the team that you just mentioned, from the academy level, goalkeepers are trained systematically. Goalkeepers are integrated into the main training sessions to play with their feet. So if you observe, great passers, goalkeepers are great passers of the ball because they do understand the controlling and passing. Then when it comes to goalkeeping specifics, then you deal with the specific attributes, the physical attributes, and the technical attributes. And these are all specialized areas which must be tackled consciously. And you must have a vision to be able to do this. And it doesn't just lie in the hands of the goalkeepers to do that, but you need to have specialists, goalkeepers technicians. I'm talking of goalkeepers trainers. I'm talking of goalkeepers coaches. You must be a specialist to be able to handle that department consciously. So that is why it is for which reason that outside European clubs have better goalkeepers, because they have invested consciously into that department and have paid attention to the special demands of that goalkeeping department.
So you're saying it's more or less like African nations need to make a conscious effort at producing world-class goalkeepers.
Absolutely. And making goalkeeping an integral part, making goalkeeping an autonomous department who have a vision, not devoid or not separate from the vision of the MA itself. So conscious efforts are made to develop the goalkeepers according to the vision. It involves a lot of technical abilities, and in skill build-up, we are talking of the technical qualities. We are talking of, the psychological aspect, mental toughness, and all those kind of things. But it comes first and foremost with your technique. Technique is very, very important. Controlling and passing. Controlling and passing. And these are the things that are very, very, very necessary when it comes to playing the game. And controlling and passing with the feet, controlling and passing with the hands and the whole of the body.
So now we have the likes of Gomez at Rennes, we have Onana, who is doing quite well at Ajax until his unfortunate incident.
But in their situation, you see that they find themselves in another jurisdiction who have already had the structures in place. The facilities are there. They have everything there that will take care of the needs of the goalkeeper. So you see a goalkeeping department which has a goalkeeping director. Yes.
Yeah.
The head of the goalkeeping department.
Sure.
You have the trainers, goalkeepers trainers on the pitch. You have the goalkeepers trainer who is focusing on how the goalkeeper is dealing with high and long crosses. Sorting out their feet, judgment, high and long crosses. You have because in goalkeeping, you are talking about defending and attacking. How do you defend corner kicks against you on the left and on the right? How do you defend free kicks against you, depending on the distance from the goal. These are all part of goalkeeping. How many players do you need in the world? And when it comes to attacking free kicks, attacking corner kicks, I'll give you just a recent example of Liverpool.
Yeah, Alisson.
Alisson, who is the catalyst as far as their qualification in the Champions
of course.
Football is concerned. It is all as a result of the effort of one individual, and that is Alisson. He left his goal area just about some seconds to the end of the last kick of the game, attacking corner kick. He came, and it was he as an individual who had to convert. So what does that tell you? It tells you one, you need courage to be able to do that. You need confidence to be able to do that. And above all, you need the quality, the technical ability to be able to execute. So this makes him complete.
Someone was saying that of course that's not the first time a goalkeeper has scored a goal, but due to the evolution of the game now, it's going to add another role to the goalkeepers, where goalkeepers will now be relied upon in the later part of the game, especially when their teams are trailing, to go up there and try to score goals for their team.
I tell you, it is not part of the roles of the goalkeeper.
Sure.
No. You need to look at the quality of your goalkeeper, the situation that demands that the goalkeeper go up there. Is he able to execute it? It is not one of our roles. It is a rare, what do you call it, responsibility, which is taken by the individual goalkeeper.
Okay.
But he needs the permission of teammates. He needs the confidence of teammates. He needs the permission of technical team. He needs the confidence of the technical team. But in a situation where he goes up and is not able to convert, and there's a counter attack and the goal is scored against him, he is going to be blamed directly. In as much as he can score all the points for converting and going up there to score, he will get the whole blame if a goal is scored against him, because your first and primary role is to prevent the ball from getting into your goal. But going up to score is a secondary responsibility.
So this is going to be my final question on the African goalkeepers. We've produced a lot of goalkeepers on the continent, the likes of Nkono, Antoine Bell, and their likes. If you're pushed to the wall, name your top 5 African goalkeepers of all time, who would they be?
I tell you, it will be very unfair to do that, because we have generations.
Sure.
And I always believe that every generation, let's take it at least a decade, 10 years, we have goalkeepers who are produced, top-class goalkeepers who are produced generationally. And we must not also forget that football has evolved. Those years you are talking about, the years of the Thomas Nkonos, the Antoine Bells, and I used to have this goalkeeper in Nigeria that I admired so much. When I remember, I will prompt you. He was one of my idols, and I admired him so much. During those days, or those years, the rules were very different. The back pass rule was not that effective. Goalkeepers did not play too much with the feet. Goalkeepers did not need to join the attack to play, because the rules were very different. The speed of the game was different, and many other things have changed. So for which reason, the style of goalkeeping has also changed generationally. So comparatively, those years that you are talking about, the Nkonos and the Antoine Bells, they were basically short stops. They operated mostly in their goal area. They were champions of keeping the ball out of the goal. So that aspect, you cannot go far away from mentioning the Thomas Nkonos and Antoine Bells. And the question also pops up: why is it that in Cameroon, the Cameroonians, the Senegalese could produce goalkeepers?
They have a rich history of producing.
Don't leave Ghana out. How come they were able to produce the Robert Mensah, the Joseph Cars, the John Bakers of blessed memory? There were some years we had top-notch goalkeepers.
It's true.
You know, so Ghana can't be left out in that equation of having top-class goalkeepers of yesteryears. It is just that were not able to maintain
that level
of goalkeeping over a period of time, simply because we did not add a lot of value. We did not pay attention. Because if you look at Ghana of yesteryears, goalkeeping, most top goalkeepers came from the Western region. You could see the Northern region.
And you know, Reverend Sarkodie has been saying this thing that if Ghana was a serious country concerned with our goalkeepers' position, by now there would have been some research or some academy set up in the Western region purposely for producing goalkeepers.
Well, that one could be the case. But we need to understand that football has become so scientific.
Sure.
It is the same way, that same argument will also come with. Why is it that some years past we had the best wingers coming from the Western region? When you talk of wing play, the Kofi Abri's, the Asians, and so on and so forth. Crosses of the ball. Wing play. Yes. So that notwithstanding, I think that in as much as I will agree with him partially that a research will be conducted to find out how come we're able to unearth such talents. But now it has become, football has become so dynamic. It's widespread that you can unearth talents from everywhere and anywhere, every corner in the country. But it's about the consciousness, going around with deliberate effort to unearth those talents, bring them together and give them the necessary and the needed skill to be able to, to develop and grow.
All right, thank you very much. And this is Sports Check, where we are speaking to Abukari Damba. We've discussed a whole lot of topics about African goalkeeping, world goalkeeping. Our next topic is the Ghana Premier League. And once we come from this break, Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwakwa.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Back from the break, we are talking goalkeeping, and Abukari Damba has been my guest. We are going to talk about the Ghana Premier League. Damba, have you been impressed with the level of goalkeeping seen so far in the Ghana Premier League this season?
I must say to you that with the materials that we have around at our disposal, I couldn't have been any more impressed. Before the kickoff, the league kick started, the question was posed to me, Asante Kotoko. You have Felisana, you have Kwame Ban, you have Danladi. Why Abalora?
Yeah.
Then I told them, this is the best decision, as far as I am concerned, that Kotoko has made.
I kind of disagree. I feel that...
Yes, you can disagree. But I'm saying to you that Kotoko demonstrated beyond all reasonable doubts that the goalkeeping department was such a very important department. In as much as they had Felisana, they had Kwame Ban, who were all national
team
assets. Danladi, national asset. They still thought it wise and saw it very prudent to bring into the fold and Abalora. And I tell you what, it just proved them right. When Abalora took over the goalkeeping department, the goalkeeping position, he took it over from Felix Annan due to certain reasons that we don't discuss here. Not because Annan was deep in form, not because Annan was not a good goalkeeper. You and I know that Felix Annan, over the period of years, has demonstrated that he's...
For me, he should be our number 2.
Well, that is an opinion. But Abalora came and took over and has been consistent in the goalpost.
Sure.
But in as consistent as he has been, he started becoming complacent and made quite a number of infantile, basic mistakes. And it's not because he's a bad goalkeeper, but I believe very strongly that it is mental fatigue, for which reason he was losing it. So you had to get an equally good replacement immediately to fill into the gap, to keep on the momentum. Felixana was available, Kwame Ban was available. But it must come with a lot of expertise to be able to keep such top-level practicing goalkeepers in one club. Because you need one goalkeeper to perform at a particular time. But what do you do to keep them competitive? What do you do by rotating them to keep them very active and alive? It is also another discussion altogether. It comes with a lot of expertise. But I am saying that the goalkeeping department has been very active this year. I have seen it in Abalora. I have seen it in this Aduana goalkeeper, who has been very, very impressive so far as I'm concerned. I'm talking about the young goalkeeper of Wafa.
Yeah.
He has also very much impressed me. The goalkeeper who just came in this, is it Edie or Rashid, they call him, of Great Olympics. Yes. He has also
he's a fantastic guy.
I am telling you, these are goalkeepers who are really proving that given the opportunity and given the right direction, the right training, they will definitely hit the headlines. So goalkeeping has been very competitive. Very, very, very competitive. And if you look at the stats, you look at their performance statistics, statistically, you see that yes, a lot of clean sheets. Abalora stands tallest, a lot of clean sheets. You know, but it's not clean sheets which makes you
the best goalie.
The best goalie. But it only tells you that with a clean sheet, you are able to manage and control your defense in terms of leadership. So these are all some of the things that we have to look at. So I think that for me, in terms of goalkeeping, the Ghana Premier League has been outstanding. Goalkeepers have been very, very impressive. But there's a lot of room for improvement.
What has impressed me most about them is their effort, their attempt at adapting to what we earlier discussed. So now they no longer hit it long as they used to be. You can clearly see that they are working on passing it short, spotting a chance and kicking the ball. They are not just, kicking the ball in here. And for me, that's impressive. It marks some progress in our Ghana. But when it comes to what you've seen so far, which goalkeeper has stood out for you?
In terms of, playing with the feet, if you look around, spread it around all the goalkeepers. I forgot to mention Danladi, Ibrahim, on loan goalkeeper for
King Faisal.
He has also been an amazing personality. Look at his exploits with the national team, and he has, of course, progressively brought it to bear so far as the league is concerned. Playing with the feet, just as we mentioned, yes, goalkeepers are now making conscious efforts because football has evolved. That is the trend so far as the game is concerned. We want to see the goalkeeper. How functional are you? How are you able to aid your team when they have the ball and they're attacking? And you can only do that by keeping the ball in the team. It adds a lot of confidence to you as an individual player, and it adds a lot of confidence to your team, especially when your goalkeeper is able to distribute, keep the ball in the team in terms of passing. He's able to do once in a while, do a long ball, a counter attack, long ball, which might result in goal scoring opportunities. And I think this is what we are all talking about. You are very right in saying that we have seen a lot of improvement in that aspect of the game. We are now moving away from just being ordinary shot stoppers, just preventing of goals, to also aiding our teams to be able to make the goal scoring opportunities very, very high by improving upon our passing, controlling and passing abilities. Being able to be visionary to locate a teammate high up the pitch with a great technical pass. And I think our goalkeepers are doing that, but we need to work consciously and deliberately towards getting them up to the next level, because internationally goalkeepers are high up there and we need to catch up.
You made mention of Razak Abelora. He's currently our number 2. Per the last games we played, he was the Black Stars number 2. Now, in the last game, he was replaced by Felix Sanan. we all admit that there's been a slump in his form. Would that not affect his Black Stars chances?
I'll tell you what, there are two scenarios. I just indicated to you that it is not as a result of a dip
in form,
but momentary loss of concentration. It could be as a result of complacency, seeing himself as I'm the number one, nobody else comes near. But listen, if you are number one, you need to be reliable, you need to be consistent. And this is the learning curve. So when they make such mistakes, then they mature. It's experience time for them. So he becomes a better person, he becomes a better goalkeeper, for that matter. It mustn't affect his position in the national team. Never. We are talking about building the goalkeepers for the next level. Abalora has been identified and we are in the process of building him up. These singular mistakes should not reflect or affect our quest to building him into becoming a formidable force so far as goalkeeping is concerned at the highest level. It mustn't affect him. The only thing is that we need to work on him. Why is it that he was able to make, or he made such mistakes consistently, about 3 times, making the same mistakes? Why? We need to find out as trainers, as the technical people, as the stakeholders. We need to find out. Somebody should be responsible to do that. Yes. It is our responsibility as technical men and stakeholders. Identify the mistake and make the player better. It is not, the onus does not just lie on him to do so. It is our problem as technical men to make Abalora a better person and a better goalkeeper. But for me, it is a learning curve. You can never, ever be in the goalpost forever without making mistakes. Some mistakes are pardonable. Some mistakes are not pardonable. And some mistakes which are deemed very fundamental, very basic, are unpardonable. And you must be responsible for your mistakes. And that is why Abalora must be responsible for these mistakes. But we don't need to chastise him. If we do so, we'll kill his confidence. And if we do so, we'll kill his growth. But at the end of it all, no matter how we pep him up, no matter how we encourage him, no matter how we psych him up, it now relies on him as an individual how to get himself up. It's not how many times you fall, it's about how many times you get up. So now the responsibility lies in the hands of Abalora to wake himself up, wake up to the reality, and come back and get working.
Is that a bit of a challenge for the Black Stars coach? Because now at some point we had Olili and Samir J as our top 2 goalkeepers. We've gone from that to Richard Ofori, who I admit is fantastic, but cannot be put on the same level as the great Olili. We have Abalora, who is our second, losing concentration at this crucial stage of the season. If you're a Black Stars coach, would that not be a headache for you that your second goalkeeper is making such errors?
Absolutely. It will be a headache for me. That is the reason why I am the trainer. I am put there to fix the problem, to fix the challenge. That's why I'm there. It will be a headache for me. For which reason, we coaches have what we call the coach-player relationship. You can have an individual or 1v1, one-on-one conversations with your coach, with your goalkeeper, and find out what the challenges are. The challenges could not be coming from on the pitch. He could be bringing challenges or problems off the pitch onto the pitch, which could affect him psychologically. How are you able to deal with such situations? This intermittent loss of concentration should not happen. And there's a brain training to be able to deal with such players who have such challenges.
Do we offer our goalkeepers such, if not just do we offer our players such psychological assistance?
We do.
Okay.
We do. That's why we have psychologists in the teams.
I'm talking about the Ghana Premier League.
The Ghana Premier League. That is why the club licensing says that every club must have a psychologist in the team to be able to deal with the psychology of the players. Absolutely, because psychology is nearly almost 75 to 80% in the game, because it is the brain which functions. So we need to have psychologist to be able to look at the psychological aspect of the players, develop the players mentally, and let them put them in the position to be able to deal with such situations when they find themselves in them. That's why the goalkeeper is so important. We are saying that momentary loss of concentration and the team is down. So the goalkeeper should be able to maintain concentration for a longer period of time. And how are you able to do that? We have practical training sessions. Practical training sessions for maintaining concentration for longer periods of time. That is conducted by the goalkeepers trainers.
Okay.
You have it on the pitch and you have it off the pitch. These are things that must be infused into our curriculum for training and our programs for training. And it makes our goalkeepers better and better and better every day.
I think we've had enough of goalkeeping. Let's come to, I think the last time I spoke to you, you said you were the PFAG, or you were training goalkeepers, basically more like an academy purposely for, or a setup purposely for training goalkeepers. How confident are you about the future of Ghana football with respect to the talent in your hands and goalkeepers you've seen elsewhere?
I tell you, let me correct this impression. I was once a goalkeeper. I specialized in goalkeeping, but now I am a coach, a fully fledged coach in general coaching. And if you want to be a very, very good goalkeepers trainer, you must have knowledge in general coaching. You must understand strategy. You must understand tactics. You must understand systems of play. Because football is functional and goalkeepers are an integral part of the game. So I'm saying to you that in as much as I'm a specialist in the goalkeeping department, I just oppose that against the totality of the game. Functional. So I do functional goalkeeping. Apart from dealing with the specific attributes of the goalkeepers, I deal with their functional play as well as team players from the goalkeeping perspective. So with the PFAG, I'm the out of contract trainer for the PFAG, for that matter, and I deal with out of contract players from First Division, Premier Division, and so on and so forth, both male and females. So you'll see that I'm on my training grounds now. This is the Wembley AstroTurf. This is where I do my out of contract training, and it is not just goalkeepers. Outfield players are here, and I deal with 30, 40 outfield players. Sometimes I can have 10, 15 goalkeepers. So I do a combination of both, because there are certain times I need to see the goalkeepers play functionally. How do they build up from the back with the back line? How will they do the build up doing the long ball to locate a striker up front? Where do they put the ball depending on the situation? So this is what I do here. So I do complete academic training here.
So how do you prepare them for penalties? Is it that, you know, you just wake up and, or it's scientific where you train them that, okay, if a player takes a step with the right, you have to dive this way. If he takes with the left, what goes into it as a coach?
You know, I do penalty training nearly almost about 3 or 4 times in a week. I do penalty training, not just for my goalkeepers, for the outfield players as well. One, penalty comes one, you must have a lot of confidence. That is one. But if I'm going to zero it down to only my goalkeepers, I always teach my goalkeepers in terms of penalties, you react to the situation and not anticipate. Because if you're going to rely on anticipation, you always get it wrong. But react to the situation.
That's a difficult task.
Come again?
That's a difficult task.
That is why we are goalkeepers. You have to react to the situation. And your reaction must be quick and very fast.
Charlie.
That is why you are goalkeepers. Yes.
And
these ones, because it is a verbal thing, if it was practical, then I would demonstrate to you the position of the goalkeeper, the body posture of the goalkeeper, and you look at the feet, which must always be shoulder width apart to allow for you to either collapse or do a takeoff without adjusting the feet. And these are all taught, and they are practical experiences that goalkeepers must have and must be taught. Because the goalkeeper, you must be very explosive. Very, very explosive. Now, I tell you, there are certain players who will look at one direction and hit the ball as hard as they can. If the goalkeeper dives to that direction and you get it right, you must have a very strong hand to bring the ball out of the goal.
Sure.
To prevent the ball from crossing the goal line, you must have a strong hand to be able to do that. And you must dive across the ball. So these are all technical abilities which must be taught. It must be taught over and over and over again. But it doesn't come that easy.
So now to your very self, you kept for the Black Stars. What's your biggest moment as a Black Stars goalie?
I will tell you my biggest moment, and will always continue to be my biggest moment. And as much as people will see the negative aspect of it, me as the one who was involved, and I'm referring to Ghana, Algeria, our second leg against Algeria, that was in 1993, a World Cup qualifying game. And if we had qualified to the World Cup 1994, the 1994 World Cup in the US of A, I would have been one of the goalkeepers who have qualified Ghana the first time to the World Cup. So that meant a lot to me. That was the time which made me and unmade me. It was the time I was in my element as a goalkeeper. It was the time I would have sold whatever I had in me in goalkeeping to the whole world by taking Ghana to the World Cup. And it was in that particular game that I crumbled. But it is another ball game altogether. But it gave me a lot of experience going forward.
When you say crumbled, what happened?
You know, after that game, for your interest and for the interest of your viewers, Black Stars was in camp in France, in Marseille, prepared for the game against Algeria. And whilst we were in France, most of the clubs were in our training grounds. And I'll tell you, I was one of the hottest kicks that club was looking for, especially PSG.
Okay.
Yes, I was on the radar. They followed the Black Stars to Algeria to watch the game. I was going to be given an opportunity to play. That is why I said I crumbled. And it was one of the worst performances in my career, the whole of my life. But that was a life-changing moment. Life-changing moment. And anytime I remember it and I talk about it, in as much as I know I will use the experiences for the up-and-coming ones, I just can see what it did to me as an individual, my family, and my admirers. But more importantly, my country. What can we say about that? It is past and gone. That's why I said to you, I crumbled. It would have been a changing point, a turning point in my life.
Do you sometimes feel that you let the country down in that particular?
I just don't feel that I let the country down. I let myself down. And I tell you what, I wish at that time anybody could put him or herself in my shoes. Things of this nature, if you are not strong and you don't have people around you, you can commit suicide. It can lead you to commit suicide. If here.
Is this something that you thought of?
I never thought about it because I had very good people around me. Because I could not fancy it. I couldn't fancy it. I couldn't believe it. I thought I was on top of the world. And the next moment, I was underneath there. And everybody was pointing fingers at Damba. It is Damba. It is the fault of Damba. It is Damba. Jeez. The whole country pointed fingers at me. My teammates pointed fingers at me. My friends pointed fingers at me. at the end of it all, it was left with who? Damba. How did Damba handle it? How did Damba deal with it? But I thank God I'm still alive. I thank God I can teach it. My personal experience to the up and coming ones, because I felt it. I was in it. I felt it before, during, and after the situation. So I think it's well and good, because a learning process.
Sure.
I am now in another at another level where I can teach, I can impact. So I think it has taught me a huge lesson that I think I don't regret.
That's some lesson for young players coming up. My very last question is about, you're obviously a great goalkeeper, but who was that idol that inspired you?
I'll tell you, coming up, growing up, the only goalkeeper that I knew, excuse me, and the name kept ringing bells in my ears, was Thomas Nkono of Cameroon, as young as I was. Just that I did not adopt the name Thomas Nkono. I grew up, went into the Premiership Division, and I was so privileged to have one of Ghana's top goalkeepers in the person of John Baker of 11 Wise fame, the Black Stars fame. They brought him to join me in RTU those days, and he was my trainer. He was my mentor. He did everything for me to bring me up, and honestly I took over from him, and that is where it propelled me. And coming into the Black Star proper, I had the opportunity to travel with the national team to Cameroon to play in one of our qualifying games. I cannot remember whether it was Cup of Nations qualifier or World Cup qualifier, but it was a qualifying game. And we went there to play the second leg. It was a drawn game. We played a draw game in Cameroon. Thomas Nkono was in goal. I had the opportunity to meet him live, to see him live. So the only souvenir I could bring back from Yaoundé was a very big picture frame, a frame of Thomas Nkono in action that I was able to purchase. I brought it back to Ghana, and it was, you know where I hung it? Right on top of my bed. If I slept and woke up, the first thing I saw was the picture of Thomas Nkono. He inspired me so much. I admired him so much. But I did not play like Thomas Nkono.
You carved your own path.
His style of play was different from my style of play. Why? Because the trainer who took care of me so far as development was concerned, that is John Baker. That's why I played like John Baker. But I admired Thomas Nkono.
Well, that's an interesting story of a young boy growing up to meet his idol. And you heard him mention Sarkodie 11. That is a club I supported. If you know the history of Akabile Mieza and 11, you understand why I support Sarkodie 11. So it has been Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakwao. Yapon.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
He has
been able to break through an industry with few possibilities. He has risen through hard work and consistency. Today, he can boast as being one of the most successful comedians we have here in the country. Yes, but before we unravel our guests, let's take this quick breather. When we come back, we have more for you. This is Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talktainment on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from that break. You are watching Talktainment, and as usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, chicken, and one Coca-Cola at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy one and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And our guest today is going to, I don't know, he's going to be keeping us all smiles the whole time, hopefully. Comedian Waris is here with us. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. How are you doing?
I'm good. I like. Oh, thank you. You are looking good.
That's okay.
Waris.
Are you single?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You want me to say I'm single? I'm not single. But I'm okay.
You know, I was just about telling you to just make me and my crew laugh for some few seconds. But
well, we have two types of ways of doing that. We have the manual, we have the automatic.
Which one? Okay, I don't like manual stuff. I like automatic stuff.
Well, you just laughed, but if it's manual, we can tickle you. You catch you there.
Waris, you know, funny enough, you don't look it like you're a comedian, but you don't look, you're calm. You have a calm personality. How is that? How are you? Don't you get people telling you that, oh, once a comedian, those things? Don't you get it?
It's what you see outside. For what is on my mind is because so, but normally people see me, they are like, okay, this comedian, he looks like Justin Bieber and he's nice, but I think my foremost dream of what I wanted to do in life is always what precedes me. So when I meet people, they are like, you don't look like a comedian, you look like a pilot, you know, you look like a doctor and all that. I still have a dream of doing that. I used to. But growing up, when I thought I wanted to be a pilot, I grew up and then I saw the conditions in the family and I started reducing my career bit by bit when I was growing. So first I said pilot, and then when I was growing small, I saw that our family, we don't have enough money to even cater for it. So I reduced it until I got to a classes teacher. So I teach in classes small. I got to a point Charlie, I said I won't do anything. Then comedy said, come and do me. So that is it's like that.
Why?
Feel free and
yo, man, I'm missing me shaba way dear. Yo, it's just too much. What's with you and Big Ass?
Yeah, I think Big Ass is the.
You know why I'm asking that?
Yeah, I like looking at them. But is the
not only you like making use of them in your skits.
You did well adding the end bit of in my skits. But when you say I like making use of them, where? What is your evidence?
In your skits.
Where? What is now? We change the song. It's not Tenene, it's IGP. So if you give me allegation, I ask you what to do evidence.
Then I'll go to I'll be put on remand there.
But having someone with that kind of body stature is the cheapest props you can get as a actor or director or comedian. You understand? So it's nice. It gives the video a vibe. It makes guys want to watch, and then it gives you views, you know. So
I know, I don't know.
But you don't know? Oh, then you are not a guy, so you don't know. So normally that is the main reason why we use them. And some of them are actually actresses. They actually happen to have that kind of body. But it doesn't mean say I have slim girls in my video. Are you trying to say I'm being racist?
No, in all your videos, like most of the videos
really?
I have seen about you and a girl.
Even the one I was a pastor. Come on.
Okay. So I think I saw one. I don't know how did you manage to do that? There was a girl with a huge ass, and when you tap the girl and the person turned, it was a man.
Where is she?
I don't know. Anyways, moving away. Are you sure you don't have any personal interest in that?
No, I don't. I don't think I do.
Are you sure?
No.
Personally?
No, I don't.
Any girl goes?
No. Yeah, any girl.
Okay. So moving away from the whole discussion about us to so we know you as comedian Waris, but we do not know a lot of things about you. So can you give us a brief personal profile about yourself?
Well, when we say comedian Waris, it's my stage name. My name is Abdul Waris Umar. I'm a Muslim and I'm not married. I'm single. I'm a virgin. I'm a very handsome gentleman. That is a big profile of me. And then I actually happen to be a stand-up comedian. I majored in that, but I do skits as hobby, and then for other businesses. And then I'm a director, a script writer, and I'm a farmer. I did agric science. I've been an athlete for some time. 2012, I was the fastest
agric
athlete.
science where? Not sorry to catch you.
Yeah, I was doing agric science in a school where I was a senior to medical and family. Yeah, I've been in school with family before.
What school?
Odagono Senior.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we were all in the school.
Oh, so you were medical senior?
Yeah, I've been.
Yeah,
I was
okay.
a senior. And family, we have Incredibles again. We have a lot of people. But just bringing out the school stuff for you to see that we have a lot of talent, you know. So basically, a little profile talks about what I do, aside being a skate maker or content creator. And then I think that, no, skate maker and content creator is two different things. People don't know, but I do all those things. And then if you don't know me, or you know me to be someone who is always doing content creation, I do stand-up comedy as well.
That's quite a portfolio there.
It's very big.
Nice one.
Portfolio.
In your myself.
Yeah, it's very big.
You made mention.
I don't even know how to write myself.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I
that's like the first essay we all wrote in school.
It's not everybody that wrote it well.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Wrote it, and
yeah.
My name is. I am from name to age. The name of my mother, the name of my father, then my favorite food.
Yeah, it follows like that.
Oh God.
In your previous statements, you made mention that you a Muslim.
Yeah, sure.
Did that in any way affect your career choice? Like, were your parents against, or were your family against the choice of career that you wanted to venture in, being comedy and entertainment?
No, my mom wasn't. It was okay. When there is money, how would you be against it?
But you know, Muslims are very religious and they are very particular about certain things.
Yeah.
Maybe it might be Ramadan, month of fasting, and you are not supposed to do certain things. You have to be modest, but your job requires you to be doing certain things that will put you out there. Did you encounter any of such challenges?
Not really. I've not encountered all those stuff, but I think my parents they are so welcoming, you understand. If there would be any problem, it would be maybe fans who are very, very religious, who feel I shouldn't do certain things. But in any ways, I've had control over the craft to know what I need to do and what I don't have to do. Sometimes you get threats like it's Ramadan, you don't have to post videos. But it's fine. I think they now understand. If it's Ramadan, it doesn't mean that everybody has to put on his craft on a hold, but there can be a way to minimize certain content, like the bringing in the art stuff and then maybe slapping people and all that. There can be a particular content that goes well. So it's been awesome. I'm just waiting for the day when they will feel like, okay, you shouldn't. But as of now, maybe I'm a dream. So because of me, 1 month, me, I'm okay.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, sure.
So you made mention earlier that you do script writing and directing.
Yeah.
How many movies have you, or let's say skits, have you directed so far? And how many scripts?
All right. So movies, skits aside, I have a TV series that I have dropped, which is almost like 24 episodes. But I have 12 episodes, which is ready. I've Agenda Boys. It's been awesome. It's done so well. I wrote the script, and then I directed. I shot it as an actor as well. A lot of skits, a lot of ads. I write content, I script for them. So I've had a lot of works, in as much as I'm always doing this skit, and that is what people know me of. But it's not everything that I put out there that you would know that it is me. So I think.
Speaking of comedy skits, have you ever thought of doing something with what's the name? Akabeneza?
Who is Akabeneza?
Likey.
His name's be
Dr. Likey.
I'm sorry, like his name's Chow too much. So sometimes the names will come to you and you're like, who is this?
Don't worry.
Raznene, he's my brother. We've worked. We've had so many. We worked on Tracy Boache's TV series. We've shot skits on our own without having any. I met him in Kumasi as well. I was actually born in Kumasi, so I've been there, I've met him. Raznene is my guy. But his name's Chow. You go be there and they say,
Raznene,
you know,
Dr.
24.
Likey.
Who is 24? You don't know Raznene. So Charlie, his name's Chow. Not to make anybody feel like you didn't know Akabeneza.
Oh, don't worry.
It comes out like that.
But you said you've worked with him on a couple of productions. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
in the past.
Yeah, in the past.
Which are out.
Yeah, they are all out. Even the skits, some of them are on my pages. Yeah, and some of them are on the YouTube page, Amagana. And Amagana, yeah.
What would you say about him?
He's very good. Raznene is very creative and he's gifted. I think he's a very smart guy. Sincerely, he's one of the honest guys who always wants to play real, so it's cool. For the work though, everybody has his own personality and then what he does below. So whatever the person shows to you, if it's not threatening, it feels good. I like to work with him again.
Waris, you tout yourself as the biggest comedian in Ghana.
Yeah. Why?
What makes you think so?
Because I've done a lot of things that I don't see people do them. Recently, I filled auditorium. We actually had overflow. People went home, which is last week. I did a stand-up comedy show. I sold tickets. Tickets were sold out 2 weeks before event. I've never seen a comedy show sell out ticket 2 weeks to event. I've had back and forth project in Nigeria. I've shot TV series during COVID, and out of COVID, it got sold out on Kantaka TV. So who else? Do you have someone in mind?
So with this being said, would you say that you have outdone yourself, or you have done stuff?
I've not even gotten to my peak as a comedian, but I'm just trying to live as a new gen, the new energy, the new power in the system, which feels like you've had an iPhone which is 6, and then there is a new one which is 13, and they are both with you. You know how, in as much as we are new, 13 is new, it has power, it has strength, it's bringing you the new generation vibe. That is just like me, just doing my own thing. So it's not as if I'm at my peak. iPhone is not at its peak, it's just a 13. We should just get to 20 for you to see.
So would you say you have revived the comedy career?
No,
the comedy industry?
Comedy was lively already. I can't, how can I revive it alone? We've played a role as kids as we are by putting out cross, skates, and a lot of things. But we can't say we single-handedly revived Ghana comedy. Do you understand? Ghana comedy, it's been doing its own. It's been doing well before we came in it. Because if it wasn't, we wouldn't see future that there will be money in it for us to do. But then we've all played a role. It cannot be me. But I happen to be a guy who knows how to talk about certain things. Do you understand? Because I've been in the media space before. I've been a sound engineer. I've been a presenter before. And I know what I'm talking about. I can't be the one who revived Ghana comedy. Comedy, come on. I want for Jimmy, Lewi Jimmy, Funny Face Jimmy, DKB Jimmy, Obi Jimmy, Lexi Jimmy. Now I'm reviving here. Played my role though. So yeah.
Speaking of comedy, I've seen you with Nasty Black do a few comedy skits here and there. You guys have been doing a lot of work together. What's the relationship with him like?
My side chick.
That's for you, eh?
What is the relationship? He's my cousin. Well, it's a vibe. I told you I did projects in Nigeria and I met a lot of comedians. We spoke. They wanted to see what is on the outside market from their end. And so they decided that they would definitely try and come to Ghana and have a project with us. So he came to Ghana to see how the market is. And he loves it. You understand? The market is good. He loves the media. He loves the fans. He loves the audience. Everything. So he's just a friend. We just happened to have a project and then he's gone.
But how was it like working with him?
It was like working with every other comedian. Just that he is a Nigerian and then he has that kind of vibe where we don't have, our comedians have it here, which is their language and they knowing more about skills than we do. Do you understand? But Charlie, it was a big vibe for me with Nasty Black.
Okay, so with you and your exposure in Nigeria, would you say you are more recognized internationally as compared to other comedians here in Ghana?
Well, what you don't know is that there are a lot of comedians who do a lot of virtual shows. I play virtual shows in New York, in Maryland, and people don't even know because I'm using my phone in my room. And there is a time when everything will just come out. But I can't know what other comedians are also doing virtually because it's a virtual world. You understand? But I love and I believe in my accomplishments. I want to really, really acknowledge the fact that I've been able to work so hard. And I really love the audience out there, how they really love and support my brand. I acknowledge the fact that I'm being recognized over there. And I appreciate the fact that others are also being recognized over there.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out
about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from that break. If you just joined in, you are watching Talktainment on GhanaWeb TV, and this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the match. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza.
It is 12.
Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Yes. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Where is?
It's 12. I've counted my.
Okay, open
my
it.
Mother one,
open it. I see you can't wait, so you just open it.
Thank you very much. It's nice. I told you. You have more drink. I like Cheesy Pizza. Very nice. So, will I take this one home? Why are you crying? You want to eat some? You know what is sad? I can eat everything. Your production crew will not get some. Because they are waiting for me to say, oh, they are closed. So, Cheesy Pizza is the best in the whole Ghana. That's why I was disturbing you that I want to come for an interview.
Please, so can I take a bite? Can I also take a slice of pizza?
Who are you? Please, let's continue the interview.
Anyways, I've been bounced, so let's continue. So you're eating alone. I'll know how to get you. Don't worry. The next question, you throw it up.
Because that commercial break, I went alone. Yeah.
Waris, what's your relationship with Ashamodi?
She's my wife.
We are rolling.
Yeah, why? Who is Samasote here? She's my wife. She's my wife, my mom, my side chick, my girlfriend, my everything.
How did you meet her?
Oh, she happened to love my works. You know, in comedy, you meet people. Like I met Ohene Farah. I met a lot of people through comedy, and some of them love to support. They love to help. Like I've met you right now, you are giving me cheesy pizza.
I'm not giving it to you. I'm just watching you eat it.
You take it from me.
Oh yes. If I want to take it, I'll take it. There's nothing you can do.
Have you ever seen pizza langard before?
You let's continue. You were saying something.
Yes, so Aisha is like a mom. It's like a godmother to me. She's done so well for me. She supported my brand. She pushed me to places where I never dreamt of. We need people like her to actually put across talents, to push them. Sometimes you see a talent and you're like, wait, Sika, Nakasa Obeko. You understand? So Aisha has been playing that kind of role, supporting me with every other thing that I need. And I must say, I appreciate her so much. I'm grateful. Yeah.
You were a beneficiary of the land she was distributing?
Yeah. She gave me a land, a half plot. I'm planning on doing a poultry farm, but I don't want full plot because Funny Face was having full plot. When he started the poultry farm, he started singing for animals instead of human beings. Snitch. Now we have funny face. So me, I took half plot so that I won't be singing for animals. How can you do album for animals? Funny face. And you come and cry that human beings are not buying the album. Did you do it for us?
Wow. Speaking of funny face. Oh yeah, speaking of funny face, what do you have to tell him? He's going through a lot. He's going through trying times. What do you have to tell him?
To be very honest with you, I look at funny today. I was even watching Funny Face's video when he got an endorsement deal with a petroleum company, and I was so smiling. I was looking at him. If no one knows about comedians, we are always on the edge. Someone who is so devoted to do comedy is the only person who knows what he thinks of, how crazy he thinks about life, and what he sees to be able to turn them into comedy. For me, when I see Funny Face, what I wish to tell him is that all is well. Because from where he is, when you look at Funny Face being the king of the streets, making people laugh, children running up and down, endorsement deals chasing him. Who knew that within a twinkle of an eye, it's life, it could happen to anybody. You understand? So I feel for Funny Face. I'm rooting for him to get better. We are all family, and we are praying that when he comes back, there are so many ways we can work out things to get on board, to bounce back, to get all the endorsement deals back. It's human nature. You understand? What hurts most in life that people don't know? Obi bet me the second child. Obi to me, ewia wadie. Obi bet me aye obi bia. Now so obi be na etuchima o wadwemu. It's the most saddest thing, because you yourself, you have no control over yourself. That is the engine. You understand? So I'm just praying that it wouldn't happen to anybody, and for him, we pray that he gets better.
Do you think with all that has happened, it has somehow brought some fear in celebrities? The
law is not supposed to put fear in anybody. It's not fear.
Because Captain Planet came out to say that he, with how things are going, he's sure by December, dear, now celebrities baby, Christmas. I'm
not sure every celebrity is. Let me put it this way: I'm not sure every public figure is that kind of giddy. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not sure every public figure is chasing clout to make it in life. It can never be that way. But rather, this is beautiful. In as much as it's a thing that we never expected to happen. But this is beautiful in a way that if we are arresting even military men for being or doing something that is not right, you policemen should buckle up, because when you do the wrong thing, you'll be arrested. It tells you that if you are arresting public figures to set example, then it means that if you're a normal person or you are just a civilian and you mess up, you can go too. It's a good thing for everybody to know that the law is actually alive. But it doesn't mean, say, ebi ana obi ti baby na nanka ordering say ye beti shatawale ye beti we law dey it be chi obi a me amiti e beti me ache me DKB say we do ebi ni tie kase too much a ye beti no, because o de besi amanfo enim ne nema ha ta say IDP buy no chale shoot inti any gun inti say akase me shoot me shot kra me aso mbia. Because you shoot me short, but then they shoot you and you understand? So it's in a way a good thing, and then we hope that everything would be cool. There will be no cheats in the industry. Because there will be no cheats, hard work. Hard work. Ebeko. Because it will be the second war. Me and son meet me. I'm a video be a viral.
Speaking of cheats and speaking of from what you have said, You started active comedy in 2016.
Yeah, please.
And till date, have you encountered any down moments?
So many.
Okay, can you tell us a few?
I've had a lot of broken hearts. Like, a lot of people have given me broken hearts. Like, they see me to be... You see, I'm so innocent and God-fearing. So the ladies, when they come, then they're listening, they're like, we want to break up, we don't want to, you know. So that has been a thing. Like, MFA broke my heart. When I dream, I see pink cat, pink cat, pink cat. I've never seen that before. But I've had down moments. That is why, most especially, I actually had to do a show called Seriously on Serious. I had a down moment in my life where I couldn't even create a joke for almost like 3 months, 4 months. I couldn't even write a skit. When I say I couldn't write, and you say me what? My mind is not going there. Because I me create let me just doom. As a career was parking and doom.
Because of the broken heart?
No, because of the issues I was going through in life. But you see, the Seriously on Serious comedy show came on for me to tell people that I found ways of using my own issues, my own challenges, my own issues. I found ways of using them as comedy. And why am I saying this? Comedy is not just for you to laugh. Comedy, when you learn it on your own, you can use it as a weapon to fight anxiety and depression. You understand?
Yeah.
So with that, I was able to sit down and tease myself. I'll think about everything that happened within the day. And I'll ask myself, so what if this happened? What if when I came to the studio, I did this rather? What if when
and you'll be laughing to yourself?
Yeah, then I'll be creating it. So before you realize, I've gotten a whole joke about me going somewhere and getting pressed and messing up and all that. And then all of a sudden, my ex popped up and he was like, I know him, he will do this. So I've had down moments. I'm human.
What about career based? Like, have you had any instance where you feel you have been either sidelined, bullied, or you know, coming from your own colleagues?
Some of the things I say might not be too serious to people, but there will be days when people will just watch videos and then they feel like this guy was really saying something serious. Look, this world, nothing is fair. Nothing is ever fair in this life. You can't say you don't eat lion's meat, so when a lion is coming, he shouldn't eat you. He will eat you. It's not fair everywhere, and you have to be prepared. Man has been hearing of death. People are dying. Are you saying no man is prepared that one day he will die? We know. But when someone dies, we still cry and shout and fall down and all of that. It's sad, but it happens. It would. There's no way it's going to stop. So when I'm in an angle, like I'm in a new space where I want to do something, when I check my strength and I'm so strong, I don't see anything. When you bully me, I'll bully you back. When you don't bully me, I show you back love. Do you understand? So as a man or someone who has passed 20 with a lot of advices in your life, I don't see you standing somewhere to say, me buy a car, will be pamome, will be crying on pemasem. That one, nobody will love you. It's not everyone. You understand? So I think those are things that gets to comedians or artists for them to feel like, okay, they are not being loved. No, do you expect somebody to love you before you can breathe? Bro, like you go choke. You understand? So being bullied in the space, being sidelined, there were a lot of things that were done, but we used it as fuel to push ourselves to get to where we want to be. There was a time when I wake up early in the morning and I'm like, Warriors, if I'm not part of the first 5 comedians in Ghana by 2022, I won't be happy. And right now, you check Google comedians in Ghana on Google Wikipedia, I'm the third. So, I think it's hard work. It's hard work. And what hurts me most, I don't know how to translate my emotions for people to feel what I have felt in my life. But I want people to know that hardship is not a thing that should make someone take his life or be suicidal. Hey, mommy, nipa funny me. Hey, nipa funny me.
Can be trying.
Nipa funny me, and those things didn't even make us slow down. When I started comedy, I was one of the only artists that, I mean, a lot of comedians can testify. Mijina traffic lights, I say. Every end of the month, I share 5,000 solid flyers, comedy flyers. What is a flyer? Oh, Ben will be cano or oh, Ben will be cano or running glass. Oh, Ben will be no train on to sell your crown for. Oh, Ben will be cano. I must not say this, but oh, Ben will be cano. Oh, hey, I don't best risica like those. So you see, man has been from a place where we felt like it wasn't possible to a place where we feel like challenge yebi. So Oshana Osho Bina or struggle no if you say any na. You always feel like you have to translate your emotion to let the person know that any hardship ni beku nipa. Hardship beku niga anka chale. Poor money na anka omewu.
Were you at any point suicidal?
Suicidal? Me. Like I'll slap myself. No, I've not. Look, there was a time in my life where there were issues. I wake up from October 28th, 3 years ago. I wake up from October 28th, 29th, 30th, up to November 1st, 2nd, every single day from 28th of October, I spent money till January to February. Every day I wake up and they're like, your brother has done this, you're this, you have to pay this, you have to pay this. When I finished, someone called me. It was my brother. My brother was actually mentally ill. When I finished all these stuffs, someone called me and my cousin, and he was like, don't you think Waris is using his little brother for money ritual?
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then when she called me, she was crying, and then I told her, look, Samira, me, I've been through the valley of the shadow of death. I've seen everything, and I don't feel any emotions towards anything. Once I didn't die, once my brother didn't die, once I've seen my mom on a level where they can't die, where she don't die, no news, gossip about me, or any other thing where you could really touch me, where you could make, I would take something, say, and they can't do something to my body. And one thing about me is that I live alone. I live solely alone. Me say, Bibia to me, na makotina down to forget. Madam, I will face it. I should be with my depression. I'll give him chair, we will eat. You understand? So it's life. You have to be that kind of tough person. I'm not saying I'm too perfect, but when I know a lot of people who look up to me and they somehow say that, oh, Waris, Charlie, I dey trust this guy on these ways. And sometimes I want to let the public know that if you are going through a thing that looks like Charlie, everybody, they can't die for your life safe. It shouldn't make you commit suicide. You should be strong. You should hope.
Motivational speaker Waris.
I swear to God.
Finally,
they said that thing to shy off much. When I started my career though, now I feel like their goals are in line with my goals. So if I have to do something with Ifya Schwarzenegger, I'll do it with her. If I have to do with Tracy Boache, I'll do it with her. It got to a point everybody was like, hey, what do you show? But let me tell you something. That point when the word was coming, I sat down and I asked myself, I don't know more kasa oya. Me dream hona me who say those things come to you at a point when you're about to break into the system, where that word is supposed to calm you down. And then when you are able to overcome it, that word goes off and you go. So I didn't give up. I was doing even overly. And then it got to a point, that thing na omo kaza wo ya ahoshe na ebedu baby na wo mpo na amanfo pese omo ne ye odin omo ya ahoshe
also
you understand say nyamete ya emefa e ka say same
what they call fafa baby biom your comedy career is it paying off?
Oh, it's paying. Charlie, look at the phone I'm using.
Please zoom in.
At least
let's see the phone.
Me phone in your shake crowd no matter where I'm the tour.
Hey, sir.
Comedy etia. Entia nka me before me to iPhone 12. This is coming new every day. Etia pa. Yeah, at least you understand. But if you look at some of your camera guys, some of them know they use 12 cent.
Please leave my camera guys
out. That's why it's
not an achievement.
iPhone is achievement right now. The madam will be on the charger credit bar. iPhone charger. They say, hey, iPhone charger. Let's go home.
On this note, Warren, please put out your final words out there.
Well, these are my final words, but it doesn't mean I'm dying. My final words is that you see this pizza here. I don't know my final words. It's cheesy pizza. That's my final words. John, wow. Why? Yeah.
Warriors is just a whole mood, and before the show ends, Cheesy Pizza has asked me to give you a coupon. So here you are.
Wow. To get how many pizzas?
So you can visit the branches stated on the coupon, any of the branches, and then you get yourself some pizza. Why are you laughing that much?
You gave me 5 pizzas. Well, they are dead.
Well, let's leave Warriors to Drew with his pizza and the whole. What is happening here?
The pizza is nice.
Warriors, you won't come to this show again. You are banned.
Let me do what I want to do.
Yes, I guess you have had a good time on the show. You
said I'm gentle. Now I'm doing mad man thing. I say no.
On the show. Should I leave the show for you, Aris? And they wrap up for me.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Look. This is the Talk Entertainment. Yeah, can you say?
Talktainment. Talktainment.
Look. Thanks for watching me on Talktainment right here on GhanaWeb TV. The name remains Comedian Warriors, and I'm here with my guest. What is your name? You think I'll say it?
Elsie Lamar.
That's true. Do you have a boyfriend?
Why do you keep asking?
I want to know if you have one. When are you breaking up so that we just marry?
Sign out.
So sign out. You two, you are watching me. You won't sign out. Why? Sign out. You what? Comedy world. You should see that.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
to the faith. He gives power through the mountain. He makes a way. He finds that water in the desert and turns the night to golden day. And I know, yes I know, Jesus' blood can make the violent sinner free. And I know, and I know, yes I know, Jesus' blood can make the violent sinner free. And I know, yes I know, Jesus' blood can make the violent sinner free. And I know, yes I know, Jesus' blood can make the violent sinner
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Barnes Road, West Ridge, Accra. Digital address GA1075500. And this is the Accra City Hotel. And you're welcome to the grand finale of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. Welcome. Tonight, we'll be your MCs. My name is Eche Atisu. I'm a journalist by profession. I work at GhanaWeb. And I'm doing this with my co-host, the beautiful
Tego. My name is Tanisha, and I will be hosting today.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the GhanaWeb. Forgive us. Anyway, once again, you're welcome to the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards grand finale. This has been long coming, months of planning, and all the ups and downs. But here we are tonight. I want to welcome you specially to this evening's event. We'll go straight into the program and we'll invite Mr. Eko Blankson, who is the Mr. Eko Blankson, who is commercial manager, for AdPew Ghana Limited. Mr. Blankson, please, let's put our hands together as he comes up the stage. It's a long walk. Please, let's do it better. Keep clapping all the way till he comes. Please, 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 Mr. Blankson, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Good evening, distinguished personalities here gathered. Good evening. I don't want to even mention names, but I have here professors, I have here doctors, I have here fathers, parish priests, bishops, you know, and entertainers, and CEOs, and all of you. You're most welcome. Indeed, this is GhanaWeb, and we are part of the big family of Africa Web. We started this journey in terms of the 22 years ago, and today we are actually enjoying what you have made us to become. We thank you very much for everything that you have done in terms of your audience participation and everything that you've done. We've got many subsidiaries which I will not take away from my CEO who will be speaking later. But this is something that began from a kitchen or to a bedroom, through a magazine, and has come this far. I'd like to specially welcome the founder and CTO of Africa Web. Please help me welcome Rob Bellard.
So, good evening, everybody. My name is Robert Bellard. I've started GhanaWeb about 23 years ago. On the 1st of January 2022, it will be 23 years. Well, initially it was just me, but thanks to the support of many people patronizing the website, we have grown a lot, really, to the extent that now we have over 75 people working here in Ghana, and of course millions and millions of visitors. And I think the visitors are really what is driving GhanaWeb. Over 3 million people, they make a difference because we share news with them. We hear their opinions. We let them speak out freely. That is our DNA. It's not always appreciated that people can speak out freely, but that is who we are, and we are proud about it. I think everybody. Now, on this occasion, we do something different. We use our audience to highlight people who have made a difference in Ghana in the past year. So this is what the awards are all about. And the people have selected everybody who's being nominated. So, and what we are doing at GhanaWeb is basically facilitating the process and organizing this little event. So I don't want to spend too much of your time, so I keep it here. Thank you very much.
So that's it. That's the founder, Robert Bellard. And thank you very much, Rob, for making this possible and creating this huge, if it was in the sea, I would say the whale. Yeah. So, well, the purpose of gathering today really is for us to crown this initiative that we took. Indeed, it's not for us, but our audience really wanted this to happen. They wanted to honor their role models. And so we gave the platform, and they nominated. So tonight we have here some nominees. We want to look quite special. So we are definitely going to show some level of transparency in everything. Indeed, we had over 400 votes, nominees or nominations, and then we scaled them down to 5 per category. So tonight we are going to actually see people being awarded within these categories, 17 categories, and some special awards as well. We'd like you all to have a great time, indeed, and you are most welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ekra. So, I mean, it's a warm evening in Accra tonight, isn't it? Yes? Anyone felt quite warm? In comparison to London, I'd definitely say it's a bit warm. So it's so lovely to have you all here, so amazingly dressed, because you clearly travelled through the heat to get here. We appreciate you. Before we continue, for those of you at home, it's important to say that voting is still open till 8 p.m. today. So if you still want someone to win, whether you're in here or at home, please don't forget voting is still open till 8 p.m. Next, what we are going to be doing, in the spirit of transparency, is unveiling the plaques. Okay? So because we don't yet know who the winners are, all the plaques are unnamed. They're over there in the back corner. Who's standing by the plaques? I think there they are. Oh, there they are. You've moved them. The magic of television, guys. The magic of television. So my gorgeous, gorgeous assistant and co-host, will you be unveiling the plaques for us?
Unfortunately, rather, I won't be doing that.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
So who is doing that?
I guess someone with bigger shoes will do that for us. I would like to invite the editor-in-chief of Africa Web, Ismail Akwe, to join us up here to do the unveiling of prestigious plaques for us. Let's put our hands together for him. Like I said earlier, it's a long walk, so please keep doing it. Keep clapping.
Thank you very much for coming, all of you. So we have some beautiful plaques here that will be going home with our nominees and those who are going to win the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards that we have. And it's time to unveil them so you see how they look like.
The hand claps. So there they are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Once again, let's put our hands together for Ismail Akwe. And so those are beautiful plaques. I wish I was taking one of these home. You don't seem to be happy about what I just said. I said I wish I was taking one of these home. Okay, well, there was no response for that. But once again, thank you, Ismail Akwe, for doing us the honors. All right, so we'll be going straight to the next item on the program. And before we do that, like Tonisha, my co-host, already said, voting is still open. Please and please go on your phones. This is the time. You can go on your phones and vote for your favorite nominees. The voting is still open until 8 p.m. tonight. We want, like Echo has already said, as much transparency. So if you see the plaques, they are unmarked. There are no names there. And we'll be giving out these plaques to some prestigious persons tonight for their contributions to making this country a better one. All right, so I'm going to invite somebody up here again, once again, to do presentation of certificates to TV business ambassadors. And this is going to be done by my direct boss at the office, managing editor of GhanaWeb, Mr. Daniel Odro. Mr. Odro, please join us here. Let's put our hands together once again.
Put your hands together for Daniel.
Is that all you can do?
Come on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming. So GhanaWeb Television is the new offering that GhanaWeb is bringing on board. It's something we believe is going to be a game changer. It's not your usual traditional television. It's video on demand. And the commercial department is doing everything possible to make it, if you like, a mainstay in Ghana's media. And so in the coming weeks and months and years, GhanaWeb Television will be your go-to for all the information that you need. The website will feed you with the text, and then you would have the television feed you with the video on demand. And we are diversifying. And those who follow the website will now realize that we do even television in tree broadcasts. And so we hope that it will grow from strength to strength. And with your patronage, that is going to become another mainstay for the next 22 years and beyond. Thank you very much.
And supporting David, we have the lovely, gorgeous Dorcas. I like this dress, Dorcas. If it goes missing, you know where it is.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So these certificates are for some noble institutions who have been supporting the GhanaWeb TV brand, even though we are very young. We want to say thank you to them for seeing something good in us. So the first one goes to Wisconsin University College.
Wisconsin University College, congratulations. Thank you.
Webster University.
Webster University. Congratulations.
Next is Twellium Industrial Company Limited.
Twellium Industrial Company Limited.
They can be followed by TCL Ghana.
TCL Ghana. Congratulations.
Somotex Ghana Limited.
Somotex Ghana Limited.
Somoko Ghana Limited.
Somoko Ghana Limited. Oh, that is Somoko. Ah, it's the same company. Oh, lovely. Congratulations to you two twice.
Soccerbet.
Soccerbet. Congratulations. Nice jacket, by the way.
Polytank Ghana Limited.
Polytank Ghana Limited.
Helgas Financial Technologies Limited.
Helgas Financial Technologies Limited.
Ghana Commercial Bank.
Wow, the Ghana Commercial Bank. Congratulations. Please make your way up.
EcoBank Ghana Limited.
EcoBank. EcoBank Ghana Limited.
Command Space.
Oh, Command Space. Nice. Command Space.
Cape May Properties. Okay, Command Space is coming up.
Yes. Cape May Properties.
Blue Crest College.
Blue Crest College. Congratulations.
And last but definitely not the least, Stanbic Bank.
Stanbic Bank. Congratulations. Thank you, Dorcas. Thank you both. Thank you.
Once again, let's put it together.
Yes.
Let's encourage them. Thank you very much. And to all of you, thank you once again for believing in the brand and for supporting us all these years. All right, so let's get on to some entertainment now. Let's bring on the amazing Doreen to serenade us tonight with some good entertainment whilst you relax. And the night is still young. We're here to get to the next stage. Doreen, thank you. Once again, let's put our hands together for the amazing Doreen. All right, so as much as possible, one of the things we would want you to be doing tonight is to be making use of your hands. So please and please, let's once again do it for Doreen. Thank you very much. You're a lovely audience. All right, Tony, what do we have next?
Up next is actually Mark Stubb, CEO of Africa Web.
Let's put our hands together for him, for Mark. Hello, Mark.
Thank you for being here. As a child, I always dreamed to be on stage, but I couldn't sing like Doreen. I couldn't act like Echo Blankson. I couldn't dance like probably all of you. But what is then left? Become a CEO. Then from time to time you can get on stage and you can have some boring speeches. But what do you know about publishing? The other day I got taught about publishing. Publishing is about being a humble servant to the audience. And the audience is to you. We are humble servants to the audience of Ghana. So we had a discussion about an event because we would like to cherish the people in Ghana that are the role model, that are the people we really want to look upon, that we want to admire. And I initially said, well, yeah, you know, an event is difficult, the devil's in the detail. You know, did you ever give a birthday party and that at 5 to 4 and your party would have started at 4, they're not coming. It's such a nervous time. And in publishing, you know, there's a rule. The first event, mwah. Second event, better. The third event is gold. So we are committed, like GhanaWeb is committed already for 22 years to news, uncensored news. We are committed to continue this and to even make it bigger. And to make it a really a festive event. So Echo Blankson told me, Mark, you have to come. Yeah, you know, this corona shit and so, you have to come. Don't think, just come. And you bring your smoking. It's black tie, you know, James Bond. Well, look at Father Campbell. He didn't understand the message, right? Did you? So, I will come again in my smoking, black tie. But then, when you have winners, you also have losers. But actually, everybody is a winner this evening. But I just made a deal with Father Campbell. The one who will not win the GhanaWeb Award, get a free blessing from Father Campbell. Isn't that nice? Just for Christmas. I think that's a real blessing to us all. So I would like to thank you very much for your coming. And I really would like to see you on our GhanaWeb TV, on GhanaWeb itself, on My Hairdo. We will explain later what it is. And also, I'll tell you a little bit about GhanaWeb Reporter, actually, because I also had this very nice conversation that GhanaWeb Reporter is about democratizing journalism. So everyone in Ghana can become a reporter. What Rob has made, because Rob is looking to his screen always every day, that's why he's wearing glasses. He was thinking of some magic so that you get features that everybody with a phone in his hand can make a report on something he experiences. So Father Campbell told me about his beautiful projects for the lepra people, for the street kids. Why don't we make something like GhanaWeb.com/reporter/charity? And we make you owner of that part, of the lepra people, the street kids, and that everybody can donate there, and we can read to your stories and see what you're doing. But because it's good that people take care of the community. It's good, especially in this Christmas. And Doreen told us about God, right? Right, but we also have to take care of each other. So it's good that we can also enable people to tell those stories, because news is about storytelling. And the good stories make us inspired. And I know I'm taking my time, and I shouldn't, because the time is yours. But I really would like to thank you for my time on the stage and for your attendance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Once again, your hands. Let's put it together for Mark. Thank you, Mark. for those nice stories. Okay, we want to give you some more entertainment tonight. And so, but before that, we just have some few more minutes. Just as a reminder, we still have a few minutes before 8 p.m. If you check your time now, it's just 7:36. So we have about 24 minutes to go for voting. Please send texts out to your friends, your families, your loved ones. Send it to the nominees themselves. Tell them, look, you still have some 24 minutes to get people to vote for you. Because like we've already told you, the plaques are unmarked. Somebody needs to go home with that. Tanisha?
I mean, I'd happily take all of them if you need.
I've already said that once. Like, I mean, I feel like we deserve. We'll see what our bosses say about that.
If not that, at least the free prayer would be
Of
amazing.
course. We'll get some prayers from Father, of course.
Exactly.
All right, so let's give you some entertainment now. Rescue Band, are you ready for us?
They seem ready.
All right, so over to you, Rescue Band. once again, let's put our hands together for Doreen. Doreen, don't go yet. You're not done. Just to let you know, you can grab some drinks from the cocktail bar at the back there, which has been made possible by In Mexico Ghana Limited. So please, whilst you enjoy your music, please feel free to walk up to the back there to get something to drink. And then the countdown is really on. It's now, how many minutes?
15 minutes left.
15 minutes, yes. So we have 15 minutes for voting to be over. And so please enjoy your night, get something to drink. And once again to you, the Rescue Band. give us
Wow.
just... Doreen, are you done? I want you to give us just another... Okay, so please, Mr. Blankson.
We must hear from Dorcas again. I mean,
Doreen.
Doreen again. Your voice is too good, Doreen.
Well, so we're getting very close to sticking the plates on the plaques, and I just, as I stood here and told you that we wanted to demonstrate some, credibility and transparency. I'm standing here to show you the plates, and there are many, right? These are 17 categories, so ordinarily we should have 17 plates on the plaques, which means that we already know who's getting the award. But because we don't know, we invested, and of course, our proud sponsor of the plaques, Infinity, had to go and do plates for 74 or more nominees. So I just want to show you, nominees, if you're here, I just want to, you can show them, please. Let them see so that you know that, and then obviously, you can also show, and this is also to show you that we do not have any name yet on any. As soon as we close the votes and we are sure of who is winning, we will quickly stick your name and then present it to you. So I just wanted you to see this transparency. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Blankson. Okay, so we're back again. We're going to be in your faces the whole night, so kindly bear with us. So we just need to let you know, like Mr. Blankson has already said, there are over 20 awards for tonight. The original ones are 17. Those are the People Choice Awards from you, because you nominated all our nominees for tonight. And so there is going to be so much to give out tonight. And so I think it's almost time for voting to be over, but we don't want to leave you hanging. We want to give you enough time to be doing that. So I want to bring up a lady to come do some poetry for us. Now, I hope there's no one in this room who doesn't like poetry. Is there anyone here who doesn't like poetry? Okay, I'm glad. Because poetry is as fun as music is. And so tonight we're going to have a little of that fun. I don't know about you. Do you love poetry?
I love poetry.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of poetry.
You have your own poem you want to do?
No.
All right, so please let's put our hands together as we invite Amma Krampa. Oh, she's already here. Please.
Welcome to the stage, Amma.
Thank you, Amma.
We are looking forward to this.
So Amma is doing this with the rescue band. Once again, let's put our hands together for her.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all fine. So we are all aware of what's going on, this pandemic that we are all living with. And I put something together called COVIDly Speaking. And so let's just all listen and enjoy it. Water has memory. And for over a century, this glass would have been washed dried, and good to go. But now, it is washed, dried, steamed, and still I'm skeptical to go for it. I'm still skeptical to go for it because I don't know where it has been. Water does have memory, and so do us. But unfortunately, the life that we knew it may never return to us. Our daily walks and visits, mall and kiosks, even going to your favorite restaurant is now a death trap. Perhaps? Covidly speaking, I think regardless that no tiny, minute, unseen entity of a being that threatens our lives from the north, south, and east and tells us what to eat and how to breathe and who to give a treat should never be given a border. But on whose order? Covidly speaking, now enemies can openly declare wars but still be breaking no laws. The enemy has always been within. We fight and kill each other for the grapes. We destroy our environment with filth and then blame the earth for our predicament. We unkeep our God-given resources and wail for its lack thereof. In fact, that man up there is suffering rough. Tell me if this isn't a pandemic enough. So I say that the enemy, this threat, this threat has been living with us for decades until it became a hit song, now taking over our airwaves. The virus as we know it, the vaccines as we need it. Yehovah, it goes way beyond the physical. Indeed, it is highly spiritual. Now, covidly speaking, I say that my 1-year-old daughter is too cute. And when she smiles, she has the most perfect of smiles. And so is your son. And so is your daughter. And we owe it to them. We owe it to them a safer world. A world where they could freely be kids, run around and feel safe. So put on that mask, even if it's uncomfortable, put it on. Go get that job if you must. Whatever you do, please, just don't die yet, because we need you. So black, white, blue, green, Hindu, atheist, Christian, we are all one people. And love is all that we need. Love is enough. So raise your glasses, ladies and gentlemen, with me. And let us toast to a good life, to a safer world, and most importantly, to sanitized glasses. Commonly speaking, my name is Ama Krampa, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ama. And together, let's do the countdown now. From 15,
14,
13,
12,
11,
10,
9,
8,
7,
6,
5,
4,
3,
2,
and 1.
Voting is now closed.
It's official.
It's official.
Let's put our hands together. All right, so it's official now. Our voting is ended. Very soon, you'll be hearing from us who the winners for this maiden edition of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards are. And you must know that this is the first time any website has initiated any kind of award scheme like this. GhanaWeb, as we always are, we're always taking the first step in doing things as prestigious as this. And so, right now, I want to show you a list of all the nominees. Now that voting is ended, we want to give you a sense of those who have been nominated for these 17 plus.
Page 18. Yes, honorable member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, page 17, under item 3 in attendance, Roman numeral XIX,
Mr. Michael I'm not sure of this name, so if they could check. Sakponh. I'm not sure whether it is the right surname. I'm just, I don't know, because this name is not familiar. That's why I'm asking that question. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
The table office will verify.
That's it. That's my point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let them verify.
Page 18. 19. Page 20. 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 20. Yes, honorable member for Kwadaso.
Speaker, this one I know. Yes. Roman numeral XSIB, Mr. E.O. Osai. He's the Director General for Internal Audit Agency. I see, Coastal Development Authority. I think you have to cancel the Coastal Development Authority. Thank you. Yeah.
Very well. The table office will confer with the committee and make the appropriate corrections. Page 24. Page 25. Yes. Honorable member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, page 24, Roman numeral XXXIV, Napagatia Suleimana is not a Mr. Napagatia Suleimana. It's a
part of it, yes.
I know Napagatia is a female. She's a female, I know her. But what I don't know is whether she is a Mrs. or a Miss. So we have to check. It's not Mr. Napagatia.
Very well.
Thank you.
'25, page 26, page 27, page 28. Honourable members, subject to the corrections made, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, December 14th, is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We have one very short official report. The official report of Thursday, December 2nd, 2021. Any corrections? Any corrections? In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Thursday, December 2nd, 2021 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have to indulge you as you are aware. I probably, but because you are in the chair, you may not be able to join the Parliamentary Service Board meeting, which should be ongoing. But Mr. Speaker, I have to indulge you, as I said, and seek your leave we have to go back to the votes and proceedings of Friday, 10th December 2021, and I'm invoking Order 72, Mr. Speaker, to seek your leave for the Minister for Energy probably to consider coming back to this House to withdraw an LI which was laid pursuant to Article 11 of the 1992 Constitution, which LI is Petroleum Local Content and Local Participation Amendment Regulations 2021. Mr. Speaker, rightfully and justifiably, you referred the matter to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. That is appropriate. But Mr. Speaker, since the 21 days cannot count until we go on recess and come back, it is my prayer that the Minister for Energy withdraws the LI, engages Subsidiary Legislation Committee at pre-laying stage, together with the stakeholders in the industry, in order to preserve the investment climate of our country as a safe haven for the attraction of foreign direct investment, so that when that consultation is done, the minister can so come back to lay it. But Mr. Speaker, as I will bring some formal correspondence probably on Tuesday from one or two of the major stakeholders to support the position and the application I'm making, Mr. Speaker, so that it is withdrawn, so that during the holidays, the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation can engage further with all the industry stakeholders, both upstream and downstream in the petroleum industry, because we need to preserve our investment climate and we need to preserve and protect foreign direct investment in our country within the downstream and upstream of the industry. I pray, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes. Speaker, the minority leader engaged me on this, and ordinarily I shouldn't have any objection, and in principle I don't have any objection to this. But it's also, and the minority leader will concede, that we should have something laid as a locus or the reason for the paper to be withdrawn or to be relayed or pave way for further engagement. So we shouldn't jump the gun. I would want us to get that. I have no doubt, I have confidence in what he's saying, but let's get that on record, and then it could be withdrawn for further engagement with all the stakeholders, relevant stakeholders, to pave way for the relaying to be done. So I support him, except to say that we must have evidence of some complaint, for want of a better expression, from the stakeholders before we can withdraw it.
Yes. I think we should just wait for whatever complaint they have to be brought so that the minister may be engaged to do what he requested. We'll proceed. Item number 5, urgent question. The urgent question is to be answered by the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare. If the Minister may take her seat now. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I've engaged my colleagues and will hence seek your leave to vary the order of business and go on to item 7 and take item 8.
You mean item 8?
Yes, we should take item 8 instead. 8 C on page 6. With your leave, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Head. Right. Yes, Honorable afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, your question, the urgent question you wanted me to ask this morning. Mr. Speaker, has been hanging for over 2 months now. I don't know if a reason can be given why this question cannot be answered. Thank you.
The question will be answered. It's only the order of business that is being changed. Instead of doing the question now, we will do something else and come back to the question. I can see the Minister is here waiting with her answer. Yes. Item 8C. Presentation of purpose by the chairman of the committee. Yes.
Report of the Committee on Roads and Transport on the commercial contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Railways Development through the Ghana Railway Authority and Messrs. Afcon Infrastructure Limited, for an amount of €361,231,965 for the construction of sections of the Western Railway line on standard gauge from Eduardin to Obuasi.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on... Oh, the report. Yes, the report is duly presented for distribution to members. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, may we now go on to item 10 on page 10. Item 10, page 10. With your leave, Speaker.
Yes. Item 10, motion by the Minister for Transport. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to plead that you allow my Deputy Minister to speak on my behalf because I'm not free.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Transport.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on, let me listen to the Chief Whip. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, ministers are supposed to move their motions. And the minister, if you were not here, with a greater respect, who would have insisted that you should be fetched. So you cannot be sitting here and ask the deputy to move the motion for the approval of your ministry's budget. I have great confidence in my colleague, the deputy minister, to do their best. Please, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of the minister should do that himself. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, why did you want your deputy to move it?
Mr. Speaker, I think that the deputy, the minority chief whip, will attest to the fact that I had always responded to the duty of this house. And I don't think that I will ever create an impression or decide that I will not speak in the house. But Mr. Speaker, but the fact of the matter is that I'm not well, I've lost my voice. And that is what I want my. But it doesn't matter. But when the argument starts, maybe I will not be able to speak. So, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I'm doing. I'm not trying to run away from my responsibilities. And I think that the minority chief will attest to the fact. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the minister is not too well, I will not insist that he should do that and collapse in the chamber. So, but this information has not been furnished us. So we were not aware. So we couldn't have assumed the reason why he's asking his deputy to do that. If that's the reason, we accept that the deputy can do that on his behalf.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I move that this House approves the sum of 921,843,000 Ghana cedis to execute the programs and projects of the Ministry of Transport and its subvented agencies for the 2022 fiscal year. Speaker, the breakdown is as follows. Compensation 70,298,000, goods and services 157,184,000, and assets 694,361,000. Mr. Speaker, the focus of the Ministry's 2022 budget is to implement key interventions and projects in the following areas: development of the Keta Seaport project, and to also continue with the construction of coastal fish landing sites and community level infrastructure at Axim, Dixcorf, Ofanseman, Ekonfi, Mori, Manford, Winneba, Senya Breku, Gomwafete, Teshi, Osu, and Keta. The Speaker, to also continue with the construction of the Jamestown Fishing Port and the Elmina Fish Port Rehabilitation and Expansion projects. Additionally, we'll be constructing the Buankra Integrated Logistics Terminal project and also Takrady Container and Multipurpose Terminal. The Speaker, we would also complete works on rehabilitation and expansion of the Kumasi and Tamale airports, construction of a new airport in the Western, Central, or in between the two regions, road safety education and awareness programs, that Stay Alive campaign, review of the Road Traffic Act 2004 Act 683 and Road Traffic Regulations 2012 LI 2180 to address implementation challenges and to take on board new and emerging practices in the road transport industry. Mr. Speaker, we also intend to expand DVLA services to newly created regions and digitization of vehicle records, procurement of buses for the Metro Mass Transit Limited and other private sector operators to improve transportation services. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House approves the Ministry's budget estimates of 921,843,000 Ghana cedis for the 2022 fiscal year. I move accordingly, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague. And doing so, with your leave, I would like to present the committee, your committee's report. But with time constraint, I would like to limit my contribution to the observations and conclusions of your committee. Mr. Speaker, your committee met the Ministry of Transport on Wednesday, the 8th of December, to consider their estimate for year 2022. Mr. Speaker, during the meeting, your committee made some key observations. And, Mr. Speaker, if we turn to paragraph 8.0, Mr. Speaker, the committee took cognizance of the fact that the ministry, since 2019, has seen an increase in its annual budgetary allocation. The ministry was allocated an amount of 287,330,480.47 pesos. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, in 2020, the ministry was allocated 657,839,197 in 2020, respectively. The committee noted that a total sum of 921,843,000 had been allocated for the ministry for 2022 financial year. Mr. Speaker, this is an increase of 40.13%. Mr. Speaker, if you move to paragraph 8.2, the committee observed with concern that the arbitrary fees charged by shipping lines, which significantly increase the import cost of importers and ultimately source up cost of imported commodities. The committee was informed that there are inadequate laws to deal with the current situation, thus giving shipping lines the freedom to charge arbitrary fees. The committee recommends to the Minister for Transport to constitute a committee comprising the Ministry of Transport, Ghana Shippers Authority, and all other stakeholders to review the shipping laws of the country and come up with recommendations that will address the problem. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee, after examining the 2022 annual estimate of the Ministry of Transport and having regard to the important role of the sector in the development agenda of the country, recommend to the House to approve the sum of 921,843,000 to enable the Ministry of Transport to implement its programs and activities for the 2022 fiscal year. I so move. Thank you.
Yeah, Senator Ranking Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the motion moved by our colleague, the Deputy Minister, and seconded by my chairman. Mr. Speaker, a close look at the estimate will suggest that this ministry is largely run on donor funds. Mr. Speaker, if you look at table 1, the GOG component of goods and services, they could only get 11%. In the case of CAPEX, they got 0. Mr. Speaker, then if you come to 2022, you see government attempting to basically almost double the allocation to the ministry. Nigerians will call it Udio money. In effect, they mention the money, but the ministries never get the money to do anything. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not even sure whether sometimes when we make these allocations and talk about it, whether it's even in the interest of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, with the specific issue about some of the maritime service programs, Mr. Speaker, I am still not convinced that it is prudent as a country when the minister appointed a director for Caterpillar. Mr. Speaker, it's just like appointing a regional minister before they create new regions. There's absolutely no reason. In fact, I believe that the bulk of what we are doing at Keta towards the construction of the port is being done by the engineers currently and the consultant at the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. I would encourage the minister to liquidate the position of the director of Keta Port. It's a drain on the country. It's not necessary, and we can do something better with that money. So I encourage the minister to liquidate that position and use the money for something else. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the road safety, Mr. Speaker, we are in a season where we all need to take care when we are driving. In this House, including yourself, Mr. Speaker, we changed the law for the National Road Safety Commission to an authority. The hope was that we were going to give them the necessary tools for them to reach every district so that the education and everything would go on. As we speak, the regulations are not here. Their presence in the district are not even available. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget must be able to address that. Mr. Speaker, with regards to aviation, I must say that I am happy that both the WA and the Ho airports have finally been activated. Now you can take a flight to Ho and Wa, which is a good thing. The rest of the project, Kumasi and Tamale, are also progressing steadily. Even, how do you call it? The ones that are completed are also in use. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, there's not much joy in this allocation to the Ministry of Transport. Like I said, it's the repeat of the same thing. A fraction of that money will be given to them. But for me, significantly, I am happy that the aviation unit of this has worked well. But I am saying that the minister can do better by liquidating the position of the director of Airport. It's not necessary, and we can save money by if we liquidate that. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion to approve the indicated amount for the services of the Ministry of Transport for the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, in supporting the motion, I am excited that the committee was able to perform the duties for which the budget that is indicated in paragraph 50 was assigned to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly excited about the progress that we observe in the transport sector, particularly the fact that there is a financial closure to the Buankra Inland Port. I believe that the people in the north and in the middle part of the country, in particular Kumasi, will be very excited because this is a project that we'll be waiting for quite some time now. And so we are happy that there is a financial closure to that deal, and that hopefully we are able to start implementing the project in full. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to conclude that the programs in the area of the aviation sector and the Road Safety Act amendment that has been planned and the supply of new buses are all interventions that will very much help the transport sector. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion as discussed. In talking about the Transport Ministry, as has already been indicated in the report, this ministry has been so fortunate and the government has been consistent in releasing the requested amount for performance in the ministry. And so, in commenting on their performance, I'm happy to also commend the ministry for its performance in opening up the WA and the whole airport. And the prayer is that it should not be a one-day wonder.
All members, order
to sustain it.
There's too much noise in the room, please.
To sustain the commercial flights to Ho and WA and make sure that it is viable. And by getting it viable, the ministry should do whatever it is to ensure that private investors or other investors are encouraged to support that the WA and the whole airport be viable. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the ministry, but of concern is also the arbitrary charges, as has already been said or read by the chairman, arbitrary charges by ship airlines. These have contributed to cost of most of the products that are being imported to this country. And therefore, if efforts are made by the ministry to ensure that appropriate laws are made to control this situation, that will be most appreciated. Mr. Speaker, the ministry consistently has been given the appropriate resources. And as already mentioned in the report, there isn't so much to say about it, but just to support that the minister's request and the requested or the released budget or the allocated budget be supported going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried. Yes,
Speaker, I guess we can now go on to item 12 on page 11. Item 12 on page 11.
Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was an application to do just that motion. We'll be grateful if we could go back to questions so that members can ask their questions. Thank you very much.
Yes, I will check.
Speaker, I'm in total agreement with my colleague, so we can now revert to questions.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you may take your seat now. Honorable Member from Env West, you may ask your question now. Honorable Member from Env West, you may ask your urgent question now. Honorable Member, kindly ask your question. Honorable, should I move on to another person?
Thank you.
I'll move on to question number 253.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. What steps are being taken by the Ministry to remove the children who are on the high streets of Accra and other regional capitals, hawking and begging, as these activities cause injuries, traffic congestion, and accidents to road users? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Minister, kindly hold on. Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question is to the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. Mr. Speaker, this House has no official correspondence that the Minister for Sanitation is temporarily holding this. So I thought that it is only proper for our records for the leadership to draw attention that she's doing this as a holding minister for the Gender Ministry, because we do not have that official communication. So for her to just move in will be ambushing us. So we'll be grateful if we are told why the Sanitation Minister...
He has actually appeared to answer questions in that ministry. This is the second time. And so that information has been on our record earlier. Earlier, she had come to answer the questions. I think that was last week. Honorable Minister, is that right? Last week. So our record is, we have record that she's the minister.
That was for last week. As you may know, her occupation or a temporary occupation of that office is not a permanent one. So that was for last week. We may not know whether she's still acting, because, like you know, the President hasn't written to this House telling us that between this period and that period, she'll be holding the fund. So it is only proper that we are reminded that she's the one to keep that office running. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chief
Speaker. Speaker, you were spot on when you rightly observed that the Minister a couple of times has been in the House to answer questions related to the Ministry for Children and Social Protection. But that notwithstanding, Speaker, let me, for the records, seek your leave for the Minister for Sanitation, Water Resource and Sanitation to answer the question on and for behalf of the Minister for Children and Social Protection. With your leave, Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have no objection.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you may now answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, The ministry has put in place plans and strategies to address the problem of the children who are begging and hawking on the streets of Accra and other regional capitals. Mr. Speaker, 275 street children have already been rescued. 57 are reunited with their families, and 12 have been enrolled in schools and vocational training. Rescued children are sent to our children's shelter where they are screened, rehabilitated, and reintegrated with their families. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is carrying out Operation Get Off the Streets and Live a Better Life, and it is being led by the Honorable Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, who is also doubling as the caretaker minister for gender, children, and social protection. The main objective of this operation is to engage the street-connected people, sensitize them on child protection laws of Ghana, including other laws that prohibit begging, such as the Destitute and Beggars Decree of 1969, and then also sensitize them on dangers of hawking on our streets. We advise them to look for jobs to do, send their children to school, and leave the streets completely. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has also introduced fostering program which places vulnerable children, including children on the streets, with foster parents. So far, 245 children have been placed with foster parents who have been trained, certified, and registered. We have trained a total of 904 foster parents so far for possible placements. Mr. Speaker, reunification, reintegration, and rehabilitation of children on the streets who are Ghanaians is also ongoing. Other interventions include the district level approach, which is tackling the problem at the district levels. This has been found to be an effective strategy considering Section 16 of the Children's Act of 1998. This provision states that the district assemblies are responsible for the protection of children who live within their jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we shall continue to engage and collaborate with the MMDAs so that district assemblies will take up this responsibility of rescuing children and other vulnerable persons found in street situations in their jurisdiction. This, we believe, will help tackle the issue of streetism holistically. Mr. Speaker, it is in view of this that the Integrated Social Service Program, a new initiative, is being piloted in 100 districts in collaboration with the Office of the Head of Local Government Service. The ISS program serves as a vehicle to bring all relevant stakeholders together to deal with the issues of children and families found to be at risk of all forms of vulnerabilities. Through this program, district and integrated social service teams, led by the Department of Social Welfare, have initiated activities to address these challenges of children and families in street situations. Mr. Speaker, all the above are being done within the framework of the National Child and Family Welfare Policy to guide the actions of child protection actors in the formal and informal sectors and to ensure effective and efficient coordination amongst stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, a strategic document on street-connected children is currently being developed. Stakeholder consultation on street-connected people was held on 28 October 2021 in Accra with input from broad stakeholders. This will be followed by other activities to firm up the plan and seek stakeholders' commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, may I ask you a follow-up question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Minister for her answer to the question. But I also like to know from the Minister if she's aware that these children under consideration, most of them are foreigners with their parents in Ghana, mostly from Chad, Niger, Mali, Somalia, and others. If so, what program is the ministry designing with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration to perpetuate their stay in the country or otherwise? Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, indeed, we've had a data collection made, and we have 66,000 people living on the streets. We are engaging them as I speak. We sent sections of the officers, and I led a section to go to 3 hotspots. What we have gathered, Mr. Speaker, is that of all the places we went to, all of them were from Niger. So we started drafting letters through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Niger Embassy to negotiate with them for their evacuation. They did indeed tell us that they are willing to go back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. That's okay for now. Thank you.
Very well. We'll move on to question number 253. In the name of the honorable member for Klotekole, Dr. Zenato Ejimon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection what steps the ministry is taking to address the increasing numbers of women, children and persons with disability now begging on our ceremonial streets.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection held a stakeholders meeting on street-connected people to identify stakeholders and share responsibilities within the collaborative framework. The ministry is currently developing a strategic plan to guide implementation of the Operation Get Off the Streets and Live a Better Life. The ministry is also collaborating with the MMDAs to enforce the Children's Act 560 of 1998. Meanwhile, because of the urgent nature of the phenomenon, the ministry has started carrying out Operation Get Off the Streets and Live a Better Life, and it is being led by the Honorable Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, who also doubles as the caretaker minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. The main objective of the operation is to engage the street-connected people and make sure they leave the streets, because begging is prohibited in this country by the decree of 1969. We are also aware of the dangers children are exposed to. We advise them to send the children to school and also look for jobs if they want to. Almost all those we met during the operation were foreigners, and our next step, as I've already stated in my earlier response, is to get embassies involved through our foreign ministry to get them off our streets. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has also introduced the fostering program, which places vulnerable children, including children on the streets, with foster parents. So far, 245 children have been placed with foster parents who have been trained, certified, and registered. We've trained a total of 904 foster parents for possible placements of the children. And I also want to state, Mr. Speaker, that we are carrying out reunification, reintegration, and rehabilitation of the children on the streets, especially those who are Ghanaians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the complexity of human trafficking and the fact that we now are aware of the fact that there are potential sleeper cells, what exactly is the timeline that the ministry is using to repatriate these persons, but the immediacy of removing them from our ceremonial streets, especially as a lot of motorists have been physically assaulted by some of these persons?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I heard the honourable member right, she's asking about timelines. Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we are engaging the embassy, especially the embassy of Niger, through our foreign affairs, because this is a diplomatic negotiation that we need to have with them. And as a result of the exercise we carried out on the 10th of December, we have realized that the hotspots that we visited, they have left. And we are also working with the MMDAs to make sure that there is a constant patrol of their officials to make sure they don't stay on the streets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Minister aware of the fact that as we speak now, these people she's referring to that have been removed are still on the islands of our main streets in the Independence Avenue? We have them near the National Theatre, as well as near the Asylum Down intersection. That is just naming the place in my constituency. So who is responsible for making sure that they do not come back, if indeed they've all been removed? Because as we speak, these children with their adult guardians are still begging and causing mayhem on the streets.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, they are all over Accra, and they have hotspots, as I said, that they operate from. We have learned, Mr. Speaker, that there are vehicles that come in the morning to drop them and take them out in the evening. We've also done our groundwork to note that they have a place they go in the evening to sleep. We are going to engage them on that scene as well. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, the MMDAs are involved, and we will continue to work with them to make sure they leave our streets, especially these children who are exposed to accidents, etc. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the minister's answer, she restricts her response of those she's collaborating with as mainly the MMDAs. What is the involvement of the police and national security given the threat of the infiltration of sleeper cells into our country by foreign nationals?
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, because of the sensitive nature of the exercise, we wanted the civilians to start work in that area. When it comes to the crunch, we will involve the security personnel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Member for
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. May I know from the Minister if she has a fair idea as to the number of children who have been reintegrated, and also whether Ghanaian children and mothers, some of them are also in the capital city of Niger doing the same thing. I want to know. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of any Ghanaian children doing same in Niger. That is why we are forcing them to leave our streets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much,
Plains,
Mr.
right?
Speaker.
Afram Plains South.
Yes, Afram Plains North. Afram Plains North, Mr. Speaker.
Afram Plains North.
Yes,
very well.
Honourable Betty Crosby Benson, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. Yes. Honourable Minister, thank you very much. But in your response, you realize that most of the strategies are geared towards removing foreign nationals in the country. Again, we are all aware and we know that most of these people who are Ghanaians, the aged and the disabled,
Most of them are Ghanaians. So I want to know, and they are living below poverty line. I want to know exactly what measures you are putting in place to train and empower them so they can completely leave the streets. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The very young ones cannot be trained yet. They have to be sent to school. There are some that have been reunited with their families. Some have also been placed in foster homes. For those who are above age and can work, we have trained some of them into various vocational skills, and they are engaged and earning money. Some parents who are so vulnerable that they cannot even go out and earn money will be put on the leap. Some have already been put on leap, and all the rest will be put on the leap. But essentially, the young ones are sent back to school. They are encouraged to go back to school. We have put some also in the shelter to make sure they are off the streets and out of danger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you. You know, it's reassuring to hear the efforts that are being made, but the truth of the matter remains that the image that this picture of children running in between vehicles, the image that it paints about our country is not good. We may be touted as doing well in Ghana, but when people come into our country, what they see is what they live with. No two ways about it. So I am thinking that there's a way in which you can engage even your colleague members of parliament for us to come to the table, have a proper discussion on how we can get these children off the street. It's not as if the efforts have never been done. Why are we not succeeding? Why are we not succeeding in getting the children permanently off our streets? And it probably learned from other countries.
Honorable, can you ask the question? The commentary is getting too long. Conclude with your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, why are we not succeeding in getting the children off the streets permanently? Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to engage as the Honourable Member has proposed, but a permanent solution will depend on a number of factors, and that's what I've enumerated earlier on. We'll still continue to engage and make sure we give what we are doing a human face because of the children involved. We would want to see our big cities rid of these street children and street women from foreign lands. They have no business being in Ghana and walking on the streets doing nothing apart from begging. Thank you, Mr.
Very well. I'll go on to the next question. Question number 254. Honorable Member for Korle Klottey, Dr. Zanito Ajman Rollins.
Are you done with your 3 seconds?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection what plans the ministry has to develop the Ifo Sutherland Children's Park into an outdoor recreational park.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection has developed a proposal to transform the Children's Park into a child-friendly playing facility with the protection of the environment in mind. A multi-sectoral technical committee is being constituted to oversee the process, and as part of their terms of reference, they will be tasked to look for resources for the development of the park, including the exploration of public-private partnership, PPP. Mr. Speaker, we are using this platform to encourage our honorable members of parliament, private sector, individuals and philanthropists to come on board. We are also having discussions with the Ministry of Railways on their proposal to redevelop the park as part of the construction of a railway line between Accra and Adenta, which, when developed, will pass along the park with a station. This I've just touched base with the Minister for Railways, saying he will have to have a look, and the ministry also will have a look to review this. We are still waiting for more proposals to pick the best for the park to be developed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Am I to understand from the Minister's answer that this park, which is probably the only green zone, public green zone in this part of Accra, is going to have a railway going through it, depriving the city of a green area?
Mr. Speaker, the proposal was made, and I did say that it's being reviewed vis-a-vis the new trend that we want to engage stakeholders on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. We don't understand.
Will the Minister kindly give specifics with regards to the guidelines or the criteria that will govern the development of what is to be an outdoor recreational area? And will this involve a proper green area, or is this being transformed into something else?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the eco concern will be part of any development that will take place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you done? You have one more opportunity.
No, Mr. Speaker, I didn't get an answer to my question with regards to the details of what this development will entail.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I earlier on stated that we are looking at a number of proposals, and the concern of keeping the greenery intact or making sure that we keep a lot of the trees and the eco-friendly environment will be done. Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, would the Minister be kind enough to share the details when the engagement with proposed stakeholders on this project is available, in order for some kind of an assessment to be made on whether it is adhering to the guidelines of what a green zone should be when the time comes?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot, with due respect, standing here give any details. But what I can say is that we are still waiting for proposals. So nothing is definite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, member for that.
Mr. Speaker, in the answer of the Minister, she did suggest that there was a proposal to take a railway line through the park and probably put a station. Mr. Speaker, that would be a disaster. Can the Minister assure this House that we will not put a train station under any condition at the children's park, under any of the proposals? Can you assure this House?
Mr. Speaker, I did say, and I will beg of you to repeat, that as conferred with the Minister for Railways, it is not on the books now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'll proceed to the next question. It's in the name of the honorable member for Bumpurubu, Mr. Abednego Azuma Bandling.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I arise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection the list and contact details of all beneficiaries on the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program in the Bumpurubu Nampanduri district. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the LEAP program as an institution has its operations guided by the Data Protection Act, Act 843 of 2012, which seeks to protect data of the vulnerable and any individuals whose data has been collected by the program for the purpose of research and providing intervention or safeguard to the vulnerable in the society. Mr. Speaker, in view of the Act, we are therefore providing you a summary of the numbers of beneficiaries in each community in the district as provided in Table 1. Mr. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, it's a long list, if I may go through it. Mr. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, I think it's printed in the order paper, and if there are any questions, further questions, I'll take them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kindly know that the table office is part of that very well. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Minister's answer, she made reference to the Data Protection Act that limits her to provide the information I'm seeking for. Can the Minister be specific as to the provisions in the Data Protection Act that she's making reference to?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The relevant portions have been quoted. It says, this Act seeks to protect data of the vulnerable and any individuals whose data has been collected by the program for the purposes of research and providing intervention or safeguard to the vulnerable in the society. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually asked for the provision. I wanted the provision, but she's quoted something.
Honourable Member, the provision is published, so kindly find it out yourself.
It's not public.
Sorry. What I mean is that the law is a public document. The library here has it, so you can always find out.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister provide the House with the category or the process by which people are selected? What is the qualification for selecting people as beneficiaries?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Speaker, we can, so we'll provide it later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have one more opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that the Minister would have this information and not go and come back with the information I'm requesting for.
Honourable Member, I'm being very generous. We are guided by rules. Follow-up questions should not introduce new subjects. What you're asking for is procedure. Earlier on, you asked for information that is provided. So he says you provide the procedure another time. If you want to ask another question, please go on.
That'll be all, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes. Do you want to ask her a question? Very well. Honourable Minister, thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. Your discharge. Yes, Honourable Chibu.
Speaker, I'll seek your kindly for us to go back to presentation of papers and take item 12 on page 11. Speaker, with your leave.
Item 12 is a motion, not presentation of papers.
Speaker rallies with the motion.
Very well. Item 12. Motion by the Minister for Railway Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectively move that this August House considers and convey approval for the 2022 budget estimate for my ministry, Ministry of Railway Development, and its agencies in the total sum of 575,970,000 Ghana cedis for the implementation of government priority programs and projects under the railway sector. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown of the 2022 budget estimate is as follows. Compensations, 5,291,000 Ghana cedis. Goods and services, 13,037,000 Ghana cedis. Capital expenditure, 557,642,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the railway sector, as we all are aware, continues to be a high priority of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. To this end, the 2022 budget for the Ministry of Railway Development will be applied to activities geared towards the revitalization and modernizations of Ghana's railway system to facilitate the efficient and effective movement of both cargo and passengers. The focus for the 2022, Mr. Speaker, will be the continuation of all the ongoing development works currently going on the Western Line, continuation of the construction of works on standard gauge on the Tema-Mpakadan line. The Eastern Line, Mr. Speaker, is also being considered, and also acquisitions of new rolling stocks will also be considered in the 2022. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this August House gives approval for the Ministry's budget estimate for 575,970,000 Ghana cedis for the 2022 fiscal year. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and doing so, I would like to present the committee's report. I will urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as being read, as I focus on some salient points or highlighted areas. Mr. Speaker, I'll move straight to observations. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 8.3, the committee was informed that the new standard gauge Western Railway line is expected to continue from Mansu to Hunivali in 2022 by Mase Amendi. Mr. Speaker, under a credit facility secured by government. The project will include the conversion of the dual gauge tracks between Takrady and Kojokrom from narrow gauge to standard gauge, the construction of a new standard gauge rail line from the Takrady station to the Takrady port in order to have a continuous standard gauge connection from the port to the Insuta bauxite mine and other mines to facilitate the efficient haulage of minerals. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the government of Ghana is providing a fund under the annual budget funding for the development of new 6-kilometer standard rail line in Kumasi from Edum to Kasi. The contractor, Marcel David Water Limited, has mobilized to site to undertake site clearance works for the construction of the new standard gauge line. The project is expected to be completed over a 12-month period. Mr. Speaker, I will move straight to conclusion. Paragraph 9. Mr. Speaker, the committee hereby recommend to the House to approve the sum of 575,970,000 for the Ministry of railway development for the 2022 fiscal year. I respectfully submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, once again, the bulk of the allocation given to this ministry in 2021 was not released. The bulk of the money they had was what the development partners spent in relation to the Mpakadam project so far. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the ministry projected to spend 3.7 million Ghana cedi on compensation. As of September this year, they've drawn down less than 40%. Mr. Speaker, there must be something wrong, because by end of September, you should be drawing down about 70% of your compensation. Either they didn't recruit the people or they refused to pay them. So I don't know why you have a situation where your compensation budget is so underutilized. Yet in 2022, you are projecting to spend 5.2 million Ghana cedi when you couldn't even utilize much of what you were given in 2021. It doesn't add up. I think the ministry must explain. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware the Mpakadam project, but actually the name of the project is Temakosombo. It was the former minister of railway that changed it to the alignment to Mpakadam, but the official name of the project must still remain Temakosombo, because that is what the contract is. Mr. Speaker, that project we are told is 90% complete. The problem though is that if that project is completed next year, as we are told, it may not inure to the benefit of Ghanaians as required. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you get to Mpakadam, there isn't a terminal. They said they were going to do a temporary terminal. But, Mr. Speaker, anybody who knows Mpakadam, what will be the motivation to move containers from Tema to Mpakadam? Well, what are you going to do with it? Unless you build, we have a situation where you can put them back on a barge, on a water lake, and then take them to Yapi. So, as long as we don't have an eminent project to build a platform across the river, this project would remain a white elephant when it's completed. And I encourage the minister to do something about it. Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, I didn't see anything about the Sky Train as part of when it's going to be completed. Whilst my friend, my good friend, the minister is here, I will encourage him to make it conclusive. Are we going to have a Sky Train or not? Because if we were going to have it, I was expecting that something about it would have been in the budget. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'm disappointed in the figures, the way the ministry utilize their own figure in terms of the things that are under their control, the compensation. Maybe the minister can explain to us why they underutilize their compensation. Mr. Speaker, there's something that we should also be aware of. We are told that we are expanding our rail network, and we should be building capacity in terms of maintenance when the developers finish and leave the shores. We want the minister to continue to explain to us how that capacity building will be quicker, because from next year, when the for instance Mpakadam project is finished and handed over to us, Ghanaians must be able to get on board and maintain this rail line, even if it's not in use. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I wish we could get more from this, but at this moment, it's a bit unfinished job. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge both houses of the House to support and approve the budgets for the Ministry of Railway Development, an amount of 575,970,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, railway in terms of transport is the second fastest
in the world, and as a nation, we need to emphasize more on our railway line. Mr. Speaker, in spite of inadequate resources to the ministry in 2021 has done marvelous work, and as a nation, we need to commend the ministry and its agencies. Mr. Speaker, the Tamale Pakadam, as my colleague has said, we need to operationalize it. In doing so, the ministry is acquiring 9 passenger locomotives, 45 passenger coaches, 15 freight locomotives, and others in order to operationalize the Tema-Akosombo railway line. Mr. Speaker, one area that I want us to commend the Ministry of Railway is reactivation of the training college into a university. And this year, 2021, the ministry, through the university in collaboration with University of Mines and Technology, Takwa, has admitted 300 students to pursue the various courses in BSc Mechanical Engineer, BSc Electrical and Electronic Engineer, Computers, and others. The Speaker, the ministry has also emphasized in the report that they are going to reactivate the workshop in order to maintain the locomotives and other coaches that are imported into the country. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to urge the Ministry of Finance and the government as a matter of agency to support the Ministry of Railway Development to develop our railway in order to ease the traffic on our various road sector. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, encroachment on railway land has been one of the major problems confronting the smooth operation or smooth activity with the Ghana Railways Authority. The problem, Mr. Speaker, has been that for some time now, and most of the time when opportunities are given for us to discuss railway issues, the issue of railway land encroachment has been on the fore. The critical concern has been that the authority hasn't taken steps to ensure that they have title to these lands. And because of the fact that they don't have title to this land, it encourages encroachment of these areas or space. And what we see now is the erection of homes, residential homes, buildings, warehouses, and many more within the Western Railway track. And so it is recommended that the ministry should take the appropriate steps, first of all, to ensure that they have title to their lands, and again also try to ensure that encroachment has been brought to a reasonable control. Mr. Speaker, one other aspect of the issue that was a concern to the committee was the issue related to monitoring of work and programs. In 2021, it was recorded that there was a budget of 10 rounds, that they planned that they will have 10 monitoring rounds. Unfortunately, they were able to have only 5 of them. And because of the fact that there have not been appropriate monitoring, all these lands have been encroached. And all these lands, we see that illegal activities like illegal mining springing in these areas. So I think we recommend, the committee recommended that the ministry should take appropriate steps to ensure that all these lands, even those that we have title to them, are not in the mercy or are not being encroached by illegal miners. Mr. Speaker, it came to the realization in the committee that staffing and office accommodation is also a problem for the ministry, and therefore, if they can perform their work very well and judiciously, then the appropriate support must be given to the ministry so that they could recruit or they could get qualified staff and also have the appropriate office accommodation to aid their work. Because some of these things are not happening, the challenge is that the railway ministry's performance will be a matter of a challenge, and therefore the request that the ministry or the government releases appropriate support or gives appropriate support to this ministry will be appreciated. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to say that the ministry should accordingly take steps to ratify all those areas that we have enumerated as being a challenge to them. Thank you so very much.
Members, I'll put a question. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes.
Speaker, I guess we can now go on to presentation of papers and take item 8B III on page 5. The Speaker, seek your leave. I'll seek your leave for the Deputy Minister of Finance to do the laying.
Very well. By the Minister for Finance, presentation of papers. Honorable Deputy Minister. Item III.
Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $75 million United States dollars, supplemented by a grant amount of $28,360,000 United States dollars to be provided through the following grants. 1. GEF, $12,756,881 United States dollars. Pro Green, $15 million United States dollars. EGPS, $600,000 United States dollars for the Ghana Landscape Restoration and Small-Scale Mining Project.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Yes, Honorable Chief.
Speaker, we continue with presentation of papers. And Speaker, I'll seek your leave for the Deputy Majority Leader to do the laying of these items. Speaker, page 6. Item 8D. That's the first one. 8D on page 6. E. F. All on page 6. And then we'll continue on page 7. Item I. J. All on page 7. And go on to page 8. Item L. M. And Speaker, with the M, we are laying I, and continue to N, all on page 8. And finally, page 9, item Q. Speaker, with your leave, to be laid by the Deputy Majority Leader.
Including item Q, which is Committee on Education. Yeah, very well. Let's start from item D. Yes, Honorable Deputy Head.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The Chief Whip has mentioned a number of committee reports, and he's seeking the leave of the House and that of you for the Deputy Majority Leader to lay those reports on behalf of the chairman of these committees. Mr. Speaker, this is alien to the practice of this House. If members of those committees are in the chamber, he can seek the leave of the House for the members of the individual committee to lay the reports on behalf of the committees. But for the deputy majority leader to lay all these committee reports on behalf of the chairman of those committees. Mr. Speaker, even though we are hard pressed with time, but this is an alien to the practice of the House. And if we continue to slack the rules and procedures of this House to this level, Mr. Speaker, we may be getting to a very bad decision. So if members are here who agree for individual members to lay the reports on behalf of the various committees.
Yes.
Speaker, I think we have some good understanding and working relationship. And I know my colleague do understand. We have engaged the leadership extensively, ranking and the chairman, and a number of the committee members are also here. So if my colleague wants a seat, this is not a matter we should drag. It's just delaying. And what is essential is that, Speaker, we've engaged the ranking members and the committee chairs, and they have given their consent for the laying to be done. So I'll plead with my colleague to yield to this for it to be done, for us to move forward.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not proving to be very difficult, but all I'm saying is that for all you know, all those committee reports mentioned might not be ready. There may not be copies to be present. Okay, if you can give me copies of those reports here, for me to know that these are the reports that are being laid. I don't want the situation. I was not at the pre-sitting meeting, and I'm the only one here. If I say no problem, go ahead. Only for ranking members or members of the individual committees to come. Oh, at the committee meeting, this is what happened. This report is not ready, and that, Mr. Speaker, we may be going back and forth. That is why I'm just saying that if the members are here, and Mr. Speaker, members must be here to lay those reports. Excuse me, let's go by that.
Speaker, I can assure my colleague that we are on the same page, to the extent that all the leadership of these committees, in fact, I took time to go through them. I don't need to mention names of committee members who are here to prove my case. Quite a number of them are here. But I agree with you that not all of them are here. But Speaker, we have spoken to the leadership of these committees, and they are only fine-tuning their report, and hence they've given indication that we should go ahead and do the laying while they fine-tune the report. So, my colleague, I want to humbly plead with my good friend. I know he's been supporting in this enterprise, but I want to plead with you.
Let's do step by step.
Well,
let's take them one by one. Please. Item 8D by the chairman of the committee. Yes.
Reports of the Joint Committee on Gender and Children and Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2022.
The report is presented for distribution to members. E.
Report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Energy for the year ending 31st December 2022.
A report is duly presented for distribution to members. F.
Reports of the Joint Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism and Youth, Sports and Culture on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture for the year ending 31st December 2022.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Item I, by Chairman of the Committee, Foreign Affairs.
Report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the year ending 31st December 2022.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Item J. Item J. Chairman of the Committee on Trade. Yes.
Report of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Trade and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2022.
A report is duly presented for distribution to members. Item FI.
Report of the Committee on Works and Housing on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Works and Housing for the year ending 31st December 2022.
A report is duly presented for distribution to members. Item LII.
Report of the Committee on Works and Housing on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources for the year ending 31st December 2022.
A report is duly presented is for distribution to members. Item MI.
Report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of National Security for the year ending 31st December 2022.
A report is duly presented for distribution to members. Yes, Honorable.
The Speaker, with deference to the Chair, the Chairman of the Committee of Defense and Interior, Works and Housing has just approached me, Trade and Industry have just approached me, that the reports are not ready and we are laying it. So, Mr. Speaker, let's tread with caution. The way we are going is budget and economic policy. And Mr. Speaker, we must tread with caution. Let's slow down.
Which report? Mr.
Speaker, I'm a member.
Yes.
I am a member of the Defense and Interior Committee.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Yes. Item MII. Yes, Honorable Member for.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I just saw my chairman presenting this report. Laying the report. At the meeting yesterday, we were not conclusive. So I don't know the kind of report he's laying. I just want to draw your attention to it. Thank you.
Very well. Yes.
Speaker, we are not litigating on this matter. We can go on to page 8, so on the same page, and take item N for Noble. The chairman is here.
Hold on. He raises an issue about the committee's report not being ready. Which committee was that?
Mr. Speaker, that is Trade, Industry and Tourism. But the report is the Ministry of Trade's report, estimates. And I'm saying that we have asked that they bring us some information on the basis of which we'll be able to take a decision. That information hasn't come. And the chairman is laying the report. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'm quite surprised about my colleague's outburst, actually, if I may say, because I have had a discussion, or we have had a discussion together. We've asked the ministry to supply with some information, which information is supposed to be given to us by the close of today. And that information has got nothing to do with the report we are laying. So I see no reason why my colleague should, impugn some kind of an integrity defect on myself when I have discussed this matter with my ranking member, in fact, and we are in concert as far as this matter is concerned. So I will plead with my colleague to exercise restraint. We are not forcing anything on anybody. We are only trying to do something for the nation. And that is what we expect him to accept. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the chairman himself saying that they've requested for information that is coming before the close of today. So it clearly shows that your report is not ready. If you have information that you are expecting by the close of the day, please get that information, incorporate it into your report so that tomorrow it can be laid. Because, I mean, if you look at our standing orders, it's very, very clear that the only time that you lay a report is when you have sufficient copies. So, since you are not done, please wait. We've laid a lot of them. If the reports are ready, we can take those motions without necessarily wasting time on those that are not ready. So let's go on those that are ready so that we don't waste further time. Thank you.
Speaker, we are in total agreement. We can now go on to item N on same page 9. Item N for Noble. Speaker, the chairman is here.
Very well.
Yes.
Chairman of Committee on Lands and Forestry, item N.
Report of the Joint Committee on Lands and Forestry and Mines and Energy on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2022.
A report is duly presented for distribution to members. The last one is item Q. Is that right? Q.
I will seek your leave to lay this item.
Which one? Mr. Speaker, item Q. That's for the Minister of Education. The ranking is there. That is not ready. So and I've not called it. I'm only asking whether they are ready.
Speaker, we can, I guess we can now go on to page 10 and take item 11. It is a motion. Item 11 on page 10.
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. With all due respect, my attention has just been drawn to the fact that I missed it when it was called. That item number N, 8N, report of the Joint Committee on Lands and Forestry and Mines and Energy on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Lands and year ending 31st December 2022 was called and laid. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, we are just coming from that joint meeting. We are just coming from that joint meeting. I do not know what is being laid when we have not even seen any report after the meeting. So, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I will wish that this is stood down until we are given copies of even the outcome of the meeting before we can be said to be laying a report of a meeting that has just ended. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I just discussed with the ranking member. We have finished the report. We are yet to go and, have a small meeting, and then we can lay and then present the report tomorrow.
Yes. Mr. Speaker. For the avoidance of doubt, I want to guide the chairman that you should go to order 75. You are shooting yourself in the head and you are saying that you want to be alive. This disrespect has spoken. So please. It's not ready. You've laid it. So you should better tell us, maybe you are waiting to get it at the printing room. At the ranking, is it ready? Have you seen the report? Then he's telling the ranking hasn't seen the report.
Speaker.
Sir, the printing book.
Speaker.
Printing book. Okay, it's printing book.
Speaker, I guess.
Honorable members, I think that if you want to ride the kangaroo, you must learn the kangaroo tactics.
We will stand that down.
Very well. So, item N is stood down to delay the press. Yes, let's proceed.
Clearly, the minority chief whip has been sufficiently informed that the printing is actively going on. It's being done, and hence we should leave it as it is. It's been laid, and then we can proceed to take item 11 on page 10.
Thank you.
Speaker, thank you.
Very well. Item 11 by the Minister for Roads and Highways.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 4,673,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Roads and Highways and its agencies for its work for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, this is made up of compensation of 67,206,000 Ghana cedis, goods and services 2,201,000 Ghana cedis, and CAPEX 1,044,289,000 Ghana cedis, all totaling 1,113,696,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, my Ministry of Roads and Highways has an oversight responsibility over almost 80,000 kilometers of roads in our country, and we wish to carry out both routine and periodic maintenance on our roads in the ensuing year of 2022. Mr. Speaker, this year the sector plans to complete, among other road activities, 25,000 kilometers, 16,000 kilometers and 3,500 kilometers of trunk, feeder and urban roads respectively in the area of routine maintenance activities. Mr. Speaker, this clearance common knowledge successfully declared years 2020 and 2021 as Year of Roads by His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Major road projects are earmarked to be undertaken by my ministry in all the 16 regions of our nation, all the 261 districts of our nation, and all the 275 constituencies of our country, during the year, under His Excellency the President and under review. And I am hoping that every single member of this honorable and august house is going to be a direct beneficiary of all these road projects, together with other road activities, like construction of bridges in our constituencies, with the hope that all the earmarked levies will go through to support the payment to contractors to undertake road construction in our country. With these laudable programs and with the great hope for our country in the road sector, Mr. Speaker, I once more move that this Honorable House approves this amount to enable the ministry and the government undertake its road activities in 2022. 2022. I so move, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Minister of Roads and Highways. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, I will present your committee's report and urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as being read whilst I go through some key points in the report. Mr. Speaker, I will quickly move to paragraph 10.2 observation. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the Ministry of Finance to consider giving some exemptions to the road fund to enable it to utilize all monies paid into the fund to meet its obligations. The committee further urges the Ministry of Finance to ensure that monies expected to be made available to the road fund are duly released on time. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 10.3, the committee was informed of government policy to dualize all trunk roads. This includes Accra Cape Coast, Accra Flao, Accra Kumasi, and Accra Akusumo. The committee further noted that the occurrence of accidents on these roads are mostly due to wrongful overtaking, which often result in head-on collision. The dualization of major trunk roads in the country is therefore critical for the reduction and prevention of road traffic accidents. It will further reduce travel time and boost business as well. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 10.7, the committee observed that as at September 2021, outstanding arrears on GOG-related projects and road fund related projects stand at 2.8 billion Ghana cedi and 4.5 billion respectively. This unsustainable debt is affecting the delivery of critical road projects across the country. The Ministry of Finance should allocate funds to pay the outstanding arrears. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee, having critically scrutinized the 2022 annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and bearing in mind that road construction is a priority of the government, recommend to the House to approve the sum of 4,673,000 for the program of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the fiscal year 2022. I respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, honorable ranking member.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in relation to the motion moved by the Minister and then seconded by the Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I will go straight by commenting on an issue that came up during the meeting. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, some of our citizens have concerns about the quality of roads that we are building in the country. Mr. Speaker, it turns out that if you look at the staff strength, for instance, Mr. Speaker, of Ghana Highway Authority, their staff strength keep dwindling, reducing year by year. In 2017, 1,296. In 2018, 1,197. In 2019, 1,168. In 2020, 1,005. Mr. Speaker, how come the minister says that we are doing more road projects, yet we have less people available to do the work? Basically, Mr. Speaker, is because the ministry is one of the agencies that pays the least. Mr. Speaker, it will shock you to know that a senior engineer in any of the entities just take home 3,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, you are not going to get any engineer who will be dedicated to supervise work properly if you pay him 3,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the ministry must take steps to find ways of giving the engineers they employ. If somebody is supervising a 150 million euro project and his salary is 3,000 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, are you really expecting him to give off his best? Mr. Speaker, I think we need to work on this. Mr. Speaker, secondly, at this ministry also, there's something wrong about their compensation. As of September, they could only draw down about 30% of their compensation. I don't understand it. Is it the case that you are not paying your staff, or you've sacked some people? I don't get it. Because by September, your compensation releases should be hitting about 70%, less than 30%. Mr. Speaker, I think the ministry should be able to do something about it. Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem about this ministry is funding. And part of the problem is self-inflicted. Mr. Speaker, if you compute the figures from 2017 till today, the finance minister has taken close to 4 billion Ghana cedi out of the road fund alone through capping. Mr. Speaker, look at this. At the same time, road fund is now owing contractors 4.5 billion Ghana cedi. The GOG owing them another 2.4 billion, in excess of 7 billion Ghana cedi. If you took almost 4 billion out of the road fund, and now out of that, government of Ghana's payment to contractors sometimes get to 40% interest on delayed payment. In effect, when you pay 100 Ghana cedi to a contractor, 40 cedis of that is of no value. It's just interest that is paid to the bank. So how useful is this? Mr. Speaker, I am saying that the capping of the road fund is counterproductive. We should just stop it because it's not helping anybody. Mr. Speaker, on page 9, paragraph 7.2.7, under PPP, Mr. Speaker, I can see the ministry saying that the Accra Motorway PPP project financing arrangement has been completed. Mr. Speaker, there is no contract on Accra Motorway. Mr. Minister, you have cancelled the PPP bidding process. So how come you come to this house every day telling us that there's a PPP agreement? You don't have a PPP arrangement with Motor Angels because you cancelled it in December last year, in 2020. So, Mr. Speaker, the information from the ministry is not correct. We do not have a legitimate contract under this. And, Mr. Speaker, to say that the PPP arrangement, the financing agreement has been completed. Can you complete a PPP financing agreement when you don't have a proper contract? Mr. Speaker, the minister must take note of this and do the right thing. We are not against the construction of the motorway, but we believe that what he claims as a contract with Motor Angels is not a legitimate contract. He must come back to this house. Mr. Speaker, when you look at, how do you call it, the other issue raised in this report, vegetation control along the road, Mr. Speaker. It will surprise you to know, Mr. Speaker, that when our compatriots volunteer to cut vegetation by the roadside, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, 15,000 cedis. This ministry will owe an old lady 15,000 cedis for 3 years. I had a situation where people turn up at my office thinking that I have a way of helping them. Mr. Speaker, if you consider these things, we could do better. Mr. Speaker, the potholes on our roads are becoming bigger. Indeed, the ministry is doing something about roads. Yes, asphaltic overlay is going on in some parts of the country, especially our major cities. But the road in my village is getting worse by the day. I don't know about the minister's own road. Perhaps his is better than mine. But, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has failed to make any substantive comment about the reasons he suspended toll collection and what the future program will be about road tolls in this country. Mr. Speaker, we know for sure that road tolls give us about 78 million Ghana cedi. From the day the minister stopped the collection of the tolls to the 31st December, we might have lost about 10 million Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is struggling to pay salaries. Yet, when we approve for them to collect 78 million Ghana cedi, they decided to throw away 10 million Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, I can only support the estimate of this ministry if we get to appropriation, if we deduct 10 million Ghana cedis out of the appropriation, Mr. Speaker. I will not be able to support unless we take 10 million Ghana cedi, which is money that they deliberately lost, out of the road fund, out of the appropriation. If we get there and they don't deduct it, I will not be able to support the ministry on that basis. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to issues of contractors.
Hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was paying attention to his submission. It appears his voice went up, so I couldn't hear him well. Just to let him take it easy so we can all follow him. But Mr. Speaker, Kwame debates well, but Abuja.
He is communicating to
Mr. Speaker, he is my friend, and I'm calling his attention to something. Kwame, sure.
So what was your point of order, leader? I didn't
Mr.
get...
Speaker, he is a friend, and he knows I enjoy his debates. He knows. But
You're
when his voice
order.
goes up, and I can't hear him, how do we enjoy each other?
I told my former friend the other day that he is my former friend. He should stop saying he's my friend. We were friends, but today we are not friends. Mr. Speaker, the issue I raised about the road to, Mr. Speaker, I believe the minister can, you should give him the opportunity to respond to this. And for me, the last thing I want to talk about is the Sino Hydro project. Mr. Speaker, in this document, since 2018, that this House approved the agreement under the matter agreement for Sino Hydro. I've heard certain individuals in government suggest that the House has approved that as and when the project starts, we start counting the 12 months. Mr. Speaker, what I supported on this floor said that the 10 projects were starting at the same time. There was no clause in that agreement that says that as and when it starts. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, 4 of the projects haven't started. They are calling it, how do you call it? Commencement delayed. The highest is the Tamale flyover, which is 84%. By the way, that is one of the smallest projects. Mr. Speaker, I'm telling the minister, Sino Hydro is not a banker in terms of delivering growth in this project. Look for an alternative. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I made my comment and can only support the estimate. If we get to appropriation, if we deduct 10 million Ghana cedi out of the goods and services of the ministry, because they deliberately decided to let that money go when Parliament gave them the opportunity to collect that money. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
You deduct what they lost in 2021 from what they proposed to take in 2022.
Yes, 2022, because the 2021 have been spent already. 2022 appropriation, if we get there, they might deduct 10 million Ghana cedi from
I hope you are going to surcharge it against me, so that, because I supported that position that time. Anyway, very well, I'll put the question. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the motion.
You are not on your feet. I wouldn't know you want to speak.
I think the issue relating to roads is very critical.
Yes, please.
And when it comes to discussing roads, let all participate in doing that, because after all, we all have issues with our roads. So therefore, it is important that we get to know that the committee recognize the challenges with our maintenance regime. And so the issue relating to paragraph 10.5, which is vegetation control along roads, that's the grass cutter, that's the grass cutting of vegetation along the roads. Paragraph 10.6, with the issues relating to potholes. These are issues related to maintenance, and it is routine maintenance. So if you have our roads fraught with potholes, sometimes it is manholes, then it means that the issue related to maintenance is a problem. Now, Mr. Speaker, we realize that even in the budget, the allocation for the maintenance of our road relating to routine was a little over 44,000. And therefore, if a total road network of 78,400 kilometers is before us, and if we think that maintenance is key, then I think we should devote enough attention to that. We have a ring-fence fund for road maintenance, that is a road fund. Road fund now, at every fuel liter that we buy, you have about 48 pesos. Therefore, granted that at the end of the year, and some research have come out, that we use or we burn about 5 billion liters of fuel. That means that if you multiply the 48 pesos by the 5 billion a year, you are running into about 2.5 billion. That is what is coming to the road fund. But a challenge, as my rankings talked about, related to carbon. If you have close to 2 billion accruing from road fund, if we should give the road ministry about $1 billion, so much can be used for road maintenance. And so the regime, the maintenance regime, realized that need to be propped up, need to be improved, appropriate releases must be given. Mr. Speaker, we realize that even when these monies are there and the capping is also, taking part of it, the actual money is not even released to them. And in the year 2021, we realized that out of the so much money that accrued into the road fund, about 600 million was released to the ministry. And I will still have in a total debt of about 4.5 million Ghana cedis as debt. And we don't even know the provision. What provision are we making for the road contractors to be paid out of this? Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note, to realize that the issue relating to arrears of the payment to road contractors, we have that section of road fund amounting to 4.5 billion. The GOG also amounting to about 2.8 billion. How are we going to pay this? And we don't see any hope there going therefore. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note, as my ranking talked about relating to the road tolls. We have about 78 million Ghana cedis accruing to the road toll, and that is significant enough. If this portion of fund is there, the issue relating to the pothole patching and so could be taken care of. Now, we've thrown all these things away, and we hope that the minister or the finance ministry release the appropriate funds to the ministry to do its work. Mr. Speaker, my ranking has said much about many things. Issues related to capping, issues relating to vegetation control, issues relating to pothole patching, indeed, all about the issue of maintenance regime. But of critical importance again is the ultimate release of funds. It is recommended that the ministry should be given the appropriate releases so that it could do its job and do its job appropriately. Mr. Speaker, the issue related to manpower, manning, it means that if the ministry, the agencies don't have the appropriate men with appropriate skills to do their job, that means that all these things we're talking about, maintenance and routine maintenance and periodic maintenance, are going to be a challenge. So we make sure that we give appropriate training, we give them appropriate training, manpower, the capacity training to these staff. We recruit enough staff for the ministry, give them appropriate training, otherwise they leave. Mr. Speaker, it is also critical to note that here, particularly with road fund, particularly with the feeder roads, our engineers, through the decentralization system, are now in the various assemblies. So the highest level our engineer could go is to become a coordinating director. So there isn't enough motivation. In the past, you see that the engineer, young engineer, who rise to the level of becoming the chief director. But what we have now, we have particularly staff, engineers with feeder roads, rising up to just the position of a coordinating director. It's not incentive enough for them. And in addition to that, their salaries are not too attractive enough. So they leave. So we think that the ministry should take steps to motivate, incentivize our staff or their staff, make sure that they stay appropriately. With this view, Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to talk. Thank you.
Now I'll put the question. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried. Yes.
Speaker, we can now go on to page 11. Speaker, page 11. Page 11, and take item 16. The motion.
Yes. Item 16. Motion by Minister for Environment, Science and... Yes, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister for Environment, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to note that this Honorable House adopts the motion, approve the sum of 575,856,000 for the services of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I like to move.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology. Mr. Speaker, in seconding the motion, I'd like to present the committee's report and kindly ask the Hansa Department to capture the report as having been read in its entirety. The Speaker, moving to the observations that were made by the committee, I'd like to talk about 3 of the 5 observations that were made by the committee. The first one is related to the observation that in 2022 the budgetary estimates to the ministry stands at 574.8 million, representing 25% from the 2021 allocation. This is something commendable, but the committee continue to advocate for more allocation to the ministry because of the critical role that they play, particularly in the advancement of science and technology development in Ghana. The Speaker, the next observation that I'd like to make is captured in paragraph 8.6 on page 13 of the report, and that has to do with the funding for research and development. The Speaker, the committee indicated that the mandate of CSR across the country, coupled with its budgetary allocation, the CSR is underfunded for it to play the critical role of coordinating research and technology development. Mr. Speaker, the committee further commends the initiative the ministry is putting in place to prioritize research and development in meeting the country's commitment of allocating 1% of GDP to support the activities of the Council. The Speaker, the committee, however, observed that to clarify whether the commitment of 1% refers to GDP or national revenue. Furthermore, there is a need to compile all agencies and institutions of R&D that require public financing of their research activities in order to provide a better picture of actual government commitment to R&D. This, the committee observed, will also assist Parliament in providing oversight over public expenditure on R&D. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed that the Environmental Protection Agency, which is solely funded by its IGF, plays an important role, and that there is a need for the EPA's presence and visibility to be improved across the country. And so the committee bemoaned the likely absence of the agency in some parts of the country and strongly recommends that some investments are made by government to enable them establish additional operational districts or zones and recruit the needed personnel to have visibility and presence across the country. The Speaker, the committee has thoroughly examined the 2022 annual budget estimates and is of the view that the policies and programs outlined in the budget will support the environmental sustainability, government's industrialization agenda and promote the needed economic growth of the country. So the committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the amount of 574,856,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation for the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, I shall submit.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the motion number 16. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I have some few comments. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that this country would have to make serious efforts in supporting science, technology, and innovation. Without that, Mr. Speaker, our quest for development would delay. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at this budget and previous budgets, there is no indication that we are towing that line. Mr. Speaker, the budget for the ministry this year, if you look at the figure, the global figure, though there has been some increase, Mr. Speaker, it is virtually for compensation. What it means is that we are paying people for no work done. Mr. Speaker, it means that there's no job satisfaction. And if you want to promote science, it's not about just paying the people to go and sit in their offices. They must do something for others to get attracted to it. This is not happening. Mr. Speaker, for instance, we as a country would want to embark on nuclear power production. We have the Nuclear Regulatory Authority that is supposed to educate. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, what we have seen is that even the previous budget that we complain a lot about has been reduced by about 8%. Mr. Speaker, this is woefully inadequate, and it will not help in their quest to educate, to regulate. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, my humble appeal once again to the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Finance, is that we need to put our money where we shall get development and therefore, create jobs for our teeming youth. Mr. Speaker, we have a problem with energy. And this time around, everybody is talking about renewable energy. The CSR and its allied institutions are doing a lot in that direction. But then, they are unable to take off because they are not getting the needed support from government. We are pleading, Mr. Speaker, that the government must make sure that we support them. There's another dimension, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about it during the policy debate. That because of lack of funding, they are forced to go outside and source for funding for their research. A lot of the time, the donors, those who give them money, dictate what they do. But the essence of these institutions is to solve our local problems. So if we are not funding them, they will not be able to, they will not be able to solve our problems for us. Most of the research that they do not really impact directly. And that's the reason why we are not seeing what we are supposed to be seeing, happening in this institute. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that they can do. And they are doing a lot. But then, we need to support them. The minister has, come up with an initiative to create a commercial center for research and for development of technology. Commercialization of technology, Mr. Speaker, should be taken out completely from these entities so that at least they can concentrate on their core businesses
adding knowledge, coming out with technology. Then when they come out, another sector led by government should take up the process of commercializing and utilization of these findings. Mr. Speaker, if you do that, we will get to know the relevance of this institute and therefore put in money to support the work they do over there. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, for this opportunity, and I believe that this is the second time I'm raising this issue this year. The Minister of Finance is listening, and I'm sure he will take a cue from what I have said, so that you give them the needed support, so that our digitalization, whatever that we want to embark on, will come to fruition. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. They don't have anybody.
There's nobody on your side to contribute here? Very well, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Let me mention that I got the report about 2 hours ago, and I don't think that is good enough. Yes, I got it 2 hours ago. And so what I am saying is that it is good we do the right thing. So in the future, we have to try as much as possible to let us have the report on time. We can peruse the report properly and have proper discussion.
If you are not ready, I can give it to somebody else so that you take your time and read it.
All right, so moving forward, I want to indicate that, Mr. Speaker, that science and technology definitely needs attention. Permit me to revisit the issue of 2021 allocation. In 2021, a total amount, the percentage of allocation that was given to the ministry was 97%, even in the midst of COVID. But in this particular 2021, you realize that only about 75% was released to the ministry. I think that is not good enough. In 2021, CapEx was around 5.5 million. And only about 1 million, approximately 20%, was released. However, in 2020, you will find that CapEx was almost 50 million, and up to 60% was released, even in the midst of COVID. What has changed? And in 2021, we only receive about 20%. That is not good enough. We have to get serious and support science and technology. Mr. Speaker, permit me to add that it looks like the various agencies have been compelled to follow some formalities, in the sense that some of the agencies we met did indicate some CapEx, some IGF, internal generated fund. Then when you ask them what is their source of IGF, they cannot explain to you how they will generate the IGF. I think we have to let them understand that, we have to let the agencies understand that it is not a must to indicate or to fill the column of the IGF if they don't have anything for IGF. Mr. Speaker, there's so much pressure for me to conclude. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me indicate that we have to learn from COVID. We have to learn from COVID because we realize that we didn't have adequate capacity during COVID to deal with issues. And out of that, we would have learned a lesson as a country and empower science and technology and increase sufficiently capex to support their infrastructure and the development of science and technology. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion for the approval of the budget for the means. Thank you very much.
Now put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it, the motion yes. Yes.
Speaker, we can now go on to page 10 of today's order paper and take item 9B, B for Bell. Speaker, seek your leave for it to be laid by the Deputy Minister of Finance. 9B.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the item is the Supplementary Appropriation Bill. Is that it? Okay.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister, you may.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money from the Consolidated Fund for supplementary appropriation to meet government expenditure from the financial year ending on the 31st of December 2021.
The bill is read the first time. It's referred to the committee to consider and report.
Speaker, page 5, and with your leave, for the Deputy Minister of Finance again, to do the laying of item 8BIII. Speaker, with your leave.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader. Presentation of papers. Very well. Honorable Deputy Minister. Item 8BI.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $1,065,736 United States dollars and 67 cents on raw materials, machinery, and equipment to be imported by Specialty Beers Ghana Limited under the implementation of the One District, One Factory program.
The paper is duly presented. Is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item BII.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $467,470 United States dollars and 91 cents on raw materials, machinery, and equipment to be imported by Prestige Integrated Agro Company Limited under the implementation of the One District, One Factory program.
The paper is duly presented. Is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report.
Speaker, we can finally go back to questions. Yes, questions. We ended on 377. With your leave, we can now begin with 3232.
Very well. Honorable Minister for Trade has been waiting. The honourable member for Bole Bamboy will ask question number 232. You see.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what measures are in place to regulate the standardization of cement on the Ghanaian market. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, through the Ghana Standards Authority, is responsible for the promotion and regulation of standards in Ghana. The legal basis for the development of standards is derived from the Ghana Standards Rules 1970, the Standards Authority Act, and the Weights and Measures Act. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Standards Authority has specifically put in place standards for cement production in Ghana, based on which the authority certifies cement products and undertakes market surveillance activities to provide customers with assurance of the quality and content of cement production in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the 5 main standards for cement products are: 1. The standard for building and construction materials, covering the composition specification and the conformity criteria for common cement. 2. The standard for packaging, covering multi-wall paper sacks for cement. 3. The standard for methods of testing cement to determine its strength. 4. The standard for methods of testing cement to determine the chemical analysis. And last but not the least, the standard for methods of testing cement to determine certain times and soundness. Mr. Speaker, the above mentioned standards are used by GSA to regulate cement production in Ghana, as well as guide the process of conformity assessment through the process of inspection, testing, and certification. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the GSA undertakes quarterly surveillance of the cement market in Ghana. During this exercise, samples of products from all certified companies are purchased from the open market in the various regions of the country for testing to ascertain their quality and also to check their weight. This started in the last quarter of 2019 and continues quarterly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's response, he listed main standards for cement products. And in the last sentence, he is talking about the fact that Ghana Standards Authority goes out there to do some weight measurements. I want to find out from him, which of the 5 standards here relates to measurement of weights? Thank you.
Did you get him? I was not clear. Can you repeat your question?
I'm saying that the minister listed 5 main standards for cement products, and I'm talking about weight, the measurement of the cement, the weight of it. Which of these standards measures the weight of cement? That's what I'm asking to do.
Well, your question was on standards. They did refer to weight.
Yes, Speaker. Perhaps let me refrain. And with your permission, let me read here.
I think the questions have been.
He's talking about, Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the Ghana Standards Authority undertakes quarterly surveillance of the cement market in Ghana. During this exercise, samples of products from all certified companies are purchased from the open market in the various regions of the country for testing and ascertaining their quality and also to check their weights. But earlier on, he had given us the standards that they use in doing this. And I want him to tell me which of these standards relates to the weighing or the taking the weight of cement.
Very well.
I'm clear.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I made reference to the standard for methods of testing cement to determine its strength. This is the standard that relates to the question that you have posed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, your committee met with manufacturers of cement, and the complaint is that there are no standards when it comes to the weight of cement. And I have taken the pain, it's unfortunate I can't mention the various brands, to weigh cement in my consistency. And I realized that there's a shortage in terms of the 50 kilograms that we are all aware. And that is why I asked this question. Now the minister is saying that they have been weighing it. Will the minister, and for that matter, the Ghana Standards Authority, will be ready to share with us the information or the data that you get anytime you undertake this exercise, so that consumers will know that these are the ones that meet the 50 kilograms that we are all aware of. Are you ready to share that with us? And when can we get that information?
Yes.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. The GSA will be ready to share that information with the committee.
Yes.
I humbly ask when we can get that information. If you can
say it will share with your committee on trade, I guess.
Thank you.
Very well. I'll proceed to the next question. It's in the name of the Honourable Member for Busa South, Dr. Clementa Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry when the One District, One Factory project in Fumbisi in the Busa South District will be commissioned and the number of people it is expected to employ.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the rice processing facility under the 1D1F initiative in the Busa South District is ongoing, with civil works at 88% completion. The procurement process for the supply and installation of the processing equipment, which is currently underway, was delayed due to the disruption in global supply chains arising from the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, it is envisaged that the installation and commissioning of the rice processing facility will be completed by June 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the Fumbisi 1D1F project is one of the innovative youth-owned 1D1F companies. The factory is expected to create about 240 direct and indirect employment opportunities for the youth in the Fumbisi and adjoining communities. These will include management staff, outgrowers, seed and input suppliers, transporters, and distributors. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister made references to innovative. I guess when the project is finished, we will be able to speak to that. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister share with us the cost of the rice processing plant, which is currently about 88% complete?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, regrettably, the question did not for that information. I'm in a position to provide that to the honorable member. in due course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once the minister has indicated that he will make the information available, I expect him to deliver on that pledge. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell the House the capacity of the facility in terms of the quantity of rice it is expected to produce per day when completed?
Yeah, Honorable Mr. Do you have that information readily available? I was asking whether you have. Is this the capacity of the factory in terms of the quantity of rice it can mill a day when completed?
Mr. Speaker, I'll provide that information to the honourable member in due course. Thank you.
Very well. We'll move on to the next one. The honourable member for Tamale Central, Murtala Mohammed Ibrahim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industries how much the state spent in the importation of rice and other foodstuffs into this country between 2017 to 2020.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Ghana spent an estimated total of 6.874 billion Ghana cedis on the importation of rice from 2017 to 2020. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Ghana also imported the following food products over the same period: fish, an amount of 3.9 million, processed chicken, an amount of 1.881 million, meat, 487 million, vegetables, 281 million, and then poultry in the form of birds, 184 million. Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister, based on the answers given, whether he agrees with me that we're spending close to $1 billion each year in the importation of these food items.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable member is right in terms of the arithmetic that I provided. Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Honourable Minister that there was a policy at the Ministry of Trade which restricted the importation of rice into this country by small rice importers. Has that ban been lifted? If it has, what has been the justification for the lifting of that ban? And as to whether that has an impact on the amount of money we spend on such food items?
Yes, no.
Mr. Speaker, rice is a very common staple food in our country, and one has to maintain a very delicate balance between the quantity of rice that is produced locally at any given point in time and what is imported to ensure that there are no serious shortages. In that respect, we continue to monitor the production of rice locally with all the support that is provided by my ministry and by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. And at the appropriate time, when the volumes of locally produced rice increases significantly, we'll be able to restrict, maybe not necessarily, but restrict the importation of rice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, my question was not answered, unfortunately.
I have given you an answer. If you have one more opportunity, can you?
Yes, I asked a specific question whether the ban imposing a restriction in the importation of rice into this country by small rice importers have been lifted. And if it has, what has been the justification for such, considering the fact that we spend over $1 billion each year, or almost $1 billion each year, by the figures you provided in importation of such food items?
Is there any such legal ban on importation by small importers of rice?
Yeah, Right Honourable Speaker, we have not as yet lifted the ban on the importation of rice. We have a management policy, as I indicated in my answer, to ensure there are no shortages in the system. So as and when there's evidence of significant levels of local production, we'll be able to determine at that point, in respect of the ban, what decision to take.
You're done. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker.
You're done.
For the avoidance of doubt.
No, please.
I would want the answer to be repeated. Whether the...
You're done, please. Kindly take your seat. Question number 408, but I remember for Whole Central.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister for Trade and Industry how much the ministry has realized from the imposition of fees for processing and issuance of license to import Portland cement from 2017 to 2020 in respect of the following. 1. Bulk cement at the rate of 175 pesos of FOB free on board value per metric ton, and 2. Bad cement at the rate of 35 pesos of free on board value per metric ton.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the export and import restrictions on importation of Portland cement regulations, LI 2240, became effective on the 28th of June 2016. The LI makes provision for the levying of fees for import licenses for Portland cement. The ministry received in April 2017 and August 2017 a total amount of 225,075 cedis from 2 companies for bag cement imported into the country. The ministry has not levied or received any fees on Portland cement imported into the country since August 2017. Mr. Speaker, this year, the ministry has submitted through the Ministry of Finance proposals for consideration and approval to amend the Fees and Charges Act in respect of fees for imported bulk and bag cement. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the Minister the basis for collecting the fees and the licenses, because I have LI 2240 here and I cannot find the levies. I have it in my hand.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Can you repeat the question? He says, what is the basis for the charges? Because he does not see those charges in the fees and levies Act, is that right? The Fees and Levies Regulation.
Yeah, you have repeated my question.
You wanted that, so I'm just repeating it for you. Yes, and obviously, did you get it?
Mr. Speaker, there is an import management committee that has been established in the Ministry of Trade and Industry for many years, and the committee takes decisions in respect of these matters. So it was a decision of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
so, Mr. Speaker, does it mean that these fees are not publicized because the LI does not state the fees? And I combed through the big book, fees and charges. I couldn't find the rate indicated in the big book as well. What I saw was one for laboratory testing. That's the only thing I saw over there. So does it mean that when the committee determines the charges and the fees, they do not publish it? It's left with them only.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the fees and charges that were determined by the committee at that time were publicly circulated, and it's against this background that we have submitted through the Ministry of Finance proposals for the consideration to amend the Fees and Charges Act in respect of fees for imported bulk and bag cement, so that it can be regularized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your last one.
Mr. Speaker, the minister says that they only collected these fees in 2017, April and August respectively. But I have here the 2022 financial year budget presented by the Minister for Finance, including the tables. And, Mr. Speaker, on page 300 of the tables presented by the Minister for Finance, it is indicated that there was a projection of funds from that source collected or to be collected amounting to 14,930,000, and as at September 2021, total collection amounted to 3,473,000, with a lodgement of 1,632,000 and retained 53%, 1,841,000. If the minister can, with what he has provided in the answer to the question.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the statement made by the Honourable Member, you were making reference to a projection. I do not have the document before me. You made reference to a projection. And you also made reference to collections that were made. This was published by the Ministry of Finance. We need to reference that same material that you have and then make sure that it reconciles with the figures that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The next one is by Dr. Kinsley Nyaku, honorable member for Patriotism. Question 411.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry the current number of completed factories built under the 1D, 1F program of government and the estimated number of jobs created. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to date, there are 278 1D, 1F projects at various stages of implementation. Out of this number, 106 companies are currently in operation, 148 are under construction, and 24 at the mobilization stage under the 1D, 1F initiative. Mr. Speaker, 165 out of the 270 companies are new companies or new projects, representing 60%, while they are existing companies representing 40%. The 106 companies that are currently operational have created a total of 153,782 direct and indirect jobs, up from 139,331 in December 2020. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that when the additional 148 projects currently under construction are completed, the cumulative number of direct and indirect jobs created will increase to 288,599. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful to the Minister for the answer provided. However, I also want to find out from him how the 1D, 1F policy is going to cash in on the Youth Start program captured in the budget. Thank you.
What program? Is that how a cash in on what program?
What about the 1D, 1F policy? How is it going to contribute to the Youth Start program captured in the budget?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the 1D, 1F program could contribute significantly to the implementation of the Youth Start program using the innovative model of youth-owned 1D, 1F enterprises that I was referring to in respect of the project in Fumbisi. That's one entry point for the to become involved in mainstream industrial activity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Thank you.
The next question is in the name of the honorable member for Finso South, Dr. Ezekiel Opoku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry if there are any arrangements in place to ensure that Offenso municipality benefit from the government's flagship program of one district, one factory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the One District, One Factory program is a demand-driven initiative which is facilitated by government to assist the private sector to establish at least one manufacturing enterprise in each of the 260 districts of the country. Mr. Speaker, to date, no private sector promoter has confirmed their interest in establishing a 1D, 1F project in the Offenso municipality. However, Mr. Speaker, government's policy is to support such districts with seed capital to establish their own 1D, 1F companies. Mr. Speaker, provision has been made in the 2022 budget to support 16 districts that are currently without 1D1F projects because there are no business promoters. And this will enable them to benefit from the direct intervention by government in their own projects. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, pending the approval of the 2022 estimates, the Ministry will consider providing seed funding to establish a 1D1F project in the offensive municipality with a view of offloading government's shares or interest to a private sector operator in future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very satisfied with the Minister's response. Mr. Speaker, indeed, yesterday the issue came up at your meeting for discussion, and the Minister adequately addressed the issue. So I'm very satisfied and most grateful for the opportunity.
Very well. Thank you. The last question is in the name of the Honourable Member from Prayasu, David Ansa Opoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what plans the Ministry has put in place to ensure that the private sector in Ghana harnesses the benefits from the AFTA agreement. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, trading under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement commenced officially on the 1st of January 2021, and Ghana was the first country in Africa to establish their customs procedure codes to facilitate trading under the AFCFTA. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the private sector in Ghana harnesses the benefits of the AFTA agreement, a national AFCFTA coordinating office has been established to coordinate the implementation of the AFCFTA in collaboration with other relevant stakeholders. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, a comprehensive national policy and action plan for AFCFTA has been developed and is currently being operationalized. This includes an enterprise support component designed to identify and assist companies in Ghana to directly target specific AFCFTA market destinations and to export to those markets. So far, Mr. Speaker, about 200 companies have been selected, and the Ministry is currently undertaking enterprise-level audits to determine the specific types of support needed by these companies to enable them produce and enter and compete in the continental market. Mr. Speaker, to facilitate trading under AFCFTA, the Ghana Revenue Authority has been designated as a competent authority for issuing certificates of origin to cover exports under AFCFTA. In addition to the above, Mr. Speaker, to ensure optimal participation by the private sector, the National AFCFTA Office has undertaken several consultations with stakeholders, with both private sector and key public sector agencies that have important roles to play to facilitate the effective participation of the Ghanaian private sector in the AFCFTA trade. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm satisfied with the answers provided by the Minister. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Deputy. Yes.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important question, and I commend the colleague who asked the question. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister talked about an enterprise support component. I would want to respectfully ask the Honourable Minister to throw some more light on this enterprise support component. Does it come with some financing? Is there some financial component, like a venture capital of a sort, to support young startups who may need some assistance from your ministry. So please, just to throw light on the enterprise support component, so that as members of parliament we can also talk to businesses in our constituencies to take advantage of this component. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Enterprise Support Program includes a variety of business development services, ranging from capacity building training to support in identifying markets, helping them also to improve on their production capacity and productivity, assisting them also to access financing, which may include venture capital financing, and also helping them to identify the appropriate machinery and equipment that will be suitable for their own production processes. But Mr. Speaker, it's worth noting, I indicated that in my response, that every potential company that wants to export under the AFCFTA has to go through an enterprise level audit. So it is the audit that will determine the specific type of support that is required by each company. And that is the type of support that will be provided on a case-by-case basis to the enterprises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable Minister, thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You're discharged. That brings us to the end of question time for today. Yes, Honourable Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think a lot have been done today, and we are in your hands for adjournment as members are getting ready and preparing for the Speaker 9 lessons and carol night. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is the festival of 9 lessons and carols night, which we usually have in December, getting to Christmas. So, Mr. Speaker, we can adjourn. We're in your hands for members to prepare for the festival.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, even though we are in your hands, but if we could adjourn to tomorrow, 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Is that the agreement? Is that the agreement that we start at 2 p.m. tomorrow?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think that was the communication. 2 p.m. because majority of the committees need to get their report ready. So by 10 a.m. if we sit, many of the reports wouldn't be ready by then. So 2 p.m. will be ample time for us to get committees to get their report ready so that we'll be able to take it.
Very well. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, Thursday, the 16th of December, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.